Garden.
Unlimited soup and salad from Olive Garden is what we're sacrificing to the Twitch gods
I
today.
I I admit I admit it is a little hard to stab soup, but if that one guy could stab the ocean to get Poseidon in ancient Greece can do it, so can I.
We will sacrifice the soup to the
I
gods of
will
Twitch.
sacrifice soup to the gods of Twitch, and
Uh,
it's yeah, that's how yeah.
well, everybody, we're back at it.
Welcome to the stream, everyone. Whoop,
Whoop!
whoop,
Harry
whoop,
Potter
whoop,
and the Chamber of
whoop.
Secrets, Episode 4. We'll end the book today if it kill or die trying. One of the two will happen.
Well, I'm already dead, so that's a you problem. But
Thanks. Appreciate it.
I'll be fine. I will carry this on my shoulders if I have to.
Or you'll just resurrect my ghost and we'll just ghost it together.
I don't know how to do that. Actually, the ghost thing just kind of
Happened.
happens.
Happens.
You just
You
wake
went to
up and you're
teach a
like, "Where am
class
I?"
and went back. You woke up, you died in front of the fireplace, went back to teaching. Professor
I
X.
understood the assignment.
God. Armadillos keep digging little holes in my backyard.
I have seen that once, and I'm like, I am obsessed with that audio. I don't know who you are, sir,
But
but
good on you.
you are my kind of man. You have narrated what is in my head like to a T. So
Right? So, I want to start out by saying Smurf won the giveaway. Sniper Elite 3 has been awarded. Code has been given. Go Smurf, go. Golf clap for Smurf. On another note, I am gonna get a little serious here for a second. I am dedicating this stream to my mom. Today would have been her 60th birthday. So I put up my tree, and my mom gave me my love of books. My love of getting lost in the pages and finding a world that wasn't quite ours, to escape from a world that may not always be kind, but was always safe. A love of reading to escape, but also to learn. So, happy birthday, Mom.
happy birthday, Mrs. Classic.
This is classic. Enough of that. Cried
Now
enough
let's get
today.
into this book with
I've
Mario
cried.
and Luigi impressions.
I've cried enough today. We're not gonna continue that, but
I just hope that my Gilderoy Lockhart impression will do your mom's memory some good.
if it
Or at
doesn't
the
do
very
her memory
least, make her
good,
roll her eyes.
that would be a thing. She'd just look at this point in the year, she would be baking cookies and Christmas baked goods, not because she had to, but
Mm.
she would be baking all of them because she believed that if you weren't going to make them all, you might as well not make any. So for a
That
month,
is an awesome attitude, actually.
yeah. So we had like 30 different kinds of cookies and pies and tarts and cakes and
Oh.
all homemade, all from scratch. So like the only image I had today when I was decorating the Christmas tree was the picture of my mom standing in her Elmo nightgown with her fluffy penguin slippers, standing in the kitchen
Oh.
baking cookies, and she looks at me and she smiled and she had a big glob of flour on the end of her nose. And I just kind of looked at her and went, "You okay?" She just kind of goes, "I'm baking cookies. Go be somewhere I'm not." Love you too, Mom. Jeez.
To be fair, that is my own mother's attitude a little bit as well.
Yeah.
But
I'm doing something. I love you. Please go be somewhere I'm not.
exactly.
4 chapters left. Can we do this?
No, but we're going to
No,
anyways.
but we're going to try. Where did we leave off? Oh,
Also,
no.
welcome Panda and hello Evie. By the way, Panda, thank you for letting me know that I'm an idiot and muted my stream for the first like 5 minutes we were on. So that's great.
Oh. Well, at least it wasn't me this time. I mean, one of us has to do
Yeah,
it at least
it was me. It was me.
once a book club stream where one of us mutes for an extended period of time and nobody knows what's happening.
I did it. It was me.
Last week's episode.
My sacrifice was not accepted.
No, it wasn't.
They didn't
All you
like
can
the
eat
Zupa's
soup.
clam chowder I sent. That's a bummer.
Apparently. I was going to say a thing, and I've lost the train. It's gone. It's on a different track, and I didn't even get
We
directions as to where it went.
last week Christmas was a thing. Polyjuice potion was a thing. Welcome to the stream, Evie. I'm very excited to have you here. Uh, Valentine's Day was also a thing, and it was a very dark thing, and it's a thing that we will not speak of because Gilderoy Lockhart is crazy.
A little bit.
Little
Last week's
bit.
episode is up on my YouTube channel. So episodes 1, 2, and 3 are live. If you
Oh,
need
there
to
we are.
catch up or you feel like shooting protein shake out your mouth at your monitor,
Or if you
um,
just need something to listen to in the
and you just
background that makes you feel a little more sane than you actually are,
on a
because
commute
trust
to
me,
work.
oh, don't listen to this on a commute to work.
Oh, no, driving with this is bad. If you're a passenger, you're
No,
fine. Don't
no,
drive and listen. It's dangerous.
don't drive and listen. Don't listen to this on a train either, with because we get really loud and sometimes that sound can leak out of earbuds, and so your the next door neighbor is just gonna hear and Harry Potter. They're gonna be like, "What
Damn
is
it,
going
Doodle.
on?"
Doodle, are you really sure that Monster Energy was the greatest way to go tonight? Like, was
Oh
that the
please, you
wisest
know this is
decision that
this
we've
is
made?
this is just me normal. You haven't seen Monster Doodle yet.
Well, I do have all of the caffeine sitting next to me, so
Well, let's
it's
see how
okay,
long that
Smurf.
lasts us.
Smurf, your neighbors would totally think you're crazy. You 3D printed an air raid siren and you fire a cannon once a day. You are officially the pirate, the naval captain from Mary Poppins, my guy. Like, come on.
Yeah, I guess he is keeping the property values lower, for better or worse.
Chapter 15.
Mm.
I hate this chapter. Do we know why I hate this chapter?
The, sp-
The spiders!
the spiders, why couldn't it have been butterflies?
Things that make me go, ugh.
Follow the butterflies. Whee! Does
Do you?
anyone remember Harry Potter Puppet Pals?
Yes. Do you,
Okay.
do you need an adult? Because I'm sure we can find you one somewhere.
I was not the one who originated the quote. That came from Harry Potter Puppet Pals, so
It doesn't matter. You're repeating it. I can still find you an adult.
follow the butterflies.
Damn it, Doodle.
Dobby's sock. Everybody
Toby's
run.
dancing
Whee!
naked in the street. You don't see me dance over Harambe.
What? Wait, what?
I sent you that TikTok. I know I did. Naked
Oh,
cat
yes.
with the
Okay.
cup.
Yes, you did. You
Okay.
did. You did. Okay.
Hagrid starting an OnlyFans.
Hagrid starting an OnlyFans. Oh, dear. McGonagall's
Uh,
flopping from absolutely disgusted to work it girl in like 2 seconds and then back again.
Apparently Smurf is no longer the only cannon owner, and the guy at the top of the hill has a bigger cannon. So I have a feeling that now it's going to become a cannon measuring contest, and Smurf needs a bigger cannon.
Oh, your poor neighbors though have to like. Oh, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I forgot. Mm.
Boom!
Honey, the cannon went off. Oh, why was there a second one?
His clock's a little slow. He's
I
not
will say
operating on Greenwich Mean Time. It's fine.
that is one of my favorite scenes in Mary Poppins, and the whole house is like going crazy, and Mr. Banks is just like, it's 6:02. Boop,
And as they all just
boop.
brace. Oh.
Everyone else is freaking out. Oh my goodness.
Who wants to start?
Uh, I was gonna say rock paper scissors, then I'm like, I can't see you.
Rock, paper, scissors is gonna be great.
Rock paper scissors. I think I won. No,
I win by default.
yes. Um, ooh.
You still sound like you're dying.
The cough is always the last to go, but my nose is mostly clear now. It's just I have a little cough now. That's all. But I can still do voices, guys. Don't
Oh
worry.
god. Jeez. Oh, I need an adult. Can I please request adult supervision aisle 2? Adult supervision aisle 2.
Request denied. Go back to work.
Oh, damn it.
Wouldn't it be funny if you heard that like on the intercom at the grocery store? Can I get a manager on aisle 2? No.
The managers are all on break. Please try again.
Sorry.
Magic 8 Ball says the outlook's not so good.
The magic voice in the talk box said no.
Talk box. I freaked out
Bye,
today.
Karen.
Okay, quick story, side story before we get into this. I went
Yep.
to an appointment today and I had to cross the street because, traffic. And I'm standing at the light and they had just changed the light, so when you push the button it's like, please wait. Please
Oh,
wait. But it freaked me out because I didn't know where the voice was coming from for a second.
please wait. Sir.
I was absolutely terrified as to why the pole was talking to me. I'm like, oh god.
This is the day the hallucinogens kick in. Okay.
So this is how my day's going. Got it.
It's a little late.
Oh, I am so caffeinated.
I experimented with mushrooms once when I was in like my teens, and I didn't get any effects. Maybe this is the belated
Delayed reaction.
delayed reaction, like 100 years later. You know.
Oh god. Summer. Summer was creeping over the grounds around the castle. Sky and lake alike turned periwinkle blue, and flowers large as cabbages burst into bloom in the greenhouses. But with no Hagrid visible from the castle windows, striding the grounds with Fang at his heels, the scene didn't look right to Harry. No,
Oh.
better, in fact, than the inside of the castle, where things were so horribly wrong. Harry and Ron had tried to visit Hermione, but visitors were now barred from the hospital wing. We're taking no more chances, Madame Pomfrey told them severely through a crack in the hospital door. No, I'm sorry. There's every chance the attacker might come back to finish these people off. Why does everybody keep dying? It's the world's most dangerous school. God, the
There's no
insurance.
safer place than Hogwarts.
As students keep dying and the paperwork keeps
Yep.
mounting.
Oh, honestly.
With Dumbledore gone, fear had spread as never before. So with the sun warming the castle walls, outside seemed to stop at the... Oh, God. Windows, there was barely... English.
Mullion?
Million?
Mulliant?
We'll go with that.
Legitimately, I'm curious now, actually, what that is.
Google.
I got it. 1 second.
Get it?
Mullion.
We're literate, I
Mullion
promise.
windows. We're literate. That's just a weird word. Okay, so a mullion is a vertical element that forms a division between units of a window or screen, or it's used decoratively. So it's literally like it's
Oh,
a line.
those little
It's a
things. Oh,
yeah.
I'm making hand gestures that you can't see, but
No,
just pretend I'm playing Harry Potter charades. Um,
like literally, it's like a line that can go through the center of a window, or it can go horizontally. But basically, it takes a window pane, or what could be a single window pane,
it makes
and it like
multiple.
segments into it. Yeah.
Got it. There was barely a face to be seen in the school that didn't look worried or tense, and any laughter that rang through the corridor sounded shrill and unnatural, and was quickly stifled. Oh, you can
Can
hear
you
Google going.
imagine? Well,
You've got these twitchy first years traveling in groups, and all yours.
is the Joker going to school here? What the crap's happening? Oh my gosh.
It's Mr. Popper and his penguins.
Mm.
Harry. Harry constantly repeated Dumbledore's final words to himself. I will only truly have left this school when none here are loyal to me. Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. But what? Damn it, Doodle. But what?
He always has to laugh right after.
Okay. But what good were these words? Who exactly were they supposed to ask for help when everyone was just as confused and scared as they were? Hagrid's hint about the spiders was far easier to understand. Trouble was, there didn't seem to be a single spider left in the castle to follow. Harry looked everywhere he went, helped, rather reluctantly, by Ron. They were hampered, of course, by the fact that they weren't allowed to wander off on their own, but had to move around the castle in a pack with the other Gryffindors. Most of the fellow students seemed glad that they were being shepherded from class to class by teachers, but Harry found it very irksome. Well, yeah, because you don't know how to. Never mind.
No.
Just. He irritates me. One person,
Yeah.
however, seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the atmosphere of terror and suspicion. Draco Malfoy was strutting around the school as though he had just been appointed head boy. Take it from Percy out of his cold, dead hands, Draco. Harry didn't. Harry didn't realize he was so pleased. What he was so pleased about until after the potions lesson, about a fortnight after Dumbledore and Hagrid had left, when, sitting right behind Draco, Harry overheard him gloating to Crabbe and Goyle. I always thought Father might be the one to get rid of Dumbledore, he said, not troubling to keep his voice down. I told you he thinks Dumbledore's the worst headmaster the school's ever had. Maybe we'll get a decent headmaster now, someone who won't want the Chamber of Secrets closed. McGonagall won't last long. She's only filling in. Snape swept past Harry, making no comment about Hermione's empty seat in Cauldron. Sir, said Malfoy loudly, sir, why don't you apply for the headmaster's job? Now, Malfoy, said Snape, so he couldn't suppress a thin-lipped smile. Professor Professor
Professor Dumbledore's Olympic suspended.
ah, Professor Professor Professor
Professor Dumbledore.
Professor Professor Dumbledore has only been suspended by the governors. I dare say he'll be back with us soon enough. You're right, said Malfoy, smirking. I expect you'd have Father's vote, sir, if you wanted to apply for the job. I'll tell Father you're the best teacher here, sir. Kiss the ass a little harder there, Draco. Your nose isn't brown yet. Snape smirked as he swept off around the dungeon, fortunately not spotting Seamus Finnegan, who was pretending to vomit into his cauldron. I'm quite surprised the Mudbloods haven't all packed their bags by now, Malfoy went on. Bet you 5 galleons the next one dies. Pity it wasn't Granger. The bell rang at that moment, which was lucky. At Malfoy's last words, Ron had leapt off his stool, and in his scramble to collect his bags and books, his attempts to reach Malfoy went unnoticed. Let me at him, Ron growled.
Let me at him.
I sound like a 9-pack-a-day smoker. Ron growled.
Because Heather says that. Like, it's like a guy from Brooklyn, let me at him. Like, you know, like wife beater, suspenders, little hat. Let me at him. Huge
As
hairy
he
arms.
swings his fist in the air frantically.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I don't care. I don't need my wand. I'm going to kill him with my bare hands.
Good.
Hurry up. I've got to take you all to herbology, barked Snape over the class's heads, and off they went, crocodile fashion, with Harry, Ron, and Dean bringing up the rear. Ron, still trying to get loose, was only safe to let him go when Snape had seen them out of the castle and they were making their way across the vegetable patch towards the greenhouses. I can just picture Harry's got him by the back of the head and she's got this big mop of red hair in his hand. Don't.
Calm down. Calm down.
You
Calm
move,
down.
you
Calm
lose
down.
it. The herbology... The herbology class was very subdued. There were now 2 missing from their number, Justin and Hermione.
Also known as What's His Face and Hermione.
What's his face and Hermione. Professor Sprout set them all to work.
Justin
pruning...
who?
Justin what?
He was so unimportant he got cut from the movie, so like who cares?
He was so unimportant he got cut. Well, no, he was in the movie, but they didn't put him in the petrified group.
Exactly.
He shows up for all of like, I don't know, 5 minutes
2
and
seconds.
then he's gone. They didn't even bother fitting him for a proper robe. They just, pinned someone else's on him. Just don't face your back to the camera. Nobody will know.
That's so sad.
I broke Doodle.
It's like Hermione's like, there's something going on with the Chamber of Secrets. Harry's like, we have to figure out who is the heir. Ron's like, I bet you it's Malfoy. And Justin's like, hey, I'm in this movie too.
Look at me, Ma, I'm on TV.
And that was it.
And then he was gone.
That's it. He died.
The shrivel figs. Harry went to tip an armful of withered stalks into the compost heap and found himself face to face with Ernie Macmillan. Ernie took a deep breath and said very formally,
Oh, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Doodle.
Oh no.
Holy sounds in chat
No.
for Doodle? What the hell's wrong with you?
I had the wrong image in my head. He went to tip a armful of withered stalks into the compost heap and found himself face to face with Ernie Macmillan, right?
Ernie's in the compost heap and he just
That's
pops
what
up
I
and all you see is
thought. Like some compost just moves out of the way and he's there, and Harry's like, Ernie, Harry. I just want to say, Harry, I'm sorry I ever suspected. No, I'm joking.
We're not even half a chapter in. This is
I
going
need to
great.
draw that. I need to draw that like yesterday. Oh my gosh.
Make a note so you don't forget.
Making a note so I don't forget. Just Ernie Macmillan, like,
With his
just in a
face.
pile of compost.
No,
Ernie?
he's not
Harry?
even. He just pops up and all you see is his shoulders, his head,
All
and
you see is
compost.
Not even his shoulders or his head, you just see his face, like, he's literally, like, just buried all the way up except for the face, and just a little
And
bit
nobody's
goes off.
questioning why Ernie is in the compost. It just
It's
is.
just that's what Ernie does in her biology class. Hermione's smart, Harry messes and Ron mess things up, and
And
Ernie's in the
Ernie,
compost pile.
Ernie's swimming in the compost.
Ernie
Oh,
in the
oh.
compost. I'm not good at drawing people, but I'll do my best.
Ernie the
Oh my
compost kid.
gosh.
Oh, damn it, we're fine.
It Madame Pomfrey just passes by and she just kind of pats Ernie on the head as she teaches the rest of the class about the mandrakes, you know? This has been going on since
And
year one.
he just big, like saucer eyes, maniacal smile, just sinks into the compost.
he's he's just comfy. He's comfy there. Oh my
You
gosh. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but
that was great. I don't care. I'm fine.
that made me laugh way too hard. Oh my gosh.
You okay?
And they're about to have this very like serious conversation.
Okay, so now chat. Now you've got Ernie's face in the compost, just his face, and we're gonna have this
Wait for it.
conversation.
Wait, there's more. I just read ahead a little bit. There's more.
I just want to say, Harry, that I'm sorry I ever suspected you. I know you'd never attack Hermione Granger, and apologize for all the stuff I said. And we're all in the same boat now. And well, he held out a pudgy hand, sticking it out of the compost, and Harry shook it.
Just like
Ernie and his friend Hannah came to work at the same shrivel fig as Harry and Ron.
this
While
moving
Hannah
pile of
rolled the
compost.
compost bin so that Ernie could reach the shrivel fig.
It just shuffles like it's like
Got this little pig pen dust cloud behind it.
yes, exactly. He is Pigpen.
That Draco Malfoy character, said Ernie, breaking off dead twigs and sticking them into his
From his
compost
compost
pile.
pile.
He
He breaks them off from the compost pile and puts them on the plant.
Puts them back.
And everyone else is like taking him off, like,
he's
stop
there
it.
sewing the sticks back on. Everyone's like, will you stop? We just pulled that one off.
I'm choking. Hold on. I need like 2 seconds.
He seems very pleased about all this, doesn't he? You do know I think he might be Slytherin's heir. That's clever of you, said Ron, who didn't seem to have forgiven Ernie as readily as Harry. Do you think it's Malfoy, Harry? Ernie asked. No, said Harry so firmly that Ernie and Hannah stared. A second later, Harry spotted something that made him hit Ron over the head with the pruning shears.
Wait, it says that?
Yes?
Mine just says a second later, Harry spotted something, period.
Nope, mine says a second later, Harry spotted something that made him hit Ron over the head with his pruning shears.
What?
Blades first. Blades first.
Just has like shears sticking out of his head for the rest of the movie.
He's
Just
got
like
this
little
big clump of red hair missing off the back of his head.
like,
a little
like
close, Harry.
blood just spouting out.
It's like,
It
I'm
matches
fine.
the hair. It's fine.
It's like, everything's fine. Ouch! What are you? Harry was pointing at the ground a few feet away. Several large damn, this is going well. Several large spiders were scurrying across the earth. Oh yeah, said Ron, trying and failing to look pleased. But we can't follow them now. Ernie and Hannah were listening curiously.
Okay, sorry, really quick. It's weird. They moved the pruning shears part further down. So mine says, a second later, Harry spotted something. Several large spiders were scuttling over the ground on the other side of the glass, moving in an unnaturally straight line as though taking the shortest route to a prearranged meeting. Harry hit Ron over the head with his pruning shears. Ouch! What are you? Harry pointed out the spiders, following their progress with his eyes screwed up against the sun. Oh yeah, said Ron, trying to look pleased, but we can't follow them now. Okay.
That whole
That's
thing
weird.
about the spider pathing isn't in my book.
That's weird. Maybe there was like added in later, like, ooh, look at the creepy magical spiders. Look at this.
You don't broke his mic. This is going great.
Oh, are we back?
You're
Are we back?
Jesus, you got so excited.
Oh my goodness.
You broke your mic. I need you to calm down.
I'm trying.
You're gonna
I'm
hurt
trying.
yourself.
I'm just so excited to be back and doing this with my normal voice.
Oh, look, they're heading for the Forbidden Forest, and Ron looked even unhappier about that. At the end of the lesson, Professor Sprout escorted the class to their defense against the dark arts lesson. Oh, God. Harry and Ron lagged behind the others so they could talk out of earshot. We'll have to use the invisibility cloak
Invisibility
again.
cloak.
Invisibility. Harry told Ron.
Probably.
Oh, God. I swear I don't have marbles in my mouth. We can take Fang with us. He's used to going into the forest with Hagrid. He might be of some help. Right, said Ron, who was twirling his wand nervously in his fingers. Aren't there supposed to be werewolves in the forest? He added as he took their usual places at the back of Lockhart's classroom. Preferring not to answer that question, Harry said, "There are good things in there, too. The centaurs are all right, and the unicorns." Ron had never been into the Forbidden Forest. Holy shit! Into the Forbidden Forest before. There we go. Harry had
Harry
entered.
Potter, and no, we can pronounce this, I promise.
Harry Potter, and no, I'm not having a stroke. Harry had
Holly
entered.
Plopper. Plopper.
Spider Pig, Spider Pig. Um,
Exactly.
Harry had entered it only once and had hoped never to do so again. Lockhart bounded into the room and the class stared at him. Every other teacher in this place was looking grimmer than usual, but Lockhart appeared nothing short of buoyant. Your turn,
Come now.
he cried, beaming around him.
Why all the long faces?
People swapped exasperated.
Exasperated looks.
Jesus, I am having a stroke. But
It's
nobody
okay.
answered,
Don't you realize
said Lockhart, speaking slowly as though they were all a bit dim.
the danger has passed? The culprit has been taken away.
Says who? Said Dean Thomas loudly.
My dear young man, the Minister of Magic wouldn't have taken Hagrid if he hadn't been 100% sure that he was guilty.
Said Lockhart in a tone of someone explaining that one and one made two. Oh, yes, he would, said Ron even more loudly than Dean.
I flatter myself I know a touch more about Hagrid's arrest than you do, Mr. Weasley.
Said Lockhart in a self-satisfied tone. Ron started to say that he didn't think so, somehow, but stopped mid-sentence when Harry kicked him under the desk. We weren't there, remember? Harry muttered, but Lockhart's disgusting cheeriness and hints that he had always thought Hagrid was no good, his confidence that the whole business was now at an end, irritated Harry so much that he yearned to throw Gattling with Ghouls right at Lockhart's stupid face. Instead, he contented himself with scrawling a note to Ron. Let's do it tonight. You have to be very careful where the inflection in that statement goes.
Yeah.
Ron read the message, swallowed hard, and looked sideways at the empty seat usually filled by Hermione. Oh, God.
Oh, he misses Hermione. He has to do something.
Oh, God. I'm so glad that you're so innocent, Doodle. The seat
No,
seemed...
I know what you're talking about. That's why I'm saying he
He
misses
misses
Hermione.
Hermione.
Classic. He
He
misses
does.
Hermione.
He does. Oh, God. I'm okay. This is
I'm
good
not that
spelling.
innocent.
DCMA, the slide seemed to stiffen
I
his...
won't get a sponsorship from anyone.
Neither will I. Have you heard the words that
Well,
came out of my face hole? Nobody wants to be associated with this hot mess.
one day, maybe one day.
The Gryffindor common room was always very crowded these days, because from 6 o'clock onwards, the Gryffindors had nowhere else to go. They also had plenty to talk about, with the result of the common room often didn't empty until past midnight. Harry went to get the invisibility cloak out of his trunk right after dinner, and spent the evening sitting on it, waiting for the room to clear. Fred and George challenged Harry and Ron to a few games of exploding snap, and Ginny sat watching them, very subdued in Hermione's usual chair. Harry and Ron kept losing on purpose, trying to finish the games quickly. But even so, it was well past midnight when Fred, George, and Ginny finally went to bed. Harry and Ron waited for the distant sounds of two dormitory doors closing before seizing the cloak, throwing it over themselves, and scrambling through the portrait hole. It was another difficult journey through the castle, dodging all the teachers. At last, they reached the entrance hall, slid the back of the lock on the oak doors, squeezed between them, trying to stop any creaking, and stepped out into the moonlit gardens. You know what I think they need in their caper kit? A bottle of WD-40. would stop all these squeaky doors they seem to have no
No,
problem with.
never, never. Wizards would never stoop to such muggle ways of,
And
like, making
frog
sure.
slime. I don't care. Something. Oil the hinges. You're not that
That's
dumb, I
so
promise.
muggle, though. That's so muggle. Why not just let the doors magically fix themselves? We just don't know that charm yet.
You okay?
I'm angry at wizards.
Okay, carry on. You sit there and stew for a minute.
Okay.
Course. Course said Ron abruptly as they strode across the black grass. We might get to the forest and find there's nothing to follow. The spiders might not even been going there at all. I know they looked like they were moving in that sort of general direction, but his voice trailed off hopefully. They reached Hagrid's house, sad and sorry looking with its black windows. When Harry pushed the door open, Fag went mad with joy at the sight of them. Worried he might wake everyone in the castle with his deep booming barks, they hastily fed him treacle fudge from a tin on the mantelpiece, which glued his teeth together. That's one way to shut him up, I
Sure.
suppose. Couldn't just pet him and make him happy. No, just glue his jaw shut, you know.
Shut up. Hey,
Harry
Fang's happy. That's all that matters.
Harry left the invisibility cloak on Hagrid's table. There would be no need for it in the pitch dark forest. Come on,
There's
Fang.
plenty of need for it in the pitch dark
There's
forest,
all of
sir.
the need for it.
You realize that probably many of the things in the forest are like see in the dark types because the forbidden forest is like eternally dark or something?
I
Like
see
just
in the dark types.
I don't know what the word is.
I don't know, but I'm here for it.
I'm just saying, like, oh, we
Just
don't need to
saying.
see that. We're gonna be in the dark. Yeah, the wolves probably don't care. What else? The
Oh,
spiders.
God.
Um,
We're fine. We can do this, right? We're competent-ish. Jeez.
you know what? Makes sense that these guys didn't pack WD-40. Hermione's not with them.
Oh, very true. Come on, Fang, we're going for a walk, said Harry, patting his leg, and Fang bounded happily out of the house behind them, dashed to the edge of the forest, and lifted his leg against a large sycamore tree. Glad we know that Fang peed. Thanks for telling us. Harry
Yep.
took out his wand, murmured Lumos, and a tiny light appeared at the end of it, just enough to let them watch the path for signs of spiders. Good thinking, said Ron. I'd light mine too, but, it'd probably blow up or something.
Every spell just makes them like vomit slugs.
Oh, God. Harry tapped Ron on the shoulder, pointing at the grass. Two solitary spiders were hurrying away from the wand light into the shade of the trees. Okay, Ron sighed, as though resigned to the worst. I'm ready. Let's go. So, with Fang scampering around them, sniffing tree roots and leaves, they entered the forest. By the glow of Harry's wand, they followed the steady trickle of spiders moving along the path. Ugh. They walked for about 20 minutes, not speaking, listening hard for noises other than breaking twigs and rustling leaves. Then, when the trees had become thicker than ever, so the stars overhead were no longer visible and Harry's wand shone alone in the sea of dark, they saw their spider guides leaving the path. Harry paused, trying to see where the spiders were going, but everything outside his little sphere of light was pitch black. He had never been this deep into the forest before. He could vividly remember Hagrid advising him not to leave the forest path last time he was in here. But Hagrid was miles away now, probably sitting in a cell in Azkaban, and he had also said to follow the spiders. Something wet touched Harry's hand, and he jumped backwards, crushing Ron's foot, but it was only Fang's nose. What do you reckon? Harry said to Ron, whose eyes he could just make out reflecting the light from his wand. We've come this far, said Ron. So they followed the darting shadows of the spiders into the trees. They couldn't move very quickly now. There were tree roots and stumps in their way, barely visible in the near blackness. Harry could feel Fang's hot breath on his hand. More than once they had to stop so Harry could crouch down to find the spiders in the wand light. They walked for what seemed like half an hour, their robes snagging on low-slung branches and brambles. After a while, they noticed that the ground seemed to be sloping downwards through the tree, though the trees were thick as ever. Then Fang suddenly let loose a great echoing bark, making both Harry and Ron jump out of their skins. What? Said Ron loudly, looking around in the pitch dark and gripping Harry's elbow very hard. Ah!
They like leave. We're never speaking of this moment again. Oh, we're speaking of it very often.
Right. There's something moving over there, Harry breathed. Listen, sounds like something big. They listened. Some distance to the right, the something big was snapping branches as it carved a path through the trees. Oh no, said Ron. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, shut up, said Harry frantically. It'll hear you. Hear me? Said Ron in an unnaturally high voice. It's already heard Fang!
I will say, I just want to say, props to Rupert Grint in movies for freaking like, oh,
Nailing this.
oh no, like his voice goes like off the scale. Only dogs in the neighborhood are barking now, and oh my, his
Only
face
Fang.
is so good, and we have not seen that face ever since that movie, and it's very sad. I
Yeah,
miss that face.
I'm super upsetty spaghetti.
Can you imagine like year 7, Rupert Grint like and Hermione being like, "Oh
Dementors?
no."
Grow the fuck up, Ron! Puberty, it's a thing!
Like he has like his normal like low like yeah whatever then all of a
Then he
sudden he just
goes,
goes and Harry and Hermione are like, did you get kicked in the balls or something? What happened?
swing low, sweet
Sweet
chariot.
chariot.
Uh, the darkness seemed to be pressing on their eyeballs as they stood, terrified, waiting. There was a strange rumbling noise, and then silence. What do you think it's doing? Said Harry. Probably getting ready to pounce, said Ron. They waited, shivering, hardly daring to move. Do you think it's gone? Harry whispered. Dunno. Then, to the right, came a sudden blaze of light, so bright in the darkness that both of them flung up their hands to shield their eyes. Fang yelped and tried to run, but got lodged in a tangle of thorns and yelped even louder. Harry! Ron shouted, voice breaking off with relief. Harry! It's our car! What? Come on! Harry blundered after Ron towards the light, stumbling and tripping, and a moment later they had emerged into a clearing. Mr. Weasley's car was standing empty in the middle of the circle of thick trees under a roof of dense branches, its headlamps ablaze. As Ron walked, open-mouthed, towards it, it moved slowly towards him, exactly like a large turquoise dog greeting its owner. It's been here all the time, said Ron delightedly, walking around the car. Look at it, the forest turned it wild. The wings of the car were scratched and smeared with mud. Apparently it had taken to trundling around the forest on its own. Fang didn't seem at all keen on it. He kept close to Harry, who could feel him quivering, his breathing slowing down again. Harry stuffed his wand back into his robes. And we thought it was going to attack us, said Ron, leaning against the car and patting it. I wondered where it had gone. Harry squinted around on the
It's still a
floodlit.
possibility.
Yes, not at all out of the realm of things that
It's
might
not.
happen.
I would be more than a little nervous to be around that car. Like,
When you
are
threw
we
that
about to
car
like?
into a tree that kicked its ass, I'd be real nervous around that car right
I'm
now.
like, are we gonna? I was like, are we gonna get Grand Theft Auto here in like 2 seconds? Just like ran over. End of Harry Potter book 2.
Yeet. Harry Potter. Jesus.
Harry Potter, and that time I got run over by a car.
Harry Potter. Um.
Harry Potter, and the time I got my name legally changed to Pothole because of what the car did to me.
Can you show me where on the wall the car touched you?
I can't move my arms.
I'm in traction.
He's like, look at me. I'm flat. I'm like Flat Stanley.
Oh, that would have been great.
I was mailed to the doctor's office by Owl.
Ron, Ron rolls him up like a piece of parchment, takes him to the hospital wing, and they just attach an air compressor and reinflate him.
Is that a pump? No, it's a body regrow
Word.
magic pump. So it's a pump. Yes, it's a pump. You can't expect me to have magical cures for everything. You kids are stupid.
They are not smart.
She
We've
wheels out like
lost.
secret X-ray machines and IV drips, and she's like, Dumbledore doesn't know I have these, but I need them.
She's got like this black market muggle medicine trade happening in her back
Honestly,
office.
she's like, he cannot know.
He must never know. We've
I have
lost
a
the
contact at the hospital.
we've lost the trail, he said. Come on, let's go find them. Ron didn't speak. He didn't move. His eyes were fixated on the point, some 10 feet above the forest floor, right behind Harry. His face was livid with terror. Harry didn't even have time to turn around. There was a loud clicking noise, and suddenly he felt something long and hairy seize him around the middle and lift him up off the ground so that he was hanging face down.
Harry
Struggling.
sees himself, and Harry
Go,
does
go,
wee.
gadget lasso! I don't know why I just turned Harry into Inspector
No,
Gadget, but I'm here for it.
Hairy, Harry, not Har. Aw. Okay.
Either way, I'm here for it.
It's so sad whenever it's his name is mentioned, but it's not his name.
I know.
It's a homonym.
Homonym.
Do 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 do.
Struggling, terrified, he heard more clicking and saw
Struggling
Ron's
indeed.
legs leave the ground too. Heard Fang whimpering and howling. Next moment, he was being swept away into the dark trees. Head hanging, Harry saw that what had a hold of him was marching on 6 immensely long, hairy legs, and the front 2 clutching him tightly. Below, a pair of shining black pincers. Behind him, he could hear another of the creatures, no doubt carrying Ron. They were moving into the very heart of the forest. Harry could hear Fang fighting to free himself from a third monster, whining loudly. But Harry couldn't have yelled even if he'd wanted to. He seemed to have left his voice back at the car in the clearing. He never knew how
You
long
always
he was
forget
in.
something.
You always forget something in the car.
Always forget something. I forget my phone. My wife sometimes forgets her wallet in the car. Harry forgets his voice. It's very common.
The keys, one of these things
The
are happening.
keys. Yep, exactly.
Either way, it's a thing.
It's a thing.
Oh,
It's totally
God.
a thing.
Harry never knew how long he was in the creature's clutches. He only knew that darkness suddenly lifted enough for him to see that the leaf-strewn ground was now swarming with spiders. Yep, I'm out.
Mm,
Um, I'm
I
noping out
think
of
you
this
go over if you need
situation.
me
I
to.
am apparating with or without consequences.
The
Consequences from the
ministry.
ministry be damned. I'm out.
Why did you apparate into a very public Muggle train station? Spiders! Valid.
Cleared.
Your excuse, have a lollipop.
Have a popsicle. Craning his neck sideways, he realized that they had reached the rim of a hollow which had been cleared of trees, so that the stars shone brightly into the worst scene he had ever clapped eyes upon. Spiders. Not tiny spiders like those surging over the leaves below, spiders the size of cart horses. Eight-eyed,
Oh.
eight-legged, black, hairy, and gigantic. The massive specimen that was carrying Harry made its way down the steep slope towards the misty, domed web of the very creature of the hollow. Very center of the furry creature. Jesus. Very center of the hollow, while its fellows closed in all around it, clicking their pincers excitedly at the sight of its load. Harry fell to the ground on all fours as the spider released him. Ron and Fang thudded down next to him. Fang wasn't howling anymore, but cowering silently on the spot. Ron looked exactly like Harry felt. His mouth was stretched wide in a kind of silent scream, and his eyes were popping. Harry suddenly realized that the spider which had dropped him was saying something. It had been hard to tell because he clicked his pincers with every single word. Aragog, it called. Aragog! From the middle of the misty domed web, a spider the size of a small elephant emerged, very slowly. There was a gray in the back of its body and legs, and each of its eyes on his ugly, pincered head was milky white. He was blind.
Can I say really quick? I don't know why, but I've always imagined Aragog to have the voice of Tim Curry.
Yes!
And I cannot explain why. Like, I even watched the movie and I'm like, that's not his voice. No, that's not his voice. Did they redub that later? Because in my head, it's always been okay. When I was a kid, it was the voice I knew as Tim Curry was from Scooby Doo and The Witch's Ghost
Mm-hmm.
because he was in that, and so I was like, oh yeah, that's Aragog's voice. That makes sense. Yeah, okay, cool. And then I watched it like 10 years later in like high school, and I'm like, that's not his voice.
I'm mad
So
now.
just like so many years of me just thinking, oh, like obviously Tim Curry is the voice of Aragog, and then I finally get corrected, like by
And
the actual movie.
you're angry about it.
I to this day still I'm like, but no, that can't be. That makes I believe somewhere out there is like a deep director's cut somewhere where Tim Curry is the voice of Aragog, and I'm sorry. I know I'm
I,
wrong, but at the same time,
it is a
nothing will
hill
save your
he
life.
is willing to die upon.
It's so dumb because 'cause I'm like, I know I'm wrong, but at the same time, I'm like, there's no way. I remember this very distinctly as a kid, like, "Oh, that's the guy from Scooby Doo and the Witch's Ghost. That's cool that he's in this movie." And, like, it didn't occur to me even now that that would make no sense. Why would
It
he
was a
be in
fever
this
dream,
movie?
Doodle. It was a fever dream.
I guess it has to have been, but, I mean, can't you imagine how much better the movie? "What is it? Is it Hagrid? Kill them, I was sleeping."
Men, clicked the spider who had caught Harry. Is it Hagrid? Said Aragog, moving closer, his 8 milky eyes wandering vaguely. Strangers, clicked the spider who had brought Ron. Kill them, clicked Aragog fretfully. I was sleeping. We're friends of Hagrid's, Harry shouted. His heart seemed to have left his chest and pounded in his throat. Click, click, click went the pincers of all the spiders in the hollow. Aragog paused. Hagrid has never sent men into our hollow before, he said slowly. Hagrid's in trouble, said Harry, breathing very fast. That's why we've come. In trouble? Said the aged spider, and Harry thought he heard concern beneath the clicking pincers. But why has he sent you? Harry thought of getting to his feet, but decided against it. He didn't think his legs could support him. So he spoke from the ground as calmly as he could. They think up at the school that Hagrid's been setting a something on the students. They've taken him to Azkaban. Aragog clicked his pincers furiously, and then all around the hollow the sound was echoed by the crowd of spiders. It was like applause, except applause didn't usually make Harry feel sick with fear. I
Yay,
won't.
Hagrid!
Hooray! Because they have no social
Hooray,
cues. They're
Azkaban!
spiders. But that was
I've
years
heard
ago. So
Azkaban is a great place. Sorry,
I've heard it's 5 stars this time of year.
men.
But why do I picture now Aragog, the Tim Curry voice from Ferngully.
Oh, I didn't know he was in I forgot he was in Ferngully,
He
actually. I haven't
does
seen Ferngully in ages.
the oil,
Yeah,
Retaxis.
he does the oil, I forgot. I just had this vision of now that I've gotten older, and I have seen clips of Tim Curry in Rocky Horror, I am now imagining Aragog in, thigh-high boots that are red and sparkly. So
I am
that's
here for
also
Aragog and Kinky Boots. We're here.
come up
Aragog
to the
stars in
lab
Kinky Boots.
and see what's on the slab. It's Hagrid in Azkaban.
Everyone starts dancing in their underwear.
No, that's bad. Don't listen to how I say it. I just always talk like this.
But but that was years ago, said Aragog fretfully. Years and years ago, I remember it well. That's why they made him leave the school. They believed that I was the monster that dwells in that what they call the Chamber of Secrets. They thought that Hagrid had opened the Chamber of Secrets and set me free. And you didn't come from the Chamber of Secrets? Said Harry, who could feel cold sweat on his forehead. I? Said Aragog, clicking angrily. I was not born in the castle. I come from a distant land. A traveler gave me to Hagrid when I was an egg. Hagrid was only a boy, but he cared for me, hidden in a cupboard in the castle, feeding me on scraps from the table. Hagrid is my good friend and a good man. When I was discovered and blamed for the death of a girl, he protected me. I have lived here in the forest ever since, where Hagrid still visits me. He even found me a wife, Mosag, and you see how our family has grown, all through Hagrid's goodness. Harry summoned what remained of his courage. You never, never attacked anyone? Never, croaked the old spider. It would have been my instinct, but from respect from Hagrid, I never harmed a human. The body of the girl who was killed was discovered in a bathroom. I never saw any part of the castle but the cupboard in which I grew up. Our kind, like the dark and the quiet. But then, do you know what did kill that girl? Said Harry. Because whatever it is, it's back and it's attacking people again. His words were drowned by a loud outbreak of clicking and the rustling of many long legs shifting angrily. Large, black shapes shifted all around him. That thing that lives in the castle, said Aragog, is an ancient creature we spiders fear above all others. Well do I remember how I pleaded with Hagrid to let me go when I sensed the beast moving about the castle. What is it? Said Harry urgently. More loud clicking, more rustling. The spiders seemed to be closing in. We do not speak of it, said Aragog fiercely. We do not name it. I have never even told Hagrid the name of that dread creature, though he's asked me many times.
Can you draw it?
Can you show
Like
me?
charades? Like, can you just like you don't have to say it,
You
but can
have
you like
8
can we
legs. Charades should be easy for you.
like Hangman? Can I like guess a letter? Like, is it does it start
Can I
with an
buy a vowel?
R? you, a giant wheel appears. Uh,
Buy a vowel. Uh,
Man, this wheel's heavy.
Harry
We
didn't
won't
want to
speak of it, but we never get to use the wheel. Sorry, go ahead.
put it away.
Put it away. Oh.
Harry didn't want to press the subject, not with the spiders pressing closer on all sides. Aragog seemed to be tired of talking. He was backing slowly into his domed web, but his fellow spiders continued to inch slowly towards Harry and Ron. We'll just go then, Harry called desperately to Aragog, hearing leaves rustling behind him. Go, said Aragog slowly. I think not. But, my sons and daughters do not harm Hagrid on my command, but I cannot deny them fresh meat when it wanders so willingly into our midst. Goodbye, friend of Hagrid. Harry spun around. Feet away, towering above him, was a solid wall of spiders, clicking, their many eyes gleaming in their ugly black heads. Even as he reached for his wand, Harry knew it was no good. There were too many of them, and as he tried to stand, ready to die fighting, a loud, long note sounded, and a blaze of light flamed through the hollow. Mr. Weasley. Damn it, Doodle, get out of
Oh
my
no, it's gone Yankee on us.
God damn it, Doodle, get out of my headspace. It's crowded enough in there already.
I live there rent free, and you can't stop me.
Damn it. Start paying rent.
No.
Or at least take out the trash.
Okay.
Mr. Weasley's car was thundering down the slope, headlamps glaring, horns screeching, honking spiders. No, honking spiders.
Hunky spiders. Wee.
Honking spiders.
Wee.
Damn it. Knocking spiders aside, several were thrown onto their backs, their endless legs waving in the air. Like poor upturned turtles. The car screeched to a halt in front of Harry and Ron, and the doors flew open. Get Fang! Harry yelled, driving to the front seat. Diving. Oh my god, I'm having a stroke. Ron seized the boarhound around the middle and threw him. Yelping into the back of the car, the doors slammed shut. Ron didn't touch the accelerator, but the car didn't need him. The engine roared and they were off, hitting more spiders. They sped up the slope, out of the hollow, and they were soon crashing through the forest, branches whipping the windows as the car wound its way cleverly through the widest gaps, following a path it obviously knew. Harry looked sideways at Ron. His mouth was still open in a silent scream, but his eyes weren't popping anymore. You okay? Ron stared straight ahead, unable to speak. They smashed their way through the undergrowth, Fang howling loudly in the back seat, and Harry saw the wing mirrors snap off as they squeezed past a large oak. Another 10 noisy, rocky minutes, the trees thinned, and Harry could see patches of sky. The car stopped so suddenly that they were nearly thrown into the windscreen. They had reached the edge of the forest. Fang flung himself out the window in his anxiety to get out, and when Harry opened his door, he shot through the trees to Hagrid's house, tail between his legs. Harry got out too, and after a minute or so, Ron seemed to regain the feeling in his limbs and followed, still stiff-necked and staring. Harry gave the car a gleeful pat as it reversed back into the forest and disappeared from view. Harry went back to Hagrid's cabin to get the invisibility cloak. Fang was trembling under a blanket in his basket. When Harry got outside again, he found Ron being violently sick in the pumpkin patch. Follow the spiders, said Ron weakly, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. I'll never forgive Hagrid. We're lucky to be alive. I bet he thought Aragog wouldn't hurt friends of his, said Harry. That's exactly Hagrid's problem, said Ron, thumping the wall of the cabin. He always thinks monsters aren't as bad as they're made out. And look where it's got him. A cell in Azkaban. He was shivering uncontrollably now. What was the point of sending us in there? What have we found out, I'd like to know? That Hagrid never opened the Chamber of Secrets, said Harry, throwing the cloak over Ron and prodding him in the arm to make him walk. He was innocent. Ron gave a loud snort. Evidently, hatching Aragog out of a cupboard wasn't his idea of being innocent. As the castle loomed nearer, Harry twitched the cloak to make sure their feet were hidden. They pushed the creaking front doors ajar. They walked carefully back across the entrance hall, up the marble staircase, holding their breath as they passed corridors where watchful sentries were walking. At last they reached the safety of the Gryffindor common room, where the fire had burned itself into glowing ash. They took off the cloak and climbed the winding staircase to their dormitory. Ron fell into his bed without bothering to get undressed. Harry, however, didn't feel very sleepy. He sat on the edge of his four-poster, thinking hard about everything Aragog had said. The creature that was lurking somewhere in the castle, he thought, sounded like a sort of monster. Voldemort. Even other monsters didn't want to name it. But he and Ron were no closer to finding out what it was or how it petrified his victims. Even Hagrid had never known what was in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry swung his legs up onto the bed and leaned back against his pillows, watching the moon glinting at him through the tower window. He couldn't see what else they could do. They had hit a dead end everywhere. Riddle had caught the wrong person, the heir of Slytherin had got off, and no one could tell whether it was the same person or a different one that had opened the chamber this time. There was nobody else to ask. Harry lay down, still thinking about what Aragog said. He was becoming drowsy when what seemed like their very last hope occurred to him and suddenly sat bolt upright. "Ron!" he hissed through the dark. "Ron!" Ron awoke with a yelp like Fang, stared wildly around the room and saw Harry. "Ron! That girl who died. Aragog said she was found in a bathroom," said Harry, ignoring Neville's sniffling snores from the corner. "What if she never left the bathroom? What if she is still there?" Ron rubbed his eyes, frowning through the moonlight, and then he understood. "You don't think. Not moaning Myrtle."
That is how that line is supposed to be read. Like, I don't want to go talk to her.
"She got mad at me and punched me in the head with her ghost fist last time we tried this.
It didn't really hurt or anything. It was.
It was
I don't
gooey and
want
awkward.
to. I don't like confrontation.
I don't want to do it.
I don't want to deal with that.
Please, no."
I love how Ron's only takeaway with the spider thing was Hagrid is totally guilty now, despite all of the
This
exposition that they've been given.
it's still Hagrid because he hatched the damn spider.
He hatched a spider, and
That's
it's like
it.
anyone who has hatched a spider is obviously a bad guy in
They
my
should
book.
obviously go to Azkaban.
Hagrid is Voldemort confirmed. That is
That is Ron's
like that.
take
That
on
is
everything
Ron's
right now.
take. You're a racist.
Ernie
You're
lives so.
Voldemort.
Out of that chapter, we've gathered that Ernie lives in a compost pile. Justin
Yep.
never actually appeared in the movies, and he was a fever dream. Tim
Yep.
Curry is the voice of a spider. Hagrid deserves to be in Azkaban for hatching said spider. And now
And
they
the
have to
Ford
go talk to
Anglia
the
is
dead chick in
secretly
the bathroom
planning to
again.
murder. Oh, and the chick, yeah, Myrtle. That's right. Like,
That's
and
what
the
I got
Ford
from that
Anglia is
chapter.
fighting against.
And yeah.
Actually, there is an important thing that we should have gotten from that chapter too. That car is one of the bravest characters in this entire book series.
I would not.
And
No, you wander into a den of those spiders, I'm friggin' leaving you there. It
I
was
know,
nice
right?
knowing
So
you.
the car volunteered, which I'm like, why didn't Harry Potter name any of his children Ford Anglia? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. We've got an Albus Severus, which is like the worst two names you can shove together into one sentence.
Right?
Those are old people names. And then and then the next child should have been, Father, I'm scared to go. Ford Anglia Potter. You were named after the bravest car I've ever met. And that thing was sick.
That thing was not scared of anything.
It could fly. It could turn invisible. You're gonna rock it, dude.
As he just starts spinning on the ground.
He very briefly turns into like Bill and or Ted and like shreds on an air guitar like while he's doing that. Like, yeah, Anglia, yeah. And the kids are like, Dad's.
And Ginny's just looking at him going, I was unconscious when he named this child.
She's like, the wizards put permanent ink on the birth certificates. I had no choice. It's like apparently in Family Guy, the reason Meg is named Meg is because frickin' her full name is not Megan, it's Megatron because Peter's a terrible dad.
Yep.
Peter's such a terrible. Panda Buddy says Albus Severus is equal to Beatrice Eustace, and that, yeah, mm-hmm.
You're not wrong.
No, that. I think that's dead on the money. That's oh gosh.
That
I know what I'm naming my first kid.
You're naming her after me.
You're the second one. You're the one I'm going to put my success in.
Ah, yes.
My first child's going to be the experimental child, as all first children are.
Yeah. Yep.
Hold on, I need a little sippy of something.
My throat hurts.
It's almost time for it's almost time for serious Gilderoy. Okay, this actually worked out pretty well.
Well, I figured if I did the spooky, scary skeletons, the spiders, that you would end up with a Lockhart chapter.
And Tom Riddle's going to be introduced in this chapter too, and I can't wait to voice him because
So
I
you
think
get
I've
to do
got a good
all the
voice for him.
things.
I have been dreaming. I wanted to do either Sirius Gilderoy or Tom Riddle in the Chamber, and I wasn't sure which one I was going to get. And I'm still not 100% sure what's going to come out of my mouth for Sirius Gilderoy. We're going to find out. It's going to be an adventure
But we're
together.
gonna go with yep. We said that.
We definitely said that for better or worse.
It's a thing. It's there.
Um, it's definitely a thing.
Oh God.
Are we ready?
Are we ever?
Oh no! Guess what time it is?
Oh, what did he do now?
Panda has redeemed 5 minutes of ooh.
Just because this
So
this is where Classique mutes her mic
this is where Classic meets her mic.
because I am laughing so hard.
Myrtle's gonna talk with an ooh voice, which is actually pretty fitting for Myrtle. Actually, if you really
But
think about
remember,
it,
she was the kid from Hot Topic. We covered this.
yeah, she's definitely an ooh like goth kid.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Oh dear.
this is gonna fit too well. I Ken has hugs. I Ken has cheeseburger. Uh, so this is the chapter where I double die. Okay, great, awesome. Thanks, Panda.
Great. Okay. Muting mic. Here goes nothing.
5 minutes starting now. Chapter 16, The Chamber of Secrets. All those times we were in that bathroom, and she was just 3 toilets away, woo, said Juan bitterly at breakfast next day. You're not muted, Questy, just so you know. Oh, I can still hear you on mine, so just so you know, my viewers are gonna be hearing you laughing. It's gonna be so cute, woo. It had been hard enough trying to look for spiders, escaping their teachers long enough to sneak into a girl's bathroom, the girl's bathroom, moreover, right next to the scene of the first attack, was going to be almost impossible. But something happened in their first lesson, Transfiguration, that drove the Chamber of Secrets out of their minds for the first time in weeks. Oh well? 10 minutes into the class, Professor McGonagall told them that their exams would start on the 1st of June, 1 week from today. Exams, howled Seamus Finnegan. We're still getting exams. Oh, whoa. There was a loud bang behind Harry Uwu as Neville Longbottom's wand slipped, vanishing one of the wakes on his desk. Professor McGonagall restored it with a wave of her own wand and turned, frowning, to Seamus. She just very casually, oh, it's Neville again. Whoops. The whole point of keeping the school open at this time is for you to receive your education, she said sternly. The exams will therefore take place as usual, and I trust you are all studying very hard. Studying very hard, it had never occurred to Harry that there would be exams with a castle in this state. There was a great deal of mutinous muttering around the room, which made Professor McGonagall scowl even more darkly. Professor Dumbledore's instructions were to keep the school running as normally as possible, she said. And that, I hardly need point out, means finding out how much you have learned this year. I've learned that all my classmates are dead. Harry looked down at the pair of white rabbits that he was supposed to be turning into slippers. What had he learned so far this year? He couldn't seem to think of anything that would be useful in an exam. Juan looked as though he'd just been told he had to go live in the Forbidden Forest. Woo. Can you imagine me taking exams with this? He asked Harry, holding up his wand, which had just started whistling loudly. 3 days before their first exam, Professor McGonagall made another announcement at breakfast. I have good news, she said, and the great hall, instead of falling silent, erupted. Dumbledore's finally back! Said several people yelled joyfully. You've caught the heir of Slytherin! Squealed a girl at the Ravenclaw table. Quidditch matches are back on! Roared Wood excitedly. Everyone else went quiet for a moment. When the hubbub had subsided, Professor McGonagall said, Professor Sprout has informed me that the mandrakes are ready for cutting at last. Tonight we will be able to revive those people who have been petrified. I need hardly remind you all that one of them may well be able to tell us who or what attacked them. I am hopeful that this dreadful year will end with our catching the culprit, Uwu. There was an explosion of chewing. Harry looked over at the Slytherin table and wasn't at all surprised to see that Draco Malfoy hadn't joined in. Ron, however, was looking happier than he'd looked in days. Oh, well, it won't matter that we never asked Myrtle then, he said to Harry. Hermione'll probably have all the answers when they wake her up. Mind you, she'll go crazy when she finds out we've got exams in 3 days' time. She hasn't studied. It might be kinder to leave her where she is till they're over. Just then, Ginny Weasley came over and sat down next to Ron. Ooh. She looked tense and nervous, and Harry noticed that her hands were twisting in her lap. What's up? Said Ron, helping himself to more porridge. Ginny didn't say anything, but glanced up at and down the Gryffindor table with a scared look on her face that reminded Harry of someone, though he couldn't think of who. Spit it out, said Ron, watching her. Harry suddenly realized who Ginny looked like. She was walking backward and forward slightly in her chair, exactly like Dobby did when he was teetering on the edge of revealing forbidden information. I've got to tell you something, Ginny mumbled, carefully, not looking at Harry. What is it? Said Harry. Ginny looked as though she couldn't find the right words. What? Said Ron. Ginny opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Harry leaned forward and spoke quietly so that only Ginny and Ron could hear him. Is it something about the Chamber of Secrets, Uru? That's time.
For
You
the
okay, Classic?
no, I'm
No.
not. No.
I bet you missed that. Come
I
on, Twitch,
need
sponsor me. Look what you're missing out on.
I need an adult.
There are no adults to find on the internet, only more man children like me.
Oh, I'm not
Uru?
okay. I'm just glad there was no Ooh Voldemort. I would not. I cannot, will not. It's not.
Well, I mean, there might not have been, but you might have just christened our new character once he enters the picture.
Oh God! We're gonna read the next books with an Ooh Voldemort.
Howie! Harry Potter! Woo! Oh, Draco! Draco! Oh, whoa! Draco! Oh, Draco!
I've had a good day.
Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra, woo!
Why don't I have an adult? Why? I need adult supervision.
No, I refuse to let adult supervision temper this stream. This is pure unadulterated childishness,
This
and
is
that's
pure
it.
unadulterated chaos.
Yep.
Oh God.
Okay. Um, is it something about the Chamber of Secrets? Have you seen something?
Oh,
Someone acting oddly? Ginny drew a deep breath, and at that precise moment, Percy Weasley appeared, looking tired and wan.
I'm polishing his prefect badge nipple piercing.
If you've finished eating, I'll take that seat, Ginny. I'm starving. I've only just come off patrol duty. Ginny jumped up as he. Oh, yeah! That's where that voice is coming from. Okay. Which is funny because Percy is definitely not the person who would get a hoya.
No, he would not. He would get a throat punch.
Yeah, I mean, granted, I'm not the kind who would give a hoya either, but I mean, there you go.
Here we go. It was the thing that happened.
It's just that's the voice. Ginny jumped up as though her chair had been electrified, gave Percy a fleeting, frightened look, and scampered away. Percy sat down and grabbed a mug from the center of the table. Percy, said Ron angrily. She was just about to tell us something important. Halfway through a gulp of tea, Percy choked. What sort of thing? He said, coughing.
I'll
I
warn you
just.
before you do things like that. I almost had a mouthful of tea.
Oh, well, I'll make sure I don't warn you so that way you spit your tea all over your stream.
Oh.
Clip-worthy moment. I just asked her if she's seen anything odd, and she said, "Oh, that has nothing to do with the Chamber of Secrets," said Percy at once. How do you know? Said Ron, his eyebrows raised. Well, if you must know, Ginny walked in on me the other day when I was masturbating. The point is, she spotted me doing.
Damn it, Doodle.
I'm sorry. They've been hinting so much that Percy's been up to something weird, and I can't.
Oh,
It's Percy. We've been giving him nipple rings and all this other stuff. Percy is like, and the problem is, I think he's in front of the mirror of Erised, and he's just looking at himself, like Narcissus at the pool,
Oh, dear.
and that, like, I just.
Doodle.
At least I used the medical term.
You did. You did. But I wasn't prepared. I wasn't
Hidden
braced for
goth kid, says Panda. I mean, I think Percy's either a hidden goth kid or full-on twink material, one of the two.
it.
He's definitely got tsundere energy. Like, it's not like I like you or anything, but the problem is he only loves one person, and that is himself.
He's incapable of loving anybody but himself.
He's incapable of loving anybody but himself. Every head boy is, with the exception of Draco Malfoy, who is madly in love with Harry Potter.
Prove me wrong.
I mean, either madly in love or unhealthily obsessed with. One of the two.
Could be both. Could be both.
I think it might. I actually want to say it's maybe the latter. It's a little unhealthy as the books go on. It's a little bit unhealthy as the books go on.
A little bit.
Honey, you missed it. I made a masturbation joke on stream,
It almost killed me.
and it almost killed Classique. And it's about Percy, head boy Percy. Percy,
Nipple ring
yeah.
piercing of his badge.
Well, first of all, she was giving me a weird look, but then I said it was Percy, and she's like, "Oh, never mind."
Makes complete sense. We're okay.
Yep. And I told, and he was pleasuring himself with himself. He was looking at himself in a mirror and going, "Gosh darn you, sexy head boy, you." And
Prefect.
she's like,
Prefect. He's not head boy yet. Prefect.
"Oh, he's prefect. He's a prefect. That's right. He's a prefect. You can see it though, right? You can see it.
I don't want to see it. I don't want
Yeah.
to see it. I don't.
Well, she just says like, "What was he doing near the dungeon?" And I'm just like, That's where the Mirror of Erised secretly being
Send
kept. And so he's
help.
just looking at himself like he's like looking at himself getting the head boy award, and he's like, "Oh yeah."
Harry Potter, the Chamber of.
He's too obsessed with himself to be in love with anybody else. I'm sorry.
Oh.
He grows up to be a bottom to the Minister of Magic.
Right.
And the only reason is so that way he can look in a mirror and see himself and the Minister of Magic. That's the only reason. He doesn't actually.
That's why there's mirrors everywhere. Got it.
Panda, he was rubbing his badge while doing the duty. You mean while he was on duty?
Oh, the two of you, knock it off, both of you.
Also, just ignore your automod. What did automod block? I must see this.
Just ignore your
He was
auto
rubbing
mod.
his prefect badge while masturbating, is what it says. I should be able to see that while I'm in my phone. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm not gonna let that happen in a normal stream, so I'm just gonna let that one maybe slide, Panda. Because obviously, this is not a normal stream. This is very much.
This. Oh.
This is me being very PG-13.
Sometimes 16.
Yeah,
Depends
sometimes
on the
16.
situation.
We're probably using European ratings at this point.
I'm good.
Peggy
I'm
16.
fine for it.
Peggy 16 rating, you know. Let's see. And Percy, also, I love how Percy's totally oblivious to everything going on in every single book.
He has no idea what's
Like,
happening.
there is death and madness going on around him, and he's like,
my
"That's the
badge
butter."
has a spot.
Oh my! These goblets are in the wrong place. Percy Weasley and the quest for head boy. Percy Weasley, and I'm going to be prefect one day, Mummy.
I'm a good boy.
Percy. I'm in danger.
I'm in danger.
He's got the mental capacity of Ralph Wiggum, let's be honest.
He's got a crayon in his nose. It's fine.
Yep, it's fine. It's fine.
So he was, never mind.
Well, never mind. The point is, she spotted me doing something, and I astronaut to mention to Eddie. He was masturbating. I must say, I did think she'd keep her word. It's nothing. Does he really think that what his sister is so nervous and scared to tell her idol and her brother? Please be super careful, honey. Please be super careful, honey. Please be super careful, honey. Oh dear, honey. Okay, am I still on? Am I
Yep.
still on, everybody? My wife is trying to get past me, and my internet Ethernet cord is very sensitive.
You're.
And I'm
I
like,
I hear you.
honey. Let's see.
I thought you were trying to climb something, and I'm like, get down.
But I love how like he sees that, and his first thought is, "Oh no." Ginny looks terrified, and like looks like she's gonna share
But
some
it
very
must
dark
have something
information.
to do
It
with
must
me.
have something to do with me. He is Narcissus. Like he is Narcissus reincarnate. Let's be honest. Oh gosh, Percy. Don't ever change. We wouldn't have anyone else to laugh at. Anyways, it's nothing really. I'd just rather Harry had never seen Percy look so uncomfortable. What were you doing, Percy? Said Ron, grinning. Go on, tell us. We won't laugh. Percy didn't smile back. Pass me those rolls, Harry. I'm starving.
Worked up an
Harry
appetite.
knew I worked up an appetite after sending one out for the troops. Harry knew the whole mystery might be solved tomorrow without their help, but he wasn't about to pass up a chance to speak to Moaning Myrtle if it turned up. And to his delight, it did mid-morning, when they were being led up to History of Magic by Gilderoy Lockhart. Of course, it was Gilderoy Lockhart.
Of course.
Lockhart, who had so often assured them that all danger had passed, only to be proven wrong right away, was now wholeheartedly convinced that it was hardly worth the trouble to see them safely on the corridor. His hair wasn't as sleek as usual. It seemed as he had been up most of the night patrolling the fourth floor. Mark my words, he said, ushering them around a corner. The first words out of those poor petrified people's mouths will be, "It was Hagrid!" Frankly, I'm astounded Professor McGonagall thinks all these security measures are necessary. I agree, sir, said Harry, making Ron drop his books in surprise. Well, thank you, Harry, said Lockhart graciously while they were waiting for a long line of Hufflepuffs to pass. I mean, we teachers have quite enough to be getting on with without walking students to classes and setting guard all night. That's right, said Ron, catching on. Why don't you just leave us here, sir? We've only got one more corridor to go. You know, Weasley, I think I will, said Lockhart. I really should go. Go and prepare my next class. Oh, I only had 7 hours and 45 minutes of sleep last night. And he hurried off. Prepare his class, said Ron, stood after him. Gone to curl his hair, more like. They let the rest of the Gryffindors draw ahead of them, then darted down a side passage and hurried off towards Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. But just as they were congratulating each other on their brilliant scheme, Potter! Weasley! What are you doing? It was Professor McGonagall, and her mouth was the thinnest of thin lines. We were, Ron stammered. We were going to go and see Hermione, said Harry. Ron and Professor McGonagall looked at him. We haven't seen her for ages, Professor, Harry went on hurriedly, treading on Rom's foot. Oh! And we thought we'd sneak into the hospital wing, and tell the mandrakes are nearly ready and not to worry. Professor McGonagall was still staring at him for a moment. Was still staring at him, and for a moment, Harry thought she was going to explode. But when she spoke, it was strange. It was a strangely croaky voice. Oh, of course, she said, and Harry, amazed, saw a tear glistening in her beady eye. Of course, I realize this has been the hardest on the friends of those who have been. I quite understand. Yes, Potter, you of course may visit Miss Granger. I will inform Professor Baines where you've gone. Tell Madame Pomfrey I've given my permission. Harry and Ron walked away, hardly daring to believe that they'd avoided detention. As they turned the corner, they distinctly heard Professor McGonagall blow her nose.
Oh,
Oh, she is such a sweetheart,
she
honestly.
is Grandma
That,
McGonagall.
said Ron fervently, was the best story you've ever come up with. they had no choice now but to go to the hospital wing and tell Madame Pomfrey that they had Professor McGonagall's permission to visit Hermione. We'd have to go visit our best friend
Right, now
now.
we have to go look at her.
Great, now we have
Damn
to go
it.
visit Hermione. That sucks. I'm like, okay, guys, a little compassion, please.
A little bit.
Madame Pomfrey let them in, but reluctantly. There's just no point talking to a petrified person, she said. And they had to admit she had a point when they'd taken their seats next to Hermione. It was plain that Hermione didn't have the faintest inkling that she had visitors, that they might just as well tell her bedside cabinets not to worry for all the good it would do her. Wonder if they did see the attack. Wonder if she did see the attacker, though, said Ron, looking sadly at Hermione's face. Because if he sneaked up on them all, no one will ever know. But Harry wasn't looking at Hermione's face. He was more interested in her right hand. Now? It lay clenched on top of her blankets. Hold on.
Are you okay?
I'm just like, Ron, Harry, you need to visit your friend more. Like, can
She's
you
been in there
imagine?
for weeks. You guys haven't noticed she's holding something.
How has Madame Pomfrey not noticed this?
She's not paying attention to these kids
She,
with bed sores. That's all there is.
I think she's honestly like, they're fine, they're frozen, but they're fine. Okay, this kid has like magical measles, which is like normal measles, except they have weasel faces. Okay, so
And
let
every
me
time
just
they pop, they sing.
yes. She's like, this is honestly a little more of a worrisome thing. These guys are
Doodle,
easy. Just
doodle,
lift them up.
doodle, doodle, doodle. Harry Potter and the magical musical measles.
Book 8.
Why did that entertain me so much?
That's so good. Well, that's another thing I might have to write down, actually. Let me just mark that in my notes.
Harry Potter and the magical musical measles.
Magical. Oops. Hello. Magical.
Musical
Musical.
measles.
This is what Harry Potter and the Cursed Child should have been.
Harry Potter and the magical musical measles. It would have been great on Broadway.
Exactly. Just a musical.
It's just a musical
And
with
everyone's
everyone
like,
dressed up like
what?
measles dancing on the stage.
And everyone's like, what is happening? What is happening? I do not help. Hello?
This is not what I thought I was getting when I bought a ticket.
Harry Potter, nothing magical. Okay, let's see. But Harry wasn't looking at Hermione's face. He was more interested in her right hand. It lay clenched on top of her blankets, and bending closer, he saw that a piece of paper was scrunched inside her fist. Making sure that Madame Pomfrey was nowhere near, he pointed this out to Ron. Try and get it out, Ron whispered, shifting his chair so that he
No,
blocked
I'm just
Harry
gonna
from Madame
stare at
Pomfrey's
it,
view.
dumbass.
I don't feel like it.
Not today.
It was no easy task. Hermione's hand was clamped so tight around the paper that Harry was sure he was going to tear it. While Ron kept watch, he twisted and tugged, and at last, after several tense minutes, the paper came free. Geez, Hermione, you could have clenched it tighter when you got, or loose it when you got it paralyzed, you jerk.
You just dropped it.
Just
Put it in a pocket or something.
put it in your pocket, you ungrateful, selfish. No,
Behave. Calm down.
he's like just ratting Hermione out, and Hermione like tear drips down her cheek. Like,
Oh.
why are they so mean to me?
As Ron suddenly flicks her in the forehead.
Honestly, that's what he's been doing this entire time. That's what they didn't notice. They're like, let's see how many times we can throw a book at Hermione without her noticing.
She's studying
Go 5 up to
bioosmosis.
12. Hermione, study this book, huh? Coom. Let's see. Of the many fearsome beasts. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. So, it was a page torn from a very old library book. Harry smoothed it out eagerly, and Ron leaned in close to read it too. And then I want you to cue like an old like projector noise, like and like old like record like scratching kind of noise a little bit. Of the many fearsome beasts and monsters that roam our land, there is none more curious or more deadly than the basilisk. Well, known also as the king of serpents. This snake, which may like trying to do, I'm trying to like emulate like
Why
the
do you
old
sound
newscaster
like you're
voices.
selling a hair tonic on a corner?
I'm trying to be like world news today, like they would do like before the. Here's the air pilot Amelia Hart getting ready for her expedition. Good luck to her. Everybody knows women can't fly, like that kind of guy. You know what I mean?
Jesus Christ. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Or maybe
Everything's
I'll
fine.
go of the many, like like a
No, no,
a
keep
Nat Geo
selling the hair
documentary.
tonic. You're fine. You're fine.
Okay,
You're
I
fine.
was like, or a Nat Geo documentary. This
Right?
snake, which may reach gigantic size and live or Steve Irwin. This snake, which may reach gigantic size and live many hundreds of years, is born from a chicken's egg, hatched beneath a toad.
For
I'm
a
gonna go
second,
poke
I
it.
thought you were going to say chicken's ass. I was like, what?
Well, I mean, kind of.
God.
I love how specific it is. So it's a chicken's egg, but a toad has to hatch it. That's how that works. And then out comes a snake, obviously.
Right? Because 2 and 2
Because
are 12.
magic. All right, back to Hair Tonic. Its methods of killing are most wondrous. For aside from its deadly and venomous fangs, the basilisk is a murderous stare, and all who are affixed at the beam of its eye shall suffer instant death. Fighters flee before the basilisk, for it is their mortal enemy, and the basilisk flees only from the crowing of the rooster, which is fatal to it.
You can pull your fingers out of your nose now, Doodle.
Well, they weren't in my nose; I was plugging them, but
I
thanks.
had just a mental image of you sitting there at your desk reading it with one finger in each nostril.
Salty.
Oh, gross. Harry
And
Potter and the
beneath
flicking of
this,
the booger.
Harry Potter, and who's that weird guy who keeps really trying to impersonate our teachers and is doing a terrible job?
I can't breathe.
I heard the sorting hat didn't even touch his head and he was thrown into Hufflepuff. That tracks. Oh,
Oh,
God.
we can do this.
And beneath this, a single word had been written in a hand Harry recognizes Hermione's.
Did you just sneeze the word pipes?
No, pipes. She's scared.
Oh, okay.
It's like, da da da.
Thanks for the clarification, because for a
Yep.
moment I was concerned.
Choo pipes. It was as though somebody had just flicked a light on in his brain. He breathed. I thought it was funny. This is it.
I need an adult.
I always hate it when people are like they breathed it like what? Right. Harry. Harry. Ron, are you okay? Asthma. Runs in the family. Ron, he breathed. This is it. This is the answer. The monster in the chamber is a basilisk. A giant serpent. Ron's like, what? You mean a basilisk? I'm pretty sure it says basilisk. Ron, you illiterate little ginger. Don't worry your little head about it. It's okay.
You're the middle child. It's fine.
Middling, tailing towards the end.
You were their second to last shot at a girl.
Exactly. That's why I've been hearing that voice all over the place. Nobody else has heard it. It's because I understand parcel tongue.
Damn it.
Harry, it's parcel tongue. My gift, parcel tongue.
He can't even read the word tongue. It's Parcel Tungi.
Parcel tungi. Well, okay, that's sticking. Harry looked up at the beds around him. The basilisk kills people. Are we making him Bo Rat? The basilisk kills people by looking at them. No, I draw the line at Bo Rat impression. Sorry, I against my better judgment, I decided to maybe just try watching a little bit of that movie because I'm like, everybody said it's really funny. Nope,
Nope.
nope,
Nope, not at all.
nope. No, it was. I mean, I personally did not find it very funny. I don't find much adult humor very funny, though. That's why I don't play Cards Against Humanity. Anyways, um, the basilisk kills people by looking at them, but no one's died because no one looked it straight in the eye. Colin saw it through his camera. The basilisk burned up all the film inside. Harry, stop that! But Colin just got petrified. Justin, Justin must have seen the basilisk through nearly headless Nick. Nick got the full blast of it, but he couldn't die again. And Hermione and that Ravenclaw prefect were found with a mirror next to them. Hermione had just realized the monster was a basilisk. I bet you anything she warned the
Ron's
first
over
person.
there vibrating. He's so mad.
Like, Harry, Harry, please stop. Harry's secret power is not that he's just really good at like spells and has a connection to Voldemort. He just knows how to make people incredibly uncomfortable with mispronunciations.
Oh,
Parcel Tungay.
Marcel
Harry,
Tungi.
stop. Parcel Tungi. Harry, stop. She won the first person she met to look around corners with a mirror first. And that girl put out her mirror and Ron's jaw had dropped. And Mrs. Norris? He whispered eagerly. Harry thought hard, picturing the scene on the night of Halloween. Well, she's a cat, I don't know, 9 lives. No, the water, he said slowly. The flood from Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. I bet you Mrs. Norris only saw the reflection. He scanned the page in his hand eagerly. The more he looked at it, the more it made sense. The basilisk flees only from the crowing of the rooster. It just says rooster, which is fatal to it, he read aloud. Hagrid's roosters were killed. The heir of Slytherin didn't want anyone. My wife is giving me death eyes. Want
I'm giving you
anywhere?
death
Want
eyes. You can't
anywhere?
see me.
Want anywhere near the castle? Once the chamber was opened, spiders fleed before the basilisk. It all fits.
I am gonna laugh if all I hear coming through your microphone is a thunk because she's thrown something at you. In sheer frustration, a
Oh,
couch
it'll
cushion
happen.
comes flying across my ears. Crash, bang, boom! You're 2 from a distance. I'm on the floor.
It'll happen. It'll happen. But how's the basilisk? But how's the basilisk?
Say it
Basilisk.
with me.
Basilisk. I've been saying it the whole time. Basilisk. Boy who lives about to be the boy who just got jumped in an alleyway. Had been getting around the place, said Ron. A giant snake. Somebody would have seen. Harry, however, pointed at the word Hermione had scribbled at the foot of the page. Pipes, he said. Pipes. Ron, it's been using the plumbing. I've been hearing that voice inside the. How big are the pipes at Hogwarts?
You've got to. Students keep flushing books down the pipe, so they've got to be pretty big. They're so over History of Magic that the basement is just full of flushed History of Magic textbooks.
My wife just said they had to enlarge it for Crab and Goyle the first year. And I'm like, oh
Now
no.
I've got a picture of Crab sitting on Goyle's back as they surf him down the pipes. Whee!
Oh, that's not why they had to enlarge it.
I know, but that's even better.
After they take a monster dump, it goes shred some waves.
It's like
Cowabunga!
it's been taco night. It's extra slippery.
Oh, we're gonna move on very swiftly from that before I actually throw up. Ron suddenly grabbed Harry's arm. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, he said hoarsely. What if it's a bathroom? What if it's in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom? Said Harry. They sat there, excitement coursing through them, hardly able to believe it. That means, said Harry, I can't be the other Parcel Mouth in the school.
Stop. Your wife is just gonna slap you and then be forced to ask her to do it twice.
Parcel Mouth is the new pronunciation. And every character just has to go with it because Harry's name's on the book. It's a living.
Oh,
The heir of Slytherin's one
balls,
too.
balls.
That's how he's been controlling the basilisk.
need to fix my
What are we
hat.
going to do? Said Ron, whose eyes were flashing. Shall we go straight to McGonagall? Let's go to the staff room, said Harry, jumping up. She'll be there in 10 minutes. It's nearly break. They ran downstairs, not wanting to be discovered hanging around in another corridor. They went straight into the deserted staff room. It was a large paneled room full of dark wooden chairs. Harry and Ron paced around it, too excited to sit down. But the bell to signal break never came. Instead, echoing through the corridors came Professor McGonagall's voice, magically magnified. Uh-oh. All students return to their house dormitories at once. All teachers return to the staff room immediately, please. Harry
So
wheeled
instead
around
of
to stare at
escorting the
Ron.
students because something is happening, they're just going to be like, you guys go here, you guys go there, everything should
Just
be fine.
run. Just run. Run. There's no hope for you. Run.
Put your head between your knees and kiss your ass goodbye. That's what's happening.
Yeah. McGonagall's like, if you have any last requests, make sure you send an owl to this address. Harry wheeled around to stare at Ron. Not another attack. Not now. What'll we do? Said Ron aghast. Go back to the dormitory? No, said Harry, glancing around. There was an ugly sort of wardrobe to his left, full of the teachers' cloaks. In here. Let's hear what it's all about. Then we can tell them what we found. Another student has just died. Surprise! Oh, bad time.
Check in the box!
We've. Oh. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Doodle,
They hid
you have
themselves inside it,
done things.
listening to the rumblings. I have done many things. The rumblings of hundreds of people moving overhead, and the staff room door banging open. From between the musty folds of the cloaks, they watched the teachers filtering into the room. Some of them were looking puzzled, some others downright scared. Then Professor McGonagall arrived. It has happened, she told the silent staff room. A student has been taken by the monster, right into the chamber itself. Professor Flitwick let out a squeal. Professor Sprout clapped her hands over her mouth. Snape gripped the back of a chair very hard and said, How can you be sure? The heir of Slytherin, said Professor McGonagall, who was very white, left another message, right underneath the first one. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Professor Flitwick burst into tears.
Poor tiny
Who is
Flitwick.
it? Said Madame Hooch, who had sunk weak-kneed into a chair. Which student? Ginny Weasley, said Professor McGonagall. Harry felt Ron slide silently down onto the wardrobe floor beside him. We shall have to send all the students home tomorrow, said Professor McGonagall. This is the end of Hogwarts. Dumbledore always said the staff room door banged open once again. For one wild moment, Harry was sure it would be Dumbledore. But it was Lockhart, and he was beaming. So sorry, dozed off. What have I missed? He didn't seem to notice that the teachers were looking at him with something remarkably like hatred.
Gee, I wonder why.
Snape stepped forward. Just the man, he said. The very man. A girl has been snatched by the monster Lockhart, taken into the Chamber of Secrets herself. Your moment has come at last. Lockhart blanched. Oh, that's right, Gilderoy. What? Okay.
I love it.
Professor
You're just
Sprout is
as
apparently
shocked by
Mrs.
what got on him
Doubtfire.
your face holes.
I was like, I'm really channeling my inner Robin Williams there for a second. There, what the
Oh,
crap?
that was great.
Well, I mean, it fits. Professor Sprout's like the best character, but no, she's a
Oh,
little more fierce than that.
yeah.
Weren't you saying just last night that you have known all along where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is? Uh, I well, I sputtered Lockhart. Yes, didn't you tell me you were sure you knew what was inside it? Piped up Professor Flitwick. Did I? I don't recall. I certainly remember you. Panda Buddy says, Sprout comes out of the compost heap. Hello.
Ernie's like, this is my composting. Find your own.
Ernie's like, Professor, get out. This is mine.
It's gonna get crowded in here.
And I also love how every teacher like is knowingly throwing Gilderoy Lockhart under the bus. They're like, let's kill him.
I'm gonna kill
Like
him
they
now.
know this is going to kill him. They
And
do not care.
None.
At
Zero.
all.
Zero cares are given in this whole
Like
situation.
Mrs. Doubtfire. Exactly, Panda. I love that. Hello. Hello, dear.
And she's got the compost on her face like the pie.
Oh, hello. It's my new facial treatment.
We're fine. Everything's
I
fine.
certainly remember you saying you were sorry you hadn't had a crack at the monster before Hagrid was arrested, said Snape. Didn't you say that the whole affair had been bungled and that you should have been given a free rein from the first? Lockhart stared around at his stony-faced colleagues. I, I never, I really never. You may have. Ah, you may have misunderstood.
As
We'll
he
leave it to
reaches for
you
the
then,
flask.
Gilderoy. Yep. We'll leave it to you then, Gilderoy, said Professor McGonagall. Tonight will be an excellent time to do it. We'll make sure everyone's out of your way. You'll be free to tackle the monster all by yourself. A free reign at last. Like if this school's going down, you're going down with it. Have fun! Lockhart gazed desperately around him, but nobody came to the rescue. He didn't look remotely handsome anymore. His lip was trembling. In the absence of his usually toothy grin, he looked weak-chinned and feeble. Very well, he said. I'll be in my office getting getting ready. And he left the room. Right, said Professor McGonagall, whose nostrils were flared. Foxfire says, the more Doodle talks about Harry Potter, the more I want to watch the movies. That's a hint. I believe it's a hint.
I don't think it's a subtle one either. I think you're watching
It's
Harry
not
Potter.
subtle at all.
No.
But I have my own version of it in my head now, and I'm like, but drunk Gilderoy.
You're watching the movie and you're revoicing all the actors and the lines, adding
I,
compost heaps and musical measles.
I will be, and she's gonna hate me. But you know what? That's how I enjoy movies sometimes.
Oh.
So, and then McGonagall actually admits that they're plotting his murder. That's got him out from under our feet. The heads of houses should go and inform their students what has happened. Tell them the Hogwarts Express will take them home first thing tomorrow. Will the rest of you please make sure no student has been left outside the dormitories?
Meaning Neville
The teachers.
hasn't forgotten the password again.
Yep. She's like, please look for Neville. The teachers rose and left one by one. It was probably the worst day of Harry's entire life. He, Ron, Fred, and George sat together in the corner of the Gryffindor common room, unable to say anything to each other. And Foxfire saying, I've been watching the video game for Chamber of Secrets. Which she has been.
Oh.
Let's see. Unable to say anything to each other. Percy wasn't there. He had gone to send an owl to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, then shut himself up in his dormitory. Dear Mum and Dad, I'm
I am
not
still
going
head
to
boy.
be I am not going to be prefect because the school is shutting down and I am very angry. I am going to be coming home on the Hogwarts Express. Please prepare a big feast for me. Oh yeah.
P.S.
P.S.
Ginny's in a box somewhere.
Ginny is dead. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must go relieve myself. Oh, Percy! They're glorious in their own special way. I forgot how annoying the video game was. And I agree that they could have done better after 4, except some parts in 7 were pretty good. Is what my wife was saying, and Panda said stuff too. Um, okay, let's see. No afternoon ever lasted as long as that one. Nor had Gryffindor Tower ever been so crowded yet so quiet. Near sunset, Fred and George went up to bed, unable to sit there any longer. She knew something, Harry, said Ron, speaking for the first time since they had entered the wardrobe in the staff room. That's why she was taken. It wasn't some stupid thing about Percy at all. She'd found out something about the Chamber of Secrets. That must be why she was. Ron rubbed his eyes frantically. I mean, She was a pureblood. There can't be any other reason. Harry could see the sun sinking blood red below the skyline. This was the worst he had ever felt. If only there was something they could do. Anything. Harry, said Ron, do you think there's any chance at all she's not. You know. Oh, Panda says the first video game was majorly annoying but holds a special place in his heart. And apparently they did book 7 justice in the video game department. Let's see. Anyways, Harry did not know what to say. He couldn't see how Ginny could still be alive. Do you know what? Said Ron. I think we should go and see Lockhart. Tell him what we know. He's going to try and get into the chamber. We can tell him where we think it is and tell him it's a basilisk in there. Because Harry couldn't think of anything else to do, and because he wanted to be doing something, he agreed. The Gryffindors around them were so miserable and felt so sorry for the Weasleys that nobody tried to stop them as they got up, crossed the room, and left through the portrait hole. Darkness was falling as they walked down to Lockhart's office. There seemed to be a lot of activity going on inside it. They could hear scraping, thumps, and hurried footsteps. Harry knocked, and there was a sudden silence from inside. Then the door opened to the tiniest crack, and they saw one of Lockhart's eyes peering through it. Oh, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley,
He's
he
really
said,
drunk by
opening the
this
door a
point.
bit wider. I'm rather busy at the moment. If yeah, exactly. If you would be quick, Professor, we've got some information for you, said Harry. We think it'll help you. Uh, well, it's not the side of Lockhart's face that they could see looked very uncomfortable. Well, all right, all right. He opened the door and they
And
entered.
Fred tripped over his own 2 feet.
Yep, falls into his own trunk and locks it behind him. His office had been almost completely stripped. 2 large trunks stood open on the floor. Robes, jade green, lilac, midnight blue, and more, had been hastily folded into one of them. Books were jumbled untidily into the other. The photographs that had covered the walls were now crammed into boxes on the desk. Are you going somewhere? Said Harry. Yeah? Said Lockhart, ripping a life-size poster of himself from the back of the door. As he spoke and started to roll it up. Urgent call. Unavoidable. Got to go. What about my sister? Said Ron jokingly. Well. As to that, most unfortunate," said Lockhart, avoiding their eyes as he wrenched open a drawer and started emptying the contents into a bag. No one regrets more than I. You're the defense against the dark arts teachers, Harry. You can't go now. Not with all the dark stuff going on here.
This is your job,
Well,
dude.
this is what you gotta do.
This is why
Well,
nobody
I
wants this
must.
position.
Well, I must say, when I took the job, Lockhart muttered, now piling socks on top of his robes, nothing in the job description didn't expect. You mean you're running away? Said Harry disbelievingly. After all that stuff you did in your books. Books can be misleading, said Lockhart delicately. You wrote them, Harry shouted. My dear boy, said Lockhart, straightening up and frowning at Harry. Do use your common sense. My books wouldn't have sold half as well if people didn't think I'd done all those things. No one wants to read about some ugly old Armenian warlock, even if he did save a village from werewolves. He'd look dreadful on the front cover. No dress sense at all. And the witch who banished the band and banshee had a hairy chin. I mean, come on, you want to know how I got this smile? I I I assume you're yes. Okay, you're getting it. Cool, 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 cool.
It's good. We're good. Nothing to worry about here. Carry on.
Is Christian Slater? I was going for more Heath Ledger, but Christian Slater works too, I guess, Panda.
It also, it also came out a little bit new Joker. A little bit. No,
I guess I haven't seen New Joker actually,
well,
so
no,
I
it
don't
came
know.
out more. What's his name? Come on, someone's got it.
You want to know how I got these scars, Joker? Is what I was going for. Is that not who you're thinking of?
No.
Jared Leto?
That's it. Thank you. Now my
I
brain
haven't
can
seen that
stop
one either.
exploding.
I haven't seen that one either, but I mean that works. So you've just been taking credit for what a load of other people have done," said Harry incredulously. Harry," said Lockhart. I almost sound like freaking Jeff Goldblum ever so slightly, and I'm like,
A little
oh
bit.
gosh,
I'm having Jurassic Park meets Harley Quinn flashbacks. It's
a
really
little
difficult.
bit.
I've got Harley Quinn riding like a.
Da da da! Oh yeah! Look at my raptor, Mr. J.
Stand on the
Name
tall
it a
grass.
boy. The
I'm
raptor's
not
like, help me.
I need an adult.
Oh, I went in the wrong direction with Lockhart. I need to course correct a little bit. I need to course correct.
Course correction.
Harry, said Lockhart, shaking his head. It's not nearly as simple as that. Well, I tried to do
Yes.
Boston. There was work involved. I had to track these people down, ask them exactly how they managed to do what they did, and then I had to put a memory charm on them so that way they couldn't remember doing it. If there's one thing I pride myself on, it's my memory charms. No, it's been a lot of work, Harry. It's not all book signings and publicity photos, you know. You want fame. You have to be prepared for a long, hard slog. Yeah, that tracks.
Yep.
Gilderoy Lockhart
It's
just goes
canon.
Harley
It's
Quinn.
canon now.
Harley Quinn. I mean, 50s New York flapper, yes, but Harley Quinn does kind of talk like a New York flapper a little bit, at least in the early animated series.
I
Mr.
need.
J.
I need an adult.
No, you don't need an adult.
I do.
He banged the lids of his trunk shut and locked them. Let's see, he said. I think that's everything. Yes, only one thing left.
Is your choke?
Sorry. Yep. He pulled out his wand, which is miraculously turned into like one of those joke guns, and turned to them.
Bang.
Yes, it has a little flag. Bang.
Yes.
That's where spells come out.
I'm here for it.
Awfully sorry, boys, but I'll have to put a memory charm on you now. Can't have you blabbing my secrets all over the place. I'd never sell another book. Harry reached his wand just in time. Lockhart had barely raised his when Harry bellowed, Expelliarmus! Lockhart, momentarily forgetting
That he taught Harry how to do this.
that no, Lockhart momentarily forgetting that he's terrible at being a wizard. That's why he's stealing everybody else's work. Like, sir? Hello? Lockhart was blasted backwards,
Random train.
falling over his trunk. Whew, I needed a drink to do that. His wand flew high into the air. Ron caught it and flung it out of the open window.
Yeet. His
Quick
Ron's
thinking,
behind
Ron.
him. Full
Yeah.
send.
Thanks. I meant to do that. But Lockhart was looking up at him, feeble once more. Harry was still pointing his wand at him. What do you want me to do? Said Ron. He goes back to his other persona when he's scared. I don't know where the Chamber of Secrets is. Ah ha ha! There's nothing I can do. Ah, ah.
He's secretly manic. He's got multiple personalities.
Multiple personalities. That's just like, oh, hit me, Harry Potter. I am just a poor, simple little man who's
I'm
trying to
just a
make a
poor
living for
boy.
myself.
Nobody loves me.
He would have his own personal choir. They marched. You're in luck, said Harry, forcing Lockhart to his feet at one point. We think we know where it is and what's inside it. Let's go. Lockhart's a terrible wizard if he's letting this random, like, 12-year-old just kind of like.
Grabs him by the front of the robes. Let's go.
Honestly, like. So sad. They marched Lockhart out of his office and down the nearest stairs, along the dark corridor where the messages shone on the wall, to the door of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. They sent Lockhart in first. Harry was pleased to see that he was shaking. Moaning Myrtle was sitting on the tank at the end toilet. "Oh, it's you," she said when she saw Harry. "What do you want this time?" "To ask you how you died," said Harry. Myrtle's whole aspect changed at once. She looked as though she had never been asked such a flattering question. "Oh, it was dreadful," she said with relish. "It happened right in here. I died in this very stall. I remember it so well I'd hidden because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. The door was locked and I was crying. And then I heard somebody come in. They said something funny, a different language, I think it must have been. Anyway, what really got me was it was a boy speaking. So I unlocked the door to tell him to go and use the toilet. And then," Myrtle swelled importantly, her face shining, "I, I, well, how?" said Harry. "No idea," said Myrtle in hushed tones. "I just remember seeing a pair of great, big, yellow eyes. My whole body sort of seized up, and then I was floating away." She looked dreamily at Harry. "And then I came back again. I was determined to haunt Olive Hornby, you see. Oh, she was sorry she'd ever laughed at my glasses." Uh, "Where exactly did you see the eyes?" said Harry. "Somewhere there," said Myrtle, pointing vaguely toward the sink in front of her toilet. Harry and Ron hurried over to it. Lockhart was standing well back, a look of utter terror on his face. It looked like an ordinary sink. They examined every inch of it, inside and out, including the pipes below. And then Harry saw it. Scratched on the side of one of the copper taps was a tiny snake. "That tap's never worked," said Myrtle brightly as he tried to turn it. "Harry," said Ron, "say something. Something in parcel tongue. But
Parcel Toogie.
par, parcel tongue, parcel tongue. But Harry thought hard. The only times he'd ever managed to speak Parcel Tungay were when he'd been faced with a real snake. He stared hard at the tiny engraving, trying to imagine it was real. "Open up," he said. He looked at Ron, who shook his head.
Nope.
"English." Harry looked back at the snake, willing himself to believe it was alive. If he moved his head, the candlelight made it look as though it were moving. "Open up," he said, except that the words weren't what he heard. A strange hissing had escaped him, and at once the tap glowed with a brilliant white light and began to spin. Next second, the sink began to move. The sink, in fact, sank right out of sight, leaving a large pipe exposed, a pipe wide enough for a man to slide into. Harry Ron heard gasp.
Lockhart's still twitching in a corner somewhere. It's fine.
As they all wait
He's
for the
rocking,
narrator to.
hands on his knees.
"Oh, Harry, let me go, Harry, please." Harry, let me go, please." Harry
It's
heard
his eye
Ron
twitches.
gasp and looked up again. Eye twitches, exactly. He had made up his mind what he was going to do. "I'm not going down there. Oh, I'm going down there." "I need my glasses."
I have my on and I still can't read.
I thought that legitimately said, "I'm not going down there." And I was like, "Oh,
They
well,
changed how
time
this
to
book
shove
ends.
Lockhart. Time to shove Lockhart in." "I'm going down there," he said. He couldn't not go now that they had found the entrance to the chamber. Not even if there was the faintest, slimmest, wildest chance that Ginny might be alive. "Me too," said Ron. There was a pause. "Well, you hardly seem to need me, said Lockhart, with a shadow of his old smile. I'll just," he put his hand on the doorknob, but Ron and Harry both pointed their wands at him. "You can go first," Ron snarled. White-faced and wandless, Lockhart approached the opening.
Everyone's trying to kill Lockhart. The teachers are trying to
Well,
kill him. They disarmed him and are now shoving him down the snake tube.
I mean, like, I don't blame a single person in this entire thing, honestly.
No.
White-faced and wandless, Lockhart approached the opening. Boy, boys, he said, his voice feeble. Boys, what good will it do? Harry jabbed him in the back with his wand. Lockhart slid his legs into the pipe. I really don't think, he started to say, but Ron gave him a push and he slid out of sight. Boom.
Taco Tuesday.
They passed Crab and Goyle on the way down. What you guys doing here? We're going into the Chamber of Secrets? Huh. What are you doing here? It's Taco Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday. Oh, yeah, right. Cool. Yep. Well, you have fun. You too.
This one goes left and one goes right.
Exactly. It was like rushing down an endless, slimy, dark slide. Okay. I'm not going to imagine Taco Tuesday anymore. Thank you, Classic. He could see more pipes branching off in all directions, but none as large as theirs, which twisted and turned, sloping steeply downward. And he knew that he was falling deeper below the school than even the dungeons. Behind him, he could hear Ron thudding slightly at the curves.
Ron
Oh,
does not corner
oh,
well.
ow, ow. Yeah, Ron did not upgrade his mobility stat, so he's like his cart it doesn't corner at all very well.
No.
I want to see Mario Kart, but just Ron going down the pipes now. Boom, boom.
You take damage each time you ricochet.
Honestly, they emerge. They emerge. Ron and Lockhart are fine, or Harry and Lockhart are fine, but Ron like
Ron comes out
Jenny
headfirst
was
into
like
a somersault.
Jenny was like slot cart derby for all of them.
Yes.
But I want to imagine like freaking like Harry comes out just kind of and Lockhart's like oh, and then Ron just is like a crumpled heap of like broken bones, like shattered teeth, black, like just bruises everywhere,
With
and he's
those
like,
little like
ah.
swirly thing, cartoon swirly days things above his head.
It's just like dead. Howie, I see my mom.
What the birdies? The pretty birdies.
Howie, why is my grandma here? Pussy? No, don't do that. Pussy, stop.
I am not the mirror, Vera said. Moving on.
And then Jessica began to worry about what would happen when the mirror of Vera said no. As he hit the ground, the pipe leveled out, and he shot out at the end with a wet thud, landing on the damp floor of a dark stone tunnel large enough to stand in. Lockhart was getting to his feet a little ways away, covered in slime as white as a ghost. Oh my god, I'm laughing too hard.
I'm laughing so hard my nose is running. Like, this is a
Mine
thing.
is too. I'm crying a little bit. Harry stood aside as Ron came whizzing out of the pipe too. We must be miles under the school. School, said Harry, his voice echoing in the dark tunnel. Under the lake, probably, said Ron, squinting around at the dark, slimy walls.
I love how now every time it says dark, slimy, I can feel you shudder. It's great.
Yeah, it's not fun.
I have broken Doodle.
Well, no, you've broken me a long time ago. This is just
It's just residual.
Further. Yeah. This is making sure it stays broken. All three of them turned to stare into the darkness ahead. Lumos, Harry muttered to his wand, and it lit up again. Come on, he said to Ron and Lockhart. And off they went, their footsteps slapping loudly on the wet floor.
We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful.
They're all skipping. Yeah. The tunnel was so dark that they could only see a little distance ahead. Their shadows on the wet walls looked monstrous in the one light. Remember, Harry said quietly as they walked cautiously forward, any sign of movement, keep your hand at the level of your eye.
Mine says any sign of movement, close your eyes straight
No,
away.
sorry, that was me quoting Phantom of the Opera.
Okay. I was like, wait,
Mm.
why did Harry Potter all of a sudden become Phantom of the Opera? I was very confused
Oh,
for a
you
moment.
did get it.
I
Okay,
did. I was
yay!
confused.
Yay! I'm so happy you got it. Okay, actually, that makes me so undeniably happy. You don't understand.
You're welcome.
I need to watch that again. It was so good. It says, close your eyes right away. But the tunnel was quiet as the grave
Wah,
because he is
wah,
the Phantom of the Opera.
wah.
Not of the opera, no. My wife says, because he is the Phantom of the Opera. And I'm like, I'm not the opera. I'm just the Phantom. The Phantom
I'm
of
the
the Twitch
chandelier.
stream. I'm the chandelier. Getting ready to become a crash burning mess.
Yep. I'm pretty to look at, but I turn into a dumpster fire real fast.
And I'm the musical chandelier, so I crash midway through, not like at the end. But the tunnel was quiet as the grave, and the first unexpected sound they heard was a loud crunch as Ron stepped on what turned out to be a rat's skull. Harry lowered his wand to look at the floor and saw it was littered with small animal bones. Trying very hard not to imagine what Jenny might look like if they found her, Harry led the way forward around a dark bend in the tunnel. Harry, there's something up there, said Ron hoarsely, grabbing Harry's shoulder. They froze, watching. Harry could just see the outline of something huge and curved lying right across the tunnel. It wasn't moving. Maybe it's asleep, he breathed, glancing back at the other two. Lockhart's hands were pressed over his eyes. Harry turned back to look at the thing, his heart beating so fast it hurt. Very slowly, his eyes as narrow as he could make them and still see, Harry edged forward, his wand held high. The light slid over a gigantic snake skin of a vivid, poisonous green, lying curled and empty across the tunnel floor.
Yep.
The creature that had shed it must have. What?
Snake skin. Not good.
Nope, not good at all.
Texture's bad. Texture is bad.
Texture is bad. The creature that had shed it must have been 20 feet long at least. Blimey, said Ron. Blimey, said Ron weakly. There was sudden movement behind them. Gilderoy Lockhart's knees had given away. Get off, said Ron sharply, pointing his wand at Lockhart. Lockhart got to his feet, then he dived at Ron, jumping at him, knocking it into the ground. Harry jumped forward, but too late. Lockhart was straightening up, panting, Ron's wand in his hand and a gleaming smile on his face. The adventure ends here, boys, he said. I shall take a bit of this skin back up to the school, tell them I was too late to save the Goyle, and that you two tragically lost your minds at the sight of a mangled body. Say goodbye to your memories. He raised Ron's spell-taped wand high over his head and yelled, Obliviate! The wand exploded with the force of a small bomb. Harry flung his arms over his head and ran, slipping over the coils of a snakeskin, out of the way of great chunks of tunnel ceiling that were thundering to the ground. Next moment, he was standing alone, gazing at a solid wall of broken rock. Ron! He shouted. Are you okay? Ron! I'm here! Came Ron's muffled voice from behind the rockfall. I'm okay. The Git's not, though. He got blasted by the wand. There was a dull thud and a loud ow. It sounded as though Ron had just kicked Lockhart in the shins. What now? Ron's voice said, sounding desperate. We can't get through. It'll take ages. Harry looked up at the tunnel ceiling. Huge cracks had appeared in it. He had never tried to break apart anything as large as these rocks by magic, and now didn't seem a good moment to try. What if the whole tunnel caved in? There was another thud and another ow from behind the rocks. They were wasting time. Ginny had already been in the Chamber of Secrets for hours. Harry knew there was only one thing to do. Wait there, he called to Ron. Wait with Lockhart. I'll go on. If I'm not back in an hour. There was a very pregnant pause. I'll try and shift some of the rock, said Ron, who seemed to be trying to keep his voice steady. So you can get back through. And Harry. See you in a bit, said Harry, trying to inject some confidence into his shaking voice. And he set off alone past the giant snakeskin. Soon the distant noise of Ron straining to shift the rocks was gone. The tunnel turned and turned again. Every nerve in Harry's body was tingling unpleasantly. He wanted the tunnel to end, yet dreaded what he'd find when it did. And then at last, as he crept around yet another bend, he saw a solid wall ahead on which two entwined serpents were carved, their eyes set with great glinting emeralds. Harry approached, his throat very dry. There was no need to pretend that these stone snakes were real. Their eyes looked strangely alive. He could guess what he had to do. He cleared his throat, and the emerald eyes seemed to flicker. "Cien, or whatever he says, and we gotta know. Open, said Harry in a low, faint hiss. That's Parcel Tongue. Open it. And please, please let that be. Can we just have that be Parcel Tongue for the rest of the series? Please.
Yes, you may have my.
You silly boy. Hey Harry, my name's Nagini. Are you ready to die? No, Nagini. I am not a.
Yeah, that is officially Parcel Tongue for the rest of the books.
It's like they're trying to call a cat over. Oh, the cat's
I'm so
down. I'm like,
glad
what
my
crap?
Parcel Tongue amused you.
I speak Parcel Tongue. No, wait, no, it's not Parcel Tongue. It's Parcel Tongue.
Parcel Tongue.
We're speaking. So, Harry, how do you speak Parcel Tongue? I don't know. I just kind of add some at the end of all my words. That's it. That's it. But you sound so hard to understand. Just try it. Harry Potter and that year he added Parcel Tongue to Duolingo. Open a Harry in a low faint. The serpents parted as the wall cracked open. Ron has to come in later in the series. Harry, I need to get the basilisk's fate so we can destroy some Horcruxes. How do you speak Parcel Tongue? Well, it's easy. Let me teach you.
He talks in his
Hey,
sleep.
Ron.
Did you notice?
Oh no! And when they talk normal, all their lines are like actually like super normal sounding. Like they're just like totally normal except for the last part. So I was telling Fred the other day that I had to go do some homework. That's not even like a stereotypical snake sound.
This is
So
why
you're
I'm
the
not
boy who
allowed to
lived,
voice
huh?
things.
Panda says, so you're the boy who lived, huh?
Oh God,
Oh.
I can't breathe.
Open, sit Harry in a faint low hiss. Open sesame. The serpents parted.
One sentence to get through. You can do this.
The serpents. Leave him alone. Okay. The serpent. Open, said Harry in a low, faint hiss. Okay, said the snakes. Abracadabra. Is what my wife said in the chat.
Oh my God.
Except she actually combined Avada Kedavra and Abracadabra together, so it came out Avada Kedavra. And Panda says, "Who had the bees in?" Oh, that's Parcel Tongue.
This is why Classic
Bees are
is not allowed
partially
to
fluent in
create
Parcel.
sound effects for this freaking book.
Bees do speak Parcel Tongue, but their accent's a little bit different. There's a little more like Avada Kedavra.
Instead of
There's not enough saliva coming out of your mouth.
if you're not spitting on your microphone, you're not Parcel Tongue-gaying enough.
Well, now you're all covered in spit, aren't you?
You only have one sentence to get through. You can do this.
Open, said Harry in a low, faint hiss. The serpents parted as the wall cracked open. The half slid smoothly out of sight, and Harry, shaking from head to toe, walked inside. Oh, okay. We should just speak Parcel Gay to each other sometimes when we're trying to like. Oh, I have something to tell you, but I don't want the chat to know. Hold on. I think I farted. Foxfire says, "I know you're laughing, but sometimes it sounds like you're in pain. Why can't it be both?"
It's a little bit of both, to be fair.
It's a lot of both.
I'm laughing so hard, my face hurts. My stomach hurts. My eyes are watering. My nose is running. I'm just friggin' broken.
Everyone else watching Voldemort and Harry speaking in parcel tongue, they're like, they realize we can understand them, right?
You realize this isn't a big
Language is
secret.
that hard to figure out.
Hey, Voldemort! Do you think they can understand us?
They all look around.
Everyone
Yes.
just kind of.
They all start doing it too.
Oh my god.
Hey, I'm Voldemort. I think everybody cannot understand me, but they can.
No. Draco's running around. He's got his arms at his side like little wings. I'm Voldemort.
No, Draco's the only one who can't understand it because he's like, what? What is everyone saying?
I don't understand what's happening. Please,
How
Father.
does everyone speak parcel tongue? No, I'm supposed to be the chosen one.
Please, Father, they're mocking me.
Father, they're mocking me. Lucius is like, I don't know what they're saying. His mom's like, oh my gosh.
Narcissus just standing there going, I'm married an idiot.
Have we heard Voldemort? Hey, have we heard Voldemort speak in parcel tongue when he came back?
I don't know.
Big farts.
What?
Panda. Have you seen a Harry Potter musical classic?
No.
Panda, she hasn't seen a Harry Potter musical. Okay, you need to watch it. But there's a school that Malfoy keeps saying like, I'm gonna transfer to
Durmstrang.
Pig farts. No, pig farts. It's like super Hogwarts, and their headmaster is a lion with wings, and he flies all the children up there, and it's amazing. Okay, we may have to do a watch party of a Harry Potter musical. I'm gonna maybe ask StarKid if we can just be like, can I just watch this on my stream, please? Oh, it's on the moon, I think. I believe it's not the moon. I believe it's the moon. Fox hasn't seen it either.
Oh god.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I'm gonna ask
fix my
StarKid if
hat.
we can do a watch party, maybe. No, everything is perfect. Bzz, 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 bzz. Bzz, 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 bzz.
There, I fixed my hat.
I think I said this a lot, but I think I legitimately mean it this time. I think that's my favorite thing that we've come up with on book clubs. Parcel Gay is just
Oh.
Yes, I know they made 2 others, Panda. I've seen the first 2. I haven't seen the 3rd one yet, but I want to see it. I just haven't had time to yet.
Oh. I need an adult. I need a more adultier adult.
You just need snakes.
Snape's over here like, I will learn to speak Parcel Gay. No, that's too much B. A little more.
The dialect's wrong, all wrong. If you're just like you're from the south, just talk like that, sure.
Can I make the sound effects for the next Harry Potter video game?
Harry Potter Legacy is just
Harry
gonna
Potter
be like
Legacy contacts me and we need you to do parcel tongue. I've got it. High quality graphics and that's all you hear is
the snake. I'm a snake.
big epic graphics, huge cutscene. They pan out. The serpent just raises his head, and all you hear is I'm a snake.
They hire us to do all the voices. It's like the
Harry
worst
Potter, the
Snape
lead paint
impersonator.
edition.
Mom, I want.
I'm
Oh my
back,
god,
Doodle.
Mom, I want to see Harry Potter. We have Harry Potter at home. Harry Potter at home.
I'm not okay.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh, she
Oh
took away my cup.
God.
Yeah.
Uh, okay,
Let's do
we have 2 chapters left, and we can do
Harry
this.
Potter. And that time he ingested something he probably shouldn't have. And not most Nick, please. No, like I had a cup I could.
Oh.
I know it's fine.
Oh my God. We're okay. We're okay. We can do
My
this.
wife.
Oh. I think I got spit on my glasses from speaking
Panda's
parcel
saying
Tukey.
too much bee and not enough snake, and then most snake, please, from my wife.
This needs more
Most snake.
cowbell.
Well, now we need him to guest star on our stream. I need more parcel tongue. Will Ferrell's just
Bong.
like his shirt flying off as he gyrates around the studio.
Except it's not a cowbell this time. It's a triangle.
No, it's. I would just think it's literally just Will Ferrell in the recording studio with that shirt that's way too short for him, like covering his bare belly and like just rocking out, just going. Like like in that part in the sketch where he goes way too hard with the cowbell and like you can see his belly like halfway through.
Yes.
Like the shirt goes from a shirt to a crop top very fast.
It goes from a shirt to a bralette real fast.
Yeah, that's just what I imagine him doing. Except no instruments. He's just like.
He's just standing there going, and boots and cats, and boots and cats, boots and cats.
All the time has come. I say, I put on my pants like all of you, one leg at a time. Except my pants are solid gold. For anyone just joining the stream, we are talking about Harry Potter.
We are, contrary to what you may think. This is a Harry Potter read-through.
This is very much on topic to what the book is happening in the book.
Very
I
much.
promise. You just needed to be here for the last
10 minutes.
15 minutes of conversation.
Oh.
The last 30 seconds of conversation segues it great.
No, not really. Okay.
No.
Whew.
Oh. But we're almost to the chapter where we save Dobby.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, yeah, spoilers. Dobby's gotta get killed. Saved.
You're too much z, not enough spit. You're too much b, not enough.
I'm doing it with like an Eastern side dialect, like East Coast dialect.
I thought
you know
you
me,
said
I do
Easter
voices.
dialect. I'm like, we're talking in honey now? Like, what the
Panda says all it took was one sentence. Then Foxboy says no, all it took was.
All it took was for me to go, yep, I said that.
I'm so happy you did. You have established new Harry Potter book club canon. Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
No, we must preserve the canon.
Preserve it. I need a t-shirt that just says open.
Like we could make one.
Where's it? We're making book club merch. It's just gonna say open.
Now I want that it says
With a
we
picture,
must
but you need to draw me a picture of a snake with googly eyes. This is gonna work.
Well, I want a shirt that says we must preserve the canon, and then like it's framed all around it.
I need a snake. The snake with googly eyes. And right across all it says is open.
Can you draw one too, honey? Can you draw one too, honey?
Oh,
My
we need
wife is
it.
really good at drawing cute stuff. I'm working on it, but I want to see what my wife comes up
Like
with
a
too, because I
chibi
bet you she's
snake
gonna
with
come up with
googly,
something
but
really
they
good.
have to be googly eyes because that goes
Like
with the Harry Potter googly eye canon from
huge
book 1.
googly eyes. Oh yes, Harry Potter has googly eyes.
I think
We
I
need to
peed a
just like
little.
write. We need to come up with all the canon that we come up during book club. Literally, just assert because we must preserve the canon on every stupid thing we've ever said. Like
On the back, like a tour sheet. Open. Harry Potter's flag. Prefect nipple ring.
no, on the I
On
say
the back, like cities on a tour.
well, I want it like on the front, like scattered around on the back, maybe that picture of like Harry Potter googly eyes flag.
Yes. That's it. We're still designing the open shirt though, because it'd be great. Oh my god, it'd be great.
My wife says my mouth is on fire, and all this laughter is making it even worse.
Okay, we can do this. We only have 2 chapters left. We got this.
I need to mute myself because all this laughing and coughing is actually gonna make me cough up like solid like crap in my lungs. So I need to like
Well, it's a good thing.
spit
Get
it
it
out
out.
really quick. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can
So
do
I'll
this.
be muted for a second.
Oh, the air of Slytherin. So much for Doodle being muted. I thought it was safe.
I was trying to get there, but the problem was my switch got stuck and I couldn't flip it over in time.
I couldn't help myself. Sorry.
You need to redo all the houses. Slytherin is obvious. Panda is saying you need to redo all the houses. Slytherin is obvious. You need to do something. Oh, okay. Before you get started, I actually wanted to talk to you about something
my
about
god,
the
what?
4 houses.
Whoa. Let's deal with the gunk in your lungs first.
The password system. The flipping password system. Okay, so to get into the common rooms, right, what do you have to do?
Say a password.
Yes, except for one house, right? One house has a riddle. It's Ravenclaw,
Yes.
right? And so someone
Their
was
riddle
saying
this
like
week is riddle me this, riddle me that. Who's afraid of the big black bat? Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
No, it's good. It's good.
Sorry.
Like imagine, so like there's 2 problems with that. First of all, like imagine if all the like the Ravenclaw stuff like a bender, like
Santa is afraid of the big black bat.
well, like you can't have a bunch of like you can't be drunk and then try to solve a riddle, especially if it's changed.
Oh, Jesus.
So imagine like after a very special night of partying, all like just like a pile of Ravenclaws outside the dorm, just like, oh, we gave up.
They're all just sleeping under a statue somewhere.
But then the problem is
for
like
warmth.
exactly. But then the problem is too like anybody who's like remotely familiar with like riddles at all can just like waltz in. Like I walk on 2 legs or 3 leg or 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the evening, and 3 legs in the afternoon. What am I? And everyone's like, it's man, obviously. And so you have like every house inside the Ravenclaw dorm common room.
Everyone's like, how'd you get in here? You're not. It's not that hard.
It's not that hard. And this person was saying like and like everybody else has like a secret special word. Like Gryffindor's common room password is like 3 capital letters. Like there's like 3 capital letters, a number in there somewhere, a bunch of special
symbol.
characters.
It's 7 characters. So you've got Dopey, Doc, Sneezy,
Exactly.
Grumpy, Donald, Daisy, Mickey, Minnie.
But then I was thinking,
hashtag evil mouse.
But then I was thinking, like, no, there's one other house that would be super easy to break into. Like Slytherin's password, all you have to do is say something remotely racist, and I bet you the painting's like, yeah, you're good, going in. The password, pure blood. Oh,
You're wrong. You're not wrong. You're not.
And then Hufflepuff's house, I don't know what their password would be, but it's like jelly beans. Oh, you're cute, going in.
Hufflepuff's password is Snacks.
Hufflepuff's password
In
is I
order
have
to
joined.
enter, nope. In order to, it is now book canon. book club canon. In order to enter Hufflepuff's dormitory, you must offer a sacrifice.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. What's the password? Shut up! I got fried chicken. Okay, you're good.
Sacrifices get you into the Hufflepuff. Oh, we're fine. The house, the air of Slytherin.
Muting myself now.
Okay. Guys, I'm fine, I swear. He was, oh jeez. He was standing at the end of a very long, dimly lit chamber. Towering stone pillars entwined with more carved serpents rose to support the ceiling, lost in darkness, casting long black shadows through the odd greenish gloom that filled the space. His heart beating very fast, Harry stood listening to the chill silence. Could the basilisk be lurking in the shadowy corner behind a pillar? And where was Ginny? He pulled out his wand and moved forward between the serpentine columns. Every careful footstep echoed loudly off the shadowy walls. He kept his eyes narrowed, ready to clamp shut at the slightest sign of movement. The hollow eye sockets of the stone... I'm trying so hard.
Me in a haunted house.
He walks past, it's all dark, and all I hear is spooky, scary skeletons.
Spooky, scary skeletons.
And this is the part of book club where we dissolve into absolute chaos.
It's much later than it normally is, to be honest.
To be fair, we lasted a lot longer than I thought we were going to. Okay.
This is like the longest we've ever gone into book club while being semi-serious until like right now.
Until I had to open my mouth. More than once a jolt. More than
It's
once.
because of Tom Emo Riddles coming up. Obviously, we can sense that.
Yes. Whew. Okay. Then, where the hell was I? The hollow eye sockets of the stone stake seemed to be following him. More than once, with a jolt to the stomach, he thought he saw one stir. Then, as he drew level with the last pair of pillars, a statue high as the chamber itself loomed into view, standing against the back wall. Harry had to crane his neck to look up into the giant face above. It was ancient and monkey-like, with a long, thin beard that fell almost to the bottom of the wizard's... Why does this wizard look like a monkey? Oh,
Salazar Slytherin is a monkey, confirmed?
Why does Hogwarts have a zoo?
All the other founders are just normal people. Slytherin wasn't evil. He was a monkey. He just did monkey stuff.
Evil. He was just in the corner flinging feces at people. It was fine.
If anybody else does that, it's evil. If a monkey does that, it's normal. That's why Slytherin has been misgendered as the evil house. Not misgendered.
What? I'll try that again.
What's the word I'm trying to say? Like
misunderstood?
Misunderstood as the evil house. They're not. Yeah, mislabeled. They're not evil. They just need to be. They're doing monkey stuff. Like people just don't understand that. That's all.
They're tearing the license plates off the African lion safari.
Stealing and conniving as a human, absolutely evil. As a monkey, it's kind of cute.
Kind of adorable, especially if they scratch their butt while they're doing it.
Exactly.
All I see is Mako. Yeah, Mako. Draco's sitting in the bathroom going, I got this. No, that's it's not personal.
Actually, speaking of, Draco's probably on the toilet right now, and he's like, I said, Terry, you underneath me? Potter, are you in here?
Potter. Stairs down the toilet. Are you in there?
Potter, are you in there? My senses must be off.
My spidey senses are tingling.
My Potter senses are tingling. Potter, are you in the toilet? But he doesn't actually speak Parseltongue because he's actually not the heir of Slytherin or anything like that. He's just really bad at imitating it.
He tries. He goes.
He goes.
He just sits there and strums his lips.
It's
like that one kid trying to whistle and all he does is spit.
Exactly. No, I feel bad for Draco.
It's Mako. No. Harry had to crane his
Make
monkey wizard, gray feet. Stood on.
no.
It's fine.
I really just want us every time we get to the climax of the ending of a book, like I just want it to devolve to this. Like it's a super serious battle, and we're all
We can't be trusted.
no,
We can't be
and
trusted.
that's just Cedric is going to die in a few books, and we're all just going to be going.
We're fine. It's fine. Everything is fine.
No, not the Twilight guy. He needs to make 5 more movies.
And with that, his sparkle went out for the last
His
time.
sparkle died for the last time. My
Edward!
I'll turn on the karaoke.
Bella. I'll never let go.
I'll turn on the karaoke version of the last scene in Harry Potter. Where basically all you do is you play the Hogwarts band and then you just go, "That's my boy,
My boy.
my boy, that's
As
my boy."
Carlisle leaps off the stands in superhero lands.
Panda Buddy says, "No Nagini." Pss, 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 pss.
Kill him.
Come, you got it, boss. Pss, pss, pss.
We're fine.
Parseltongue's actually a really cheerful language. It has a scary dialect. That's all.
We're great. We're fine.
Hey, buddy, how's it going? Pss, pss, pss.
Monkey sweeping great feet, smooth chamber floor. And between
Yep.
the feet, face down, lay a small, black-robed figure with flaming red hair. Ginny! Harry muttered, sprinting to her and dropping to his knees. Ginny, don't be dead. Please don't be dead. He flung his wand aside, grabbed Ginny's shoulders, and turned her over. Her face was as white as marble and as cold.
Don't.
Yet her eyes were closed, so she wasn't petrified. But then she must be.
Don't be dead. Oh, okay, Harry.
Ginny, please wake up. Harry muttered
Okay.
desperately. He heard Ginny's head lolled hopelessly from side to side. Now she's got whiplash. Don't. She won't wake, said a soft voice. Harry jumped and spun on his knees. That's. He can levitate. It's fine. A tall, black-haired boy was leaning against the nearest pillar, watching. He was strangely blurred around the edges, as though Harry was looking at him through a misted window. But there was no mistaking him. Tom? Tom Riddle? Riddle nodded, not taking his eyes off Harry's face. What do you mean she won't wake? Harry said desperately. She's still alive, said Riddle, but only just. Harry stared at him. Tom Riddle had been at Hogwarts 50 years ago, yet here he stood, a weird, misty light shining around him, not a day older than 16. Are you a ghost? Harry said uncertainly. A memory, said Riddle quietly, preserved in a diary for 50 years. He
I
pointed
will
toward...
try to find my place in the diary of. That's the only reason that Horcrux exists is because Tom Riddle heard that song and he's like, I am so gonna do that in the future, and I'm just gonna be so rad. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna be the coolest.
No, you guys don't understand me, okay? I'm gonna piss out of here. Tom, you know I don't understand you when you speak Parcel Tungay. Oh, shut the piss up.
Shut the piss up.
Shut the piss up. I'll do what I want because I am Tom Riddle.
Voldemort
No!
Jesus Christ.
Panda says the Phantom of the Diary is here, inside your mind.
That's the backup track.
He's there. The We need an entire musical in Parcel Tungay now. He's there. The
Yes.
Phantom of the Opera.
I think I've killed Doodle.
Oh gosh. I know I said before I can't double die. I think I'm gonna retract that statement.
Sorry.
My throat is so scratchy right
Oh my god. My eyes are still leaky.
now.
I'm leaking.
And my wife is making some cute cooing noises, so that's a good sign.
Okay.
I think she might have done something cute.
I hope it's a snake with googly eyes. Are
It
you
might be related to that.
are you a ghost? A memory preserved in a diary for 50 years. He pointed towards the floor near the statue's giant toes. Laying open, there was a little black diary that Harry had found in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. For a second, Harry wondered how it had got there. There were more pressing matters to deal with. You've got to help me, Tom, Harry said, raising Ginny's head again. We've got to get her out of here. Why did my Harry Potter all of a sudden turn into a little William Shatner for a minute there?
Please help me. Oh no. Hold on. I'm sending you something on Discord. I'm sending you something on Discord. Let's speak. You've got to help me, Tom. We've got to get her out of here. There is a basilisk. A basilisk.
Beam me up, Voldemort. Oh my god, I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
It looks like it's. I almost think I prefer like the little derp eyes compared to like
the
Google
derp
eyes.
too. I love it. I am here for all of what that is right now.
Open. That's exactly what the sound is. That's what's making the
sound. That's right there. That's what my face looked like when I made the sound.
That is the basilisk. That is the basilisk.
Oh
Sorry,
god, this is gonna be the greatest T-shirt ever to T-shirt. I'm gonna put it on a cup and a sticker. It's going everywhere.
Tom, be careful. There's a basilisk. There's nothing to. There's nothing to. What did you call it?
Oh my god, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
Basilisk. Basilisk. That's what I said. Basilisk. I can't wait to kill you.
Can't wait to hurt you. We've got to get out of here. You've got to get her out of there.
We've got to get out of here. Absolutely.
Yeah, got to get her out of here. There's a basilisk. I don't know where it is, but it could be along at any moment. Please help me. Riddle didn't move. Harry, sweating, managed to hoist Ginny. That's rude. Managed to hoist Ginny half off the floor and bent to pick up his wand again. But his
To be
wand had
fair,
gone.
he's like 12.
To be fair. He just all of a sudden Hulk smashes the ground.
I just don't have a lot of strength. I didn't have a lot of strength at that age either. So lifting any
now.
pound over like, I was like lifting any pound over like 5 is difficult for me. So like,
is becoming difficult.
Yeah, exactly.
Carpal tunnel in old age, you know.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Did you see? He looked up. Riddle still watching him twirling Harry's wand between his long fingers. Thanks, said Harry, snatching his hand out for it. A smile curled to the corners of Riddle's mouth. He continued to stare at Harry, twirling the wand idly. Listen, said Harry urgently, his knees sagging with Ginny's dead weight. We've got to go. If the basilisk comes... It won't come until it's called, said Riddle calmly. Harry lowered Ginny back onto the floor, unable to hold her up any longer. What do you mean? He said. Look, give me my wand. I might need it. My pages stuck together because I accidentally shot tea at my book, but we're not going to talk about it.
Here, give me my wand.
Dude, where's my car? It's in the forest, you dumbass.
Dude, where's my wand?
Riddle's smile broadened. You won't be needing it, he said. Harry stared at him. What do you mean I won't be? I've waited a long time for this, Harry Potter, said Riddle, for the chance to see you, to speak to you.
To speak to you in Parcel Tungate. Thank you. I knew that's how it was pronounced.
Look, said Harry, losing his patience. I don't think you get it. We're in the Chamber of Secrets. We can talk later. We've got to talk now, said Riddle, still smiling broadly as he pocketed Harry's wand. Harry stared at him. There was something very funny going on here. No shit, Sherlock!
What? What?
It took you 228 pages into the book to figure out something wasn't right.
There's something funny going on here. What? That's impossible. How could that?
That's impossible. Oh, God.
Impossible. Parcel Tungate.
We can talk later. We're going to talk now, said Riddle, still smiling broadly. How did Ginny get like this? He asked slowly. Well, that's an interesting question, said Riddle pleasantly. And quite a long story. I suppose the real reason Ginny
Started when I was a boy.
It started when
See, when I was a little boy,
when I
I
was a young
a
boy,
young boy, my
my
father
father
took
took me
me into
into
the
the
city.
city to see a marching band.
Why are you quoting that song? Oh, that's still relevant in your time? Darn it.
Ugh,
Oh my gosh.
I couldn't help myself.
I
Oh,
mean, let's face it, Tom Riddle's a hot topic emo. He is
he,
absolutely a hot
oh
topic
God,
emo.
is he a hot topic emo? Quite a
We're
long.
going to talk now, Harry.
What are you talking about? Said Harry. The diary, said Riddle. My diary. Little Ginny's been writing in it for months and months, telling me all her pitiful worries and woes, how her brothers tease her, and how she had to come to school with second-hand robes and books. How, Riddle's eyes glinted, how she didn't think famous, good, great Harry Potter would ever like her.
Sorry, I just realized Hale has had to put up with Ginny treating this like a disappearing diary for like the whole year. And she's
Today,
like, Dear diary, Madison Allister made fun of my robes again, but they're the best robes I could. And Tom Riddle's like, yeah, get her, girl, get her, beat up Addison. That's such a dirty move.
Tom Riddle's running back. Take it to the floor.
So you know, drop
Drop
it,
it, drop it, drop it low. Drop it low.
and like
Ugh.
he will be like, yeah, I pretended to be your friend, but part of him deep down is like, but we
But
had a
we,
good connection going right
but we
there, and
were,
she is gonna what?
but we
Oh,
could have been a contender.
it could have
Uh,
been a contender. She was gonna ace that Yule Ball when it came time. I knew it. If she survived this, which she's not going to, she was going to.
she's got
Oh
this.
my god, she's got this.
Oh.
Oh no.
All the time he spoke, Riddle's eyes never left Harry's face. It was an almost hungry look in them. Bloop. It's very sorry. It's very boring to have to listen to the
Hungry
silly
like the wolf, you could say.
in more ways than one. In
He just Tom Riddle just quotes song lyrics. That's his whole personality.
yep, that's it.
He's like, and I'm
Voldemort is
hungry
nothing
like
but
the
song
wolf.
lyrics, bad movie quotes, and misheard song lyrics.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Hit me with your pet shark, dun da da.
And
Um,
he's like, I bet you don't know what movie that's from. Can you name the movie? I bet you can't. I bet you can't. What do you mean?
it's very
Yeah.
indie. It was
It's
Cinderella.
it's it's so indie. No, Goonies was super indie at the time. Like nobody saw it. What do you mean everybody saw it? No, only I saw Goonies.
Nobody saw Beauty and the Beast. It's fine.
Nobody saw Star
Oh
Wars
my
like
god, we
that.
can get through this, I swear to God.
No, we can't.
No,
Let's
I don't
just be
think we've
real. No, we
devolved into
can't.
chaos.
Star Wars.
Star Wars. I've got the
Star Wars.
high ground! Voldemort's up on the tower with Harry. I've got the high ground!
Why are you quoting Star Wars? How do you know what that movie is? It's very
uh,
underground.
it's very boring having to listen to the silly little troubles of an 11-year-old girl, he went on. But I was patient. I wrote back. I was sympathetic. I was kind. Ginny simply loved me. No one's ever understood me like you, Tom, so I'm glad I've got this diary to confide in. It's like having a friend I can carry around in my pocket. Riddle laughed, a high, cold laugh that didn't suit him. It made the hairs on the back of Harry's neck stand. If I say it myself, Harry, I have always been able to charm the people I needed. So Ginny poured out her soul to me. Her soul happened to be exactly what I wanted. I grew stronger and stronger on a diet of her deepest fears and darkest secrets. I grew powerful, far more powerful than little Miss Weasley. Powerful enough to start feeding Miss Weasley a few of my secrets. To start pouring a little of my soul back into her. Psst, psst, psst.
Okay, Ginny, I'm gonna tell you exactly how to make a Horcrux. Ooh, okay.
I just read the next "What do you mean" from Harry as in Mickey Mouse. It's what played in my head.
What do you mean? What happened?
God, We're not
What
adults.
happened? What?
Said Harry, whose mouth had gone very dry.
How?
Haven't you get? Damn Doodle. Haven't you guessed yet, Harry Potter? Said Riddle softly. Ginny Weasley opened the Chamber of Secrets. She strangled the school roosters and dabbed threatening messages on the wall. She set the serpent of Slytherin on 4 mudbloods and the Squib's cat.
Why does he address everybody by their full names?
I-
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but I legitimately just noticed that. Like Harry Potter, Ginny Weasley. I don't think he's ever called her just Ginny. And
no.
like if he did, then I mean, good on him. Oh no, there was one time, twice, 3 times. Dang it! I
Oh my
was like,
gosh.
is this just a weird speaking quirk of his? Like he's slightly like a little bit ADD, and he's like, I have to use their full names. Why? I just do.
Just don't.
Pss, pss,
Don't.
Back
You
off.
won't.
Pss, pss.
You won't like me when I'm angry.
Nagini is actually secretly a service snake.
He applies deep pressure therapy.
Oh, actually, Nagini gives him comforting hugs at night when he's like having panic attacks. Oh, my gosh.
It'll be
I'm really
okay.
trying, Nagini. Bzz, bzz, bzz. It's okay, Tom. Bzz, bzz, you're doing great. Bzz, bzz. You'll kill Harry Potter. Don't worry. You'll get all your goals done.
You'll
Bzz,
get
bzz,
there, boy.
bzz.
And that little
You'll get
rat
there, boy.
too.
Bzz, bzz.
We're fine.
Oh.
We're fine.
Now I feel bad that Nagini gets killed by Neville.
I know that
Stupid
was
Neville.
Neville's redemption arc. You leave him alone. You don't get to take that from him.
Well, okay, sure. But I think Neville should have killed Voldemort.
Like a lot of
Leave the
people had
snake
the
alone.
opportunity. There was an entire courtyard full of wizards, and no one thought to abracadabra his ass.
Abracadabra him. Can you
Oh,
imagine a bunch of wizards like just using abracadabra? It's like a fake out spell. Like abracadabra. Oh, I got you. I got you.
that's not fair, Mom. He made me poop my pants.
Well, I didn't actually say about a cadabra. I was just
Damn it. There goes another
crap.
one.
Well, Mom, Billy's dead. Oh crap.
Yes, said Riddle calmly. Of course, she didn't know what she was doing at first. It was very amusing. I wish you could have seen her new diary entries. Far more interesting they became. Dear Tom, he recited, watching Harry's horrified face. I think I'm losing my memory. There are rooster feathers all over my robes, and I don't know how they got there. Dear Tom, I
Do
can't
I
remember.
molt? Is puberty
Is
molting?
it shedding season?
Is that what puberty is? It's just molting and shedding? Panda says, I mean, it's the Weasley family. They've got replacements. Oh my god.
Ouch, Panda!
No.
That got dark
Every
and
Weasley
twisty.
is precious except Percy. Percy can leave.
Precious Percy. Psst, psst.
Percy is interchangeable
Per-
for
a Lego
any
figurine.
stick.
Dear Tom, I can't remember what I did the night of Halloween, but a cat was attacked and I've got paint down my front. Sounds like a great night to me. I can't remember what I did on Halloween. Where the hell was I?
Is that what mom gets in front of her? Paint? That's puberty?
God damn it, Doodle.
Dear Tom. Oh no, the next one.
Oh no. Dear Tom, Percy keeps telling me I'm pale and I'm not myself. I think he suspects
Mom
me.
gets like that sometimes. Is that puberty?
There was sweat. There was another attack today and I don't know where I was. Tom, what am I going to do? I think I'm going mad. I think I'm the one attacking everyone. Tom! Harry's
Is that
fist.
puberty?
What is happening?
I'm sorry. I just keep imagining like her being like, I think I'm too young for this. And Tom being like, no, you're not.
Why?
Like you're not getting this. Hey, stop, Ginny. You're not getting. No, it's not. It's not puberty. It's not puberty. It's not puberty. Well, you stop with the puberty.
Stop! I am not the one you need to talk to about this.
This is a conversation for your mother, which you're never going to have because you'll be dead. Oh my
Harry's
goodness.
fists were clenched, the nails digging deep into his palms. It took a very long time for stupid little Ginny to stop trusting her diary, said Riddle. But she finally became suspicious and tried to dispose. Suspicious. That word was hard. And tried to dispose of
Wait,
it.
maybe it's not puberty.
No, maybe it's a
Maybe it's
stroke.
you.
And that's where you came in, Harry. You found it, and I couldn't have been more delighted. Of all the people who could have picked it up, it was you, the very person I was most anxious to meet. Why is
Mm,
everybody fanboying over this
Jeez, Slytherin house just is like
kid?
very much attached to Harry Potter.
Very
Let's be
much.
honest.
A word we can't use on stream anymore.
Yeah,
The bad word. And why did you want to meet
syphilis. Oh, other bad word.
syphilis?
Oh, life.
Syphilis. Why do the Slytherins have syphilis, Doodle? Why do
Oh, the
Is it
Slytherins
from
are
Taco Tuesday?
the Slytherins, man. They're all pretty H word for horny. Ah, yes. Heckled. No, no, not that H word. Oh, oh, horrified. No, no, that's not it either.
Can I buy a vowel? Uh,
There's an O. There's
out
definitely an
comes the
O.
wheel pushed by Aragog again. Um,
Aragog's like, I have to keep pushing this dang thing. Come on.
Stop buying vowels.
He's just so angry. He still drags the wheel in, but he's like, boom. He's like getting into the dress. Like, stop buying vowels. Trying to fit the wig on. Like, this thing keeps getting tighter every year. I need to get a new one. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Now we need an Aragog with the freaking wheel.
Aragog Vanna White.
Can I buy a vowel?
Lamau would be a weird. Oh. My wife said, I wonder if our neighbors upstairs can hear him yell out, puberty! Now, would be a weird thing to answer the doorbell. I keep hearing puberty being yelled from down here. Is everything okay?
No, it's not.
No.
Call
Hello?
everyone.
They're just like,
You open
never
the
mind.
door. Can I help you?
No. No, you cannot.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
Well, you see, Ginny told me all about you, Harry, said Riddle. Your whole fascinating history. His eyes roved over the lightning scar on Harry's forehead, and his expression grew hungrier. I knew I must. Why did I say it that way?
Like the wolf, you could say.
Why did I say it that way? I feel
Because
bad.
you did.
I knew. I knew it. I must find out more about you, talk to you, meet you if I could. So I decided to show you my favorite capture, my famous capture of the Great
There's more than one.
Oak.
You got me again, Tom.
I'm not
Darn
very
you.
good at this hide and seek. I'm too big to hide in cupboards.
Tom, I'm not very good at hide and seek. Can we stop playing? No, Hagrid, we must. Getting 50 Shades of Riddle up in here, says Panda.
Yeah, it is. Oh, this is not good. And you framed him. Oh, for the capture of the great oaf Hagrid to gain your trust. Hagrid's my friend, said Harry, his voice now shaking. You framed him, didn't you? I thought you made a mistake, but... Riddle laughed his high laugh again. It was my word against Hagrid's, Harry. Well, you can imagine how it looked to old Armando Dippet. Armando Diphead. On the...
Dip it.
Dipshit.
Yeah.
Dipshit.
Yeah, accurate.
Accurate. On the
How
one
did
hand...
Hogwarts survive with that headmaster?
Oh,
Seriously.
God. It barely did. Riddle, poor, brilliant, parentless, but so brave, school prefect, model student, and on the other hand, big, blundering Hagrid in trouble every other week, trying to raise werewolf cubs under his bed, sneaking off to the Forbidden Forest to wrestle trolls. But I admit, even I was surprised at how well the plan worked. I thought someone must realize that Hagrid couldn't possibly be the heir of Slytherin. It had taken me 5 whole years to find out everything I could about the Chamber of Secrets and discover the secret entrance. So Hagrid would had the brains or the power. Only the Transfiguration teacher, Dumbledore, seemed to think Hagrid was innocent. He persuaded Dipshit to keep Hagrid and train him as a gamekeeper. Yes, I think Dumbledore might have guessed. Dumbledore never seemed to like me as much as the other teachers did. I bet Dumbledore saw right through you, said Harry, his teeth gritted. Well, he certainly kept an annoyingly close watch on me after Hagrid was expelled, said Riddle carelessly. You good?
Sorry, just
Breathe.
my
Quiet
wife
out.
wanted to well, so Jenny or Foxfire had a question. She couldn't remember, and I didn't think there was anything, but she was like, "Was there anything around the snake that needed to be added, or was it just the snake?"
I think it's just the snake.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
He is enough on his own.
He is open.
Open. I have to figure out
If
how
we
to.
actually do make shirts with that, I will seriously buy that shirt. That is
I'm.
amazing.
We're gonna make them. You and I, we will make
Yes,
them,
we will make them somehow.
and they will go on both of our shops.
Oh, just yours. I think just yours will be good.
No one's died this time, not even the cat. In a few hours, the mandrake drop will be ready, and everyone who's been petrified will be all right again. Haven't I already told you, said Riddle quietly, that killing mudbloods doesn't matter to me anymore? For many months, my new target has been you.
Aww.
Harry stared at him. Imagine how angry I was when the next time my diary was opened, it was Ginny who was writing in me, not you. She saw you with the diary, you see, and panicked. What if you found out how to work it? What if I repeated all her secrets to you? What if, even worse, I told you who'd been strangling roosters? Is that code for something?
No, she strangled the roosters. Remember? Oh, you're joking. I thought you were. I thought you were being serious. I thought you were like actually forgot. Like, wait, is that code for something? And I'm like, no, no, that's part of the book.
It's okay,
She had to.
Doodle.
She.
It's okay. Don't ever stop being you.
I mean,
Could be.
it could be code for something, but the problem is, she's the only Weasley girl in the family, so I don't think it would quite work in the way that we would want it to.
Unless it wasn't. Mm,
Well, actually, she's not.
unless it wasn't
Plot
her.
twist.
It wasn't her rooster she was strangling. So the
Oh.
Doodle caught up. So the foolish
Mm.
little brat waited until your dormitory was deserted and stole it back. But I knew what I must do. It was clear to me that you were on the trail of Slytherin's heir. From everything Ginny had told me about you, I knew you would go to any lengths to solve the mystery. Scooby-Doo. Particularly, one of your best friends was attacked, and Ginny had told me the whole school was buzzing because you could speak Parcel Toon-Gay.
Rah, 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 rah.
There's Ron in the background. Shaggy!
Rah, 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 Larry. Oh,
So I made Ginny write her own farewell on the wall and come down here to wait. She struggled and cried and became very boring, but it wasn't much life left in her. She put too much into the diary, into me. Enough to let me leave its pages at last. I have been waiting for you to appear since we arrived here. I knew you'd come. I have many questions for you, Harry Potter. Like what? Harry's back. I can just picture him sitting cross-legged listening to a story. Like what?
What's that? Hmm? What's that, bud?
Well,
Like the Target lady.
yes. Well, said Riddle, smiling pleasantly. How is it that a baby with no extraordinary magical talent managed to defeat the greatest wizard of all time? How did you escape with nothing but a scar while Lord Voldemort's powers were destroyed?
Okay, there's a difference. There's a difference.
What?
There's a difference. Your book says, "How did you as a baby?" And that tracks, right?
Yeah.
Mine says, "Well," said Riddle, smiling pleasantly, "how is that you, a skinny boy with no extraordinary magical talent, managed to defeat the greatest wizard of all time?" And I'm
Mine's just
like, "Well, geez, what does his weight have to do with him being good at magic?"
it's a weight class system. Your powers
It's
increase
like
the more hamburgers you consume.
only fat people are good at magic. It's a well-known fact.
I am an expert.
Oh, me too. Like Dumbledore is like using like a ton of like guard like
Lard?
what are those things that you wrap around your waist and like tighten like cinch up to get your like waist in?
Corsets.
Yeah, he's like just wearing corsets up the wazoo every
I would
inch. He's
not put a
secretly
corset
like
up your
obese.
wazoo. That is not advisable. Corsets should go
Mm,
nowhere near your wazoo.
yeah, that's true. Outside your wazoo, however, maybe
Possibly.
you can put them outside the wazoo.
You can put them wherever you want, just not in the wazoos.
Oh my gosh. Dumbledore's like, I'm actually secretly morbidly fat. I just wear all of this to make
All
myself
of a
look skinny.
sudden, he grabs a pocket knife and just goes up his throat as he spills out like Jabba the Hutt down the corridor 3.
Dumbledore, more like Dumble can't fit through the door. Am I right? High five.
That hurt my soul, Doodle. Let's not
Like
do
that's a
that again.
compliment in the wizard community.
Right. Okay.
Albus, more like I'll bust your whole body down to Hogwarts. High five.
Are you okay? Do you need help?
I need an adult.
Okay. How did you escape with nothing but a scar when Lord Voldemort's powers were destroyed? There was an odd red gleam in his hungry eyes now. Hungry eyes.
Even his narrative asides are song lyrics. He's paying the narrator a lot of money to put these in.
Corridor, flanked on either side by the serpents, and Voldemort, dirty dancing, lifts him into the air.
Slipping the narrator a 20. Hey, can you make sure you put this in your narrative? What?
Slowly
Just do it.
rotating. Oh my god, we're fine.
You spin me right round, baby, right round. The basilisk is like, I just have to put up with him because he's gonna pay me and a lot of snacks and rodents. He's actually not a bad boss.
He's gonna give me all the sacrifices.
He's not a great boss, but he pays well. Harry's like, oh, that's good for you.
Why do you care?
Nobody puts Potter in a corner.
We're fine. Everything's fine.
Oh, no. And then when Voldemort reincarnates with his googly eyes, he still quotes movie stuff, but it's like very much like not what the movie says at all.
Because one eye's looking left and the other eye's looking right, and he's like the crab in Moana. Pick one. Pick one.
Pick one. Like they're like movie quotes, but like really derpy movie quotes that are not at all like said
relevant
in the movie.
To anything.
Like not even like in the movies. Like as that one character said in Spirited Away, "Hey, I'll take my pizza lukewarm," and everyone's like, "What is that wrong with you?"
As Cinderella said, leaving the castle, "Don't forget to put gas in the truck."
Everyone's like, "The Dark Lord came back, but he didn't come back quite right."
Not only was
we
he
think
missing
he's
his
gone
nose,
a little
he was
mad.
missing half his brain too.
We think he went a little crazy. No,
Voldemort.
He didn't.
Voldemort lost the epic game of got your nose with a 1-year-old.
He didn't transfer his soul into Harry. He transferred the one half of his brain. So Harry's like constantly carrying around the other half. Mama, Harry Potter. I took you, Harry Potter.
Oh.
Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. That's the eyes.
They click. Oh god, I've lost where I was.
Let's see. I made Ginny write her own farewell on the wall.
Oh no, I think I passed that.
Oh, but there's much life over there.
She's red gleam in his hungry eyes now.
Oh, that's right.
Yep, hungry eyes. Why do you care how I escape? Why do you care how I escaped? Said Harry slowly. Voldemort was after your time. Voldemort, said Riddle softly, is my past, present, and future, Harry Potter. He pulled Harry's wand from his pocket and began to trace through the air, writing 3 shimmering words: Tom, Marvolo, Riddle. And then he waved the wand once, and the letters in his name rearranged themselves. I am Iron Man.
I'm sitting here thinking, like, how long was he just sitting there shuffling like his letters around, like in his name? Like,
it was like Words with Friends, and he just kept hitting shuffle.
He just was like, oh, that works. I am Voldemort. I did it.
I am Lord Voldemort. You see, he whispered. It was a name I was already using at Hogwarts, to my most intimate friends only, of course.
Hey guys, I made up this really cool nickname. You want to see?
No.
Oh,
No,
dude, that's
not where my
rad.
brain went. That's not. That's not. Oh, rein it back in. Rein it back in.
Rein it back in. Rein it back in now. Come on, Dusty.
Okay.
Right, so we've already made one too many sex jokes today. Let's
reining it in. We're fine. We're fine.
Hey, dude.
I cannot say the words. You think I was going to use my filthy muggle father's name forever? I, in whose veins runs the very blood of Salazar Slytherin himself. Can you just see him holding a skull, reciting this to himself?
Soliloquizing the entire time.
Right? Through my mother's side, I kept the name of a foul common villain who had whoa.
Sorry.
um, who abandoned me even before I was born, just because he found out his wife was a witch? No, Harry.
Harry's like, most people just change their last name, but okay.
There's paperwork for that.
He's like, you didn't have to like anagram yourself. You know, you could have like been
Just
like Tom Marvolo Filch. No, that's a bad idea. Yep,
dipshit.
bad example.
No, Harry, I fashioned myself a new name. A name I knew wizards everywhere would one day fear to speak. And when I had become the greatest sorcerer in the world, Harry's brains seemed to have jammed. He stared numbly at Riddle, head cocked sideways. At the orphan boy who had grown up to murder Harry's own parents, and so many others. At last, he forced himself to speak. "You're not," he said, his voice quiet, full of hatred. "Not what?" grasped Riddle. "Not the greatest sorcerer in the world," said Harry, breathing fast. "Sorry to disappoint you, and all that, but the greatest wizard in the world is Albus Dumbledore."
I'm sorry. I was just kind of thinking. You can rearrange the letters in Tom Marvolo Riddle, and okay. So this one I came up with kind of by myself by accident, and I had to look it up, and it turns out that is an established one. He could have also been Lord Earmold Vomit. And then but then there's more. Like he could have been old Mad Limo Trevor, like old Trevor, but his nickname is Mad Limo.
Oh,
Um,
Jesus.
Lord Mim, Code Lover,
Good.
comma. Dr. Raimi Doodlevolt is a personal favorite of mine right now.
That is it. That's it.
The Immortal Dove Lord.
Nope, that's it. Lord
Mr.
Immortal
Lame
Dumbledore.
Rotvoid.
Oh.
Vlad Old Timer Rommel. Todd Varoom Miller.
We have come on, we have
Varoom Miller.
one chapter to go after this. We can do this.
I know. After this, I need a bathroom break anyway. So, okay.
Okay. We can do this.
Post your best Voldemort anagrams in the comments.
Yes, I need to see them all.
I need all of them. Okay. Not the
Greatest
greatest
wizard
sorcerer
in the
in the
world
world,
is
said
Albus
Harry.
Dumbledore. Everyone says so. Even you. Even when you were strong, you didn't dare try to take over at Hogwarts. Dumbledore saw through you when you were at school, and he still frightens you now, even when you're hiding these days. Wherever you're hiding these days. The smile had gone from Riddle's face, to be replaced by a very ugly look. Like that wasn't already there. Dumbledore's
Yeah, I was
been
like, that's
driven.
not hard.
That's not hard. He just shifted his eyebrows slightly to
No,
the
he's
left.
just like, oh, he's not happy anymore.
Dumbledore's been driven out of this castle by the mere memory of me, he hissed. He's not as gone as you might think, Harry retorted. He was speaking at random, wanting to scare Riddle, wishing rather than believing it to be true. Riddle opened his mouth, but froze. Music was coming from somewhere. Riddle whirled around to stare down the empty chamber. Music was growing louder. It was eerie, spine tingling, unearthly. It lifted the hair on Harry's scalp and made his heart feel as though it was swelling to twice its normal size, because his heart grew 3 sizes that day. Then, as the
Hogwarts, Hogwarts, hockey, hockey,
Huggy
Hogwarts,
Hogwarts.
sports, Hogwarts, sports.
Oh, set to the tune of Daydream Believer. Then as the music reached such
Anyway,
a
here's
pitch,
Wonderwall.
right? Oh, then, as the music reached such a pitch that Harry felt it vibrating inside his own ribs, flames erupted from the top of the nearest pillar. I just pictured Harry going, like, doing that whole, like, walk like an Egyptian over your head clap, just, and Falks just popping out of his fingertips. Music was playing, walk like an Egyptian, Falks.
Dumbledore was like, I knew you couldn't resist that. Okay.
Oh, that would have been great. A crimson bird the size of a swan had appeared, piping its weird music into the vaulted ceiling. It had a
So I
glittering...
cross sometimes when I lied. Sorry, okay.
This derpy chicken, this derpy red chicken, like, hey, almost from Moana, pops up on the screen. He's like, Kaka!
Can I say, car? Yeah, 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 car, yeah, yeah. I said, car. What's going on? Eddie cried. Sorry.
We're fine.
No, we're not. Anyways.
It had a glittering golden tail as long as a peacock's and glimmering golden talons, which were gripping a ragged bundle. A second later, the bird was flying straight at Harry. It dropped the ragged thing it was carrying at his feet, then landed heavily on his shoulder. As it folded its great wings, Harry looked up and saw it had a large, sharp golden beak and beady black eyes. The bird stopped singing. It sat still and warm next to Harry's cheek, gazing steadily at Riddle. That's a phoenix, said Riddle, staring shrewdly back at it. Fox? Harry breathed, as he felt the bird's golden claws squeeze his shoulder gently. And that, said Riddle, now eyeing the ragged thing that Fox had dropped, is the old school sorting hat.
Kill me!
I don't want to be here.
I can't. The bird is talents so sharp.
So it was.
Tear me up and donate me to science.
Patched, frayed, and dirty, the hat lay motionless at Harry's feet. Riddle began to laugh again. He laughed so hard that the dark chamber rang with it, as though 10 Riddles were laughing at once. That is what Dumbledore sends his defender, a songbird and an old hat. Do you feel brave, Harry Potter? Do you feel safe now? Harry didn't answer. He might not see what use Fawkes or the sorting hat were, but he was no longer alone, and he waited with mounting courage for Riddle to stop laughing. To business, Harry, said Riddle, still smiling broadly. Twice in your past, in my future, we have met, and twice I have failed to kill you. How did you survive? Tell me everything. The longer you talk, he added softly, the longer you stay alive. Harry was thinking fast, weighing the chances. Riddle had the wand. He, Harry, had Fawkes and the sorting hat, neither of which would be much good in a duel. It looked bad, all right, but the longer Riddle stood there, the more life was dwindling out of Ginny. And in the meantime, Harry noticed suddenly Riddle's outline was becoming clearer, more solid. If it had to be a fight between him and Riddle, it better be sooner than later. No one knows why you lost your powers when you attacked me, said Harry abruptly. I don't know myself, but I know why you couldn't kill me. Because my mother died to save me. My mother, common, muggle-born mother, he added, shaking with surprised rage, she stopped you killing me. And I've seen the real you. I saw you last year. You're a wreck. You're barely alive. That's where all your powers got you. You're in hiding, you're ugly, and you're foul. Riddle's face contorted. Then he forced it into an awful smile. So, your mother died to save you. Yes, that's a powerful counter-charm. I can see that now. There's nothing special about you after all. I wondered, you see, because there's a strange likeness between us, Harry Potter. Even you must have noticed. Both half-bloods, orphans, raised by muggles, probably the only two Parselmouths to ever to come to Hogwarts. Since the great Slytherin himself. Parselmouths. Mouths. Since the great Slytherin himself. We even look something alike. But, after all, it was merely a lucky chance that saved you from me. That's all I wanted to know. Harry stood, tense, waiting for Riddle to raise his wand, but Riddle's twisted smile was widening again. Now, Harry, I'm going to teach you a little lesson. Let's match the power of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against famous Harry Potter, and the best weapons Dumbledore can give him. He cast an amused eye over Fawkes in the sorting hat, then walked away. Harry, fear spreading up his numb legs, watched Riddle stop between the high pillars and look up to the stone face of Slytherin. High above him in the half-darkness, Riddle opened his mouth wide and hissed, but Harry understood what he was saying. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts four. Harry wheeled
How
around.
is that still not funny?
I don't know. Harry.
No! Speak to me, Slytherin!
He's standing there, arms wide, big, dramatic. Heir of Slytherin! As he looks over his left shoulder.
You know why the chamber was so damp? It's just spit. It's all spit.
That's it.
That's it. It's just all
Parseltongue's a messy
the
language.
Parseltongue is so messy. I mean, everyone at the conventions now just wear clear face shields. That was before the pandemic. You should have seen what happened after. It was nuts.
Somebody goes and cosplays Voldemort, and now they're just going everywhere.
Oh no! Oh no! I have to do that now! Oh no! That sucks. I have to do that now. I am Voldemort.
You just hand out cards with the YouTube channel that says Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, episode 4.
Give them the exact timestamp and be like, "Here, watch this. It'll make more sense."
It'll all make sense. This is why you don't want Canadians to make up languages.
We need to make on your YouTube video a how to speak Parseltongue.
A, pst, B, pst, C, pst.
Psst, psst, psst. Continue.
Oh God, we can do this, right? Harry
No.
wheeled around to look up at the statue, Fox swaying on his shoulder. Slytherin's gigantic stone face was moving. Horror struck, Harry saw its move.
Stop. It speaks it back, but like really slowly because it's a giant stone statue. And just giant gobs of water spray out and hit Tom. Just like waves.
Why couldn't I be the heir of something that wasn't so messy?
He's just like wiping spit out of his eye.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Lord Slytherin. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Horror struck, Harry saw his mouth opening wider and wider to make a huge black hole. And something was stirring inside of the statue's mouth. Something was slithering up from its depths. Harry backed away until he hit the dark chamber wall, and as he shut his eyes tight, he felt Fawkes' wings sweep his cheek, and he took flight. Harry wanted to shout, "Don't leave me!" But what chance did a phoenix have against the king of serpents?
He's technically a chicken. Crow.
Chicken!
Make a bagak noise, and Fox is like, "Don't patronize me."
Something huge hit the stone floor of the chamber. It's because someone flushed the toilet. Harry felt it.
Oh, it was Taco Tuesday.
It was Taco Tuesday.
No, it's Crab and or Growl. Just like, boom. Hey, Ron. Hey, Harry. Hey, Crab. Hey, Harry. Well, that hurt.
We haven't ended up here before. We took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. He knew what was... He knew what was happening. He could sense it. Could almost see the giant serpent uncoiling itself from Slytherin's mouth. Then he heard Riddle's...
Well, hey, y'all.
Slytherin's mouth. Then he heard the Riddle's hissing voice. Kill him.
Alrighty, sir. Just very friendly. It's just a very nice basilisk. He's been well fed, you know. He has a nice home. It's cool and it's dark and it's damp. It's perfect for a snake like him, you know. It's great.
Right.
He's been able to get some exercise the past few days. He's had some fun, you know.
The basilisk was moving towards Harry. He could hear its heavy body slithering ponderously across the dusty floor, eyes still tightly shut. Harry began to run blindly sideways. As he runs into a wall with his nose. His hands...
Just like,
His hands outstretched, feeling his way. Riddle was laughing. Harry tripped. He fell hard onto the stone and tasted blood. The serpent was barely feet from him. He could hear it coming. There was a loud, explosive spitting sound directly above him, and then something heavy hit Harry so hard he was smashed against the wall. Waiting for fangs to sink through his body, he heard more mad hissing.
Now, would you cut that out?
Stop running your
Stop
guard
it.
yourself. You know, put out
Stop
an eye.
it. Come on now. Come on. Don't be like that. Come on.
Put out an eye.
He'll shoot your eye out, boy.
Something, oh my God. Something thrashing wildly off the pillars. He couldn't
Now,
help
be
it.
careful, y'all.
It's a tad bit slippery in here.
It's a little slippery, and you almost poked my eye out. Gotta be more careful. What a pretty bird you are.
Damn it, Doodle. Damn it.
Oh, you were trying to poke my eyes out. I see. Well, I don't much appreciate that, but I'm sure you have the right reason, so I'll let it go for now. Okay, bye-bye.
I'm not okay.
I'll make you a pie later.
A pecan. It's making a pecan pie.
It's just a really good pie maker, you know? Just wants everybody to
It's
be
kind of hard.
happy.
Well, it's easier for him to roll the dough.
Yeah, you just roll over
He
it.
just rolls over.
I'm like a gigantic rolling pin, y'all.
I'm fine.
Fun fact, every snake in this universe is actually just incredibly nice. Just so
Right?
sweet.
Okay.
They'll kill you and make your ghost a pie later that they can eat. It's very nice.
He couldn't help it. He opened his eyes wide enough to squint at what was going on. The enormous serpent, bright, poisonous green, thick as an oak trunk, had raised itself high in the air, with its great blunt head was weaving drunkenly between the pillars. As Harry tumbled, ready to close his eyes if it turned, he saw what had distracted the snake. Fox was soaring around its head, and the basilisk was snapping furiously at him with with fangs long and thin as sabers. Fox dived, his long golden beak sank out of sight, and a sudden shrill "You damn beast!"
Fox is just a jerk. Now, could you please stop doing that? No, bitch. Ah! No, quit that. Cut that out. Ow, that hurt.
His long golden beak sank out of sight. A sudden shower of dark blood sprayed the floor. The snake's tail thrashed, narrowly missing Harry, and before Harry could shut his eyes, it turned. Harry looked straight into its face and saw that its eyes, both of his great, bulbous yellow eyes, had been punctured by the phoenix. Blood was streaming onto the floor, and the snake was spinning in agony. "No!" Harry heard Riddle screaming. "Leave the bird! Leave the bird! The boy's behind you! You can smell him! Kill him!" Now he's spitting mad, literally.
Now you don't have to yell. Just give me 1 second to get my bearings. All right, there we are.
I practiced echolocation in the 50 years you had me trapped in this place.
Harry, sweetie, could you stand still for just a second? Thanks, y'all.
Oh, damn it. My nose is running.
Oh.
Okay. The blind serpent swayed, confused, still deadly. Fox was circling its head, piping its eerie song, jabbing here and there at the basilisk's scaly nose, and the blood poured from its ruined eyes. "Help me! Help me!" Harry muttered wildly. "Someone! Anyone!" The snake's
I
tail.
need somebody now. Okay, I
"Help!
need to shut up. I'm so
I
sorry.
need
I need some.
somebody! Help! Not
Tom,
just
it's like, that's my
anybody!"
stick.
The snake's tail whipped across the floor again. Harry ducked. Something soft hit his face. The basilisk had swept the sorting hat into Harry's arms. How convenient. Harry seized it. It was all he had left, his only chance. He rammed it onto his head and threw himself flat onto the floor as Basilisk's tail swung over him again.
Can
"Help
you
me!"
imagine if the sword was in there right now?
He stabs himself in the eye. "Help me! Help me!" Harry thought, his eyes screwed tight under the hat. "Please help me!" There was no answering voice. Instead, the hat contracted, as though an invisible hand was squeezing it very tightly. Something very hard and heavy thudded onto the top of Harry's head, almost knocking him out. Stars winking in front of his eyes, he grabbed the top of the hat to pull it off and felt something long and hard beneath it.
Dumbledore, how'd you get in there?
I was trying not to go there, and I was doing so well.
Percy, is this where you've been hiding this whole time?
I was
Harry,
doing
close the hat! Close the hat! Close the hat!
I was doing so well. I was trying so hard, Doodle, and you just had. Damn it.
I want to say it's Percy, and he's like,
Yes,
"Look,
close
the
her
Mirror
hat,
of
close her hat, close
Erised
her
in
hat.
here." He actually like hops out later. It's like, so,
About that,
don't tell anybody. I'm telling everybody.
call
Dang.
everybody. A gleaming silver sword had appeared inside the hat, its handle glittering with rubies the size of eggs. "Kill the boy, leave the bird, the boy is behind you, stiff."
Smell him. Well, calm down.
Harry was like, "Why don't We have this from the basilisk's point of view. Harry was on his feet, ready. The basilisk's head was falling. Harry Potter and the basilisk bakes a pie. The basilisk's
Oh no, I feel sad. The Basilisk. No, Panda said I need to make an animated series for the Basilisk, and I'm like, I might make a couple comics for sure of just
I'm
this super
totally
sweet
in.
Basilisk.
I'm totally in. We could do this.
Yes.
You could see the vast, bloody eye sockets, see the mouth stretching wide, wide enough to swallow him whole, lined with fangs, long as his sword, thin, glittering, venomous. It lunged blindly. Harry dodged it and hit the chamber wall. It lunged again, and its forked tongue lashed Harry's side. He raised the sword in both his hands. The basilisk lunged again, and this time, his aim was true. Harry threw his whole weight behind the sword and drove it to the hilt in the roof of the serpent's mouth. But as warm blood drenched Harry's arms, he felt oops, excuse me. I just burped. He felt a searing pain just above his elbow. One long, poisonous fang was sinking deeper and deeper into his arm, and it splintered as the basilisk keeled over sideways and fell, twitching, to the floor. Harry slid down the wall. He gripped the fang that was spreading poison through his body and wrenched it out of his arm, but he knew it was too late. White-hot pain was spreading slowly and steadily from the wound. Even as he dropped the fang and watched his own blood soaking his robes, his vision went foggy. The chamber was dissolving in a whirl of dull color. A patch of scarlet swam past him, and Harry heard a soft clatter of claws beside him. Fox, he said thickly, you were brilliant, Fox. He felt the bird lay its beautiful head on the spot where the serpent's fang had pierced him. He could hear echoing footsteps, then a dark shadow moved in front of him. You're dead, Harry Potter, said Riddle's voice above him. Dead. Even Dumbledore's bird knows it. You see what he's doing, Potter? He's crying. Fox blinked. Harry blinked. Fox's chicken head slid in and out of focus. Thick, pearly tears were trickling down the glossy feathers. I'm going to sit here and watch you die, Harry Potter. Take your time. I'm in no hurry.
Harry Potter.
Harry felt drowsy. Everything around him seemed to be spinning. So ends the famous Harry Potter, said Riddle's distant voice, alone in the Chamber of Secrets, forsaken by his friends, defeated at last by the Dark Lord he so unwisely challenged. You'll be back with your dear mudblood mother soon, Harry. She brought you 12 years of borrowed time, but Lord Voldemort got you in the end, as you knew he must. He's just wandering around talking to himself like somebody actually gives a flying fuck.
I honestly no, and then he's like using his own name, like Lord Voldemort. It's like he's like,
I am
you
the
must use my
greatest!
name. I am the like this. That's how he was around in school. Like he was like obviously like,
He was that
hey
kid who
Tom,
always
it's
talked about himself in the
Voldemort,
third person.
because he wants everybody to use his new name. It's like that kid who like tries to give themselves a nickname in high school. It's like, hey Rebecca, no, it's
Like Hocus
glitter.
Pocus. I said I'm ice now.
Yes, oh yes, it's ice, and this is ice. Oh my god, I haven't watched that movie this year. I need to watch it. I feel so bad.
You're not too late.
It's never too late for Hocus Pocus, or too early.
Nope. If this is dying, thought Harry, it's not so bad. Even the pain was leaving him. But was this dying? Instead of going black, the chamber seemed to be coming back into focus. Harry gave his head a little shake, and there was Fawkes, still resting his head on Harry's arm. A pearly patch of tears was shining all around the wound, except that there was no wound. Get away, bird, said Riddle's voice suddenly. Get away from him! I said get away! Shoot! Shoot!
Get away, Burb. Get away, Burb.
I
Get
now,
away.
now Riddle's got a broom. He's like, shoo!
Shoot, shoot. Burb, shoot.
Bad burb!
Bad Burb.
He
Stupid
boops.
Burb.
He burps. He burps. He poops the
He burps.
burb. He burped the burb. Jesus
He burps
Christ.
it, just picks it up. Now you've been a very bad bird killing Harry Potter. Don't do that. Okay, there you go, Burb. Fly away now. Good Burb. Good Burb. Bye bye, Burb. Bitch.
Harry raised his head. Riddle was pointing Harry's wand at Fawkes. There was a loud bang like again on Fawkes. Took off, flight in a whirl of gold and scarlet. Phoenix tears, said Riddle quietly, staring at Harry's arms. Of course. Healing powers. I forgot, because you're stupid. He looked into Harry's face. But it makes no difference. In fact, I prefer it this way. Just you and me, Harry Potter. You and me. He raised the wand. Then, in a rush of wings, Fawkes soared back overhead and something fell into Harry's lap. The diary. For a split second, both Harry and Riddle, wand still raised, stared at it. Then, without thinking,
Uh,
a bird.
honestly, that just was like a moment
As
where,
both their googly
like,
eyes just start randomly spinning.
duh. Like, in anime, how sometimes they have that thing where, like, everyone's just staring at something, like, the three periods appear above their head, like, boop, boop, boop. That's kind of like,
Dot,
God, boop,
dot,
boop.
dot. Oh my god.
Okay.
Without without thinking, without considering, as though he had meant to do it all along, Harry seized the basilisk fang on the floor next to him and plunged it straight into the heart of the book.
I
There
stabbed
was
my thigh.
That was a long, dreadful, piercing scream. Ink spurted out of the diary in torrents, streaming over Harry's hands, flooding the floor. Riddle was writhing and twisting, screaming and flailing, and then he had gone. Harry's wand fell to the floor in the clatter, and there was silence. Silence, except for the steady drip, drip of ink still oozing from the diary. The basilisk's venom had burned a sizzling hole right through it. Shaking all over, Harry pulled himself up. His head was spinning as though he'd just traveled miles by flue powder. Slowly he gathered together his wand and the sorting hat, and with a huge tug retrieved the glittering sword from the roof of the basilisk's mouth. Then came a faint moan from the end of the chamber. Jenny was stirring. As Harry hurried towards her, she sat up. Her bemused eyes traveled from the huge form of the dead basilisk, over Harry in his blood-soaked robes, then to the diary in his hand. She drew a great shuddering gasp, and tears began to pour down her face. Harry, oh Harry, I tried to tell you at breakfast, but I couldn't say it in front of Percy. It was me, Harry. But I swear I didn't mean to. Riddle made me. He took over and... and how did...
No, can you imagine? Oh, Harry, I tried to tell you at breakfast, but I couldn't say it in front of Percy.
Percy was naked.
I saw, no, I saw him. I saw him. He was naked.
It was horrible.
Harry, where are we? Harry, where are we?
Oh, God. Where's Riddle? The last thing I remember was him coming out of the diary. It's all right, said Harry, holding up the diary and showing Ginny the fang hole. Riddle's... I'm fine.
Riddle finished. Oh. It
I'm
was
okay.
him?
I'm okay. It's fine.
Ginny's like, no, I'm pretty sure it was Percy who was doing that, not Riddle.
Riddle's finished. Look, him and the basilisk. Come on, Ginny, let's get out of here. I'm going to be expelled, Ginny wept as Harry helped her awkwardly to her feet. I looked forward to coming to Hogwarts ever since Bill came, and now I have to leave. And what'll Mum and Dad say? Fox
That's
was...
true.
Oh
Poor
my
thing.
God. I just read... It says Fox was waiting for them. I just read Fox was wearing a hat.
Fox was wearing a hat. It's very important information.
He was wearing the hat. Not a hat. He's wearing the sorting hat. He's like, yeah, I did that.
I need to write that down. Fox is wearing the hat.
Yep, I said that. Hovering in the chamber entrance, Harry urged Ginny forward. They stepped over the motionless coils of the dead basilisk, through the echoing gloom and back into the tunnel. Harry heard the stone doors close behind them with a soft hiss. After a few minutes' progress up the dark tunnel, a distant sound of slowly shifting rock reached Harry's ears. Ron! Harry yelled, speeding up. Ginny's okay! I've got her! He heard Ron give a strangled cheer and turned the next bend to see his eager face staring through a sizable gap he had managed to make in the rock fall. Ginny! Ron thrust an arm through the gap to the rock to pull her through first. You're alive! I don't believe it! What happened? He tried to hunt her.
He tried to hunt her. She's like, crap, I just got out of this!
Leave me alone!
Just stop.
Okay. He tried to hug her. Where the hell was I?
Where did that bird come
Okay.
from?
You're alive, I don't believe it. What happened? He tried to hug her, but Ginny held him off, sobbing. But you're okay, Ginny, said Ron, beaming at her. It's over now. And where did that bird come from? Fox had swum through the gap after
Okay,
Ginny.
it's actually really sad. Sorry, they don't include the hugging part in the American version.
Oh.
It just says, "You're alive, I don't believe it. What happened? How? What? Where did the bird come from?" Oh.
He's Dumbledore's, said Harry, squeezing through himself. And how come you've got a sword? Said Ron, gaping at the glittering weapon in Harry's hand. I'll explain it when we get out of here, said Harry, with a sideways glance at Ginny. But later, Harry said quickly. He didn't think it was a good idea to tell Ron, who'd been opening the chamber. Not in front of Ginny, anyway. Where's Lockhart? Back there, said Ron, grinning and jerking his head to the tunnel towards the pipe. He's in a bad way. Come and see. Led by Fawkes, whose wide scarlet wings emitted a soft golden glow in the darkness, they walked all the way back to the mouth of the pipe. Gilderoy Lockhart was sitting there, humming placidly to himself. His memory is gone, said Ron. The memory charm backfired. Hit him instead of us. He's got no clue who he is, or where he is, or who we are. I told him to come and wait here. He's a danger to himself. Lockhart peered good-naturedly up at them all.
Hello.
He said.
Odd sort of place this, isn't it? Do you live here?
No, said Ron, raising his eyebrows at Harry. Harry bent down and looked at the long, dark pipe. Have you thought about how we're going to get back up this? He said to Ron. Ron shook his head, but Fawkes the Phoenix had swooped past Harry and was now fluttering in front of him, his beady eyes bright in the dark. He was waving his golden tail feathers. Shake tail feathers! Sorry.
Yeah. You just hear a distant shriek from Tom. That's mine.
He was. I'll get you next time.
And I'll have better quotes. He did not have better quotes.
He did not. It was a lie.
It was a lie. He came back very much confused.
He was waving his long golden tail feathers. Harry looked uncertainly at him. Looks like he wants you to grab hold, said Ron, looking perplexed. But you're much too heavy for a bird to pull up there. Fawkes.
Excuse you.
Wow, Fawkes. Fawkes? Not fucks. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one PG-13 F word I'm allowing on my stream. I need to get an alert for that. So
Yeah.
one of these days.
For when I use it. It's always me. Isn't it
Well,
ordinary?
last stream was somebody else.
I think it was Smurf.
Oh no, on my last stream it was a friend of mine.
Oh. Oh no, it was Donnie that did it last time.
Yes, it was.
But you're much too heavy for a bird to pull up there. Fawkes, said Harry, isn't an ordinary bird. He turned quickly and grabbed the other.
I'm not that heavy.
We've got to hold on to each other. Ginny grabbed Ron's hand. Professor Lockhart. He means you, said Ron sharply to Lockhart. You hold Ginny's other hand. Harry tucked the sword and the sorting hat into his belt. Ron took hold of the back of Harry's robes. Harry reached out and took hold of Fawkes' strangely hot tail feathers. An extraordinary lightness seemed to spread through his whole body, and the next second, with a whoosh, they were flying upwards through the pipe. Harry could hear Lockhart dangling below him, saying,
Amazing. Amazing. This is just like magic.
he's lost all his personality now.
He just sounds like a vague announcer guy from Disneyland. Please
Yep.
stand clear of the doors.
Please stand clear of
Cuidado
the
a los
window.
puertas.
Now he announces in 2 languages. The chill air was whipping through Harry's hair, and before he had stopped enjoying the ride, it was over. All 4 of them were hitting the wet floor of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, and as Lockhart straightened his hat, the sink that hid the pipe was sliding back into place. Myrtle? Are you okay?
Finish the chapter and then I'll tell you.
Myrtle goggled at them. You're alive? She said blankly to Harry. There's no need to sound so disappointed, he said grimly, wiping flecks of blood and slime off of his glasses. Oh well, I'd just been thinking. If you'd have died, you'd have been welcome to share my toilet, said Myrtle, blushing silver. Ugh, said Ron as they left the bathroom for the dark, deserted corridor outside. Harry, I think Myrtle's got fond of you. You've got competition, Ginny. But tears were still flooding silently down Ginny's face. Where now? Said Ron with an anxious look at Ginny. Harry pointed. Fawkes was leading the way, glowing gold along the corridor. They strode after him, and moments later found themselves outside Professor McGonagall's office. Harry knocked and pushed the door open.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we read the final chapter, everybody, if I could please kindly turn your attention to my Discord channel. Foxfire has posted something in the pictures.
I'm here for it.
Do you see it? Do you see it?
Yes.
I think my favorite little detail is the little shirt that he just put on him that just says "Puss, puss, puss, puss." like sleeve holes and everything. There are sleeve holes on it, and like it just does not fill them, and it's just like
And I love I can pull the background off that. That's gonna be great.
I think I'm yeah, absolutely. We're gonna need to pull the background off, but it's so
I can do it.
good.
It's fine.
Oh my gosh,
That's amazing. I love it. I'm here for it. All of
it's
it.
so cute. It's so
Snack.
cute. Snake.
Snack.
Open. Puss, 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 puss.
That's I'm gonna have to get that textualized and put. Yep, that's happening.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
I will work on
That's my
that.
new. That's my new channel. That's my new channel header. Just. Puss, puss, puss. We'll make sure Foxfire owns the rights, of course, because that is her
Absolutely.
image. But
Copy. Put a sign it somewhere. I need.
yeah, make sure you sign it, dear.
Yeah,
Sign the picture.
sign it.
Gotta make sure you sign that thing. Sign that ish. Maybe put it like on the flag somewhere.
Yeah.
Or like somewhere along the snake's tail or something. Make sure it's on the image though, because that way it can't be cropped out.
Yeah. Make it part of the actual image so that it
Yes,
doesn't.
yes, yes.
Someone doesn't take it and.
Because it's that good. Somebody will take it.
It is great.
It's
I
so
love it.
fun.
I need that right smack center in the middle of a t-shirt, and I'll put right
But I
underneath it.
did
Open.
open. Oh no.
We have one chapter left. We can do this.
Here we go, guys. Let's finish this.
Damn it.
Let's finish this.
It's not a long chapter either.
Nope, we're almost done. For a moment, there was silence as Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Lockhart stood in the doorway, covered in muck and slime. Panda, at this point, no, I don't need to use a bathroom break. I'm gonna get through this chapter, and then afterwards we can discuss all the fond memories we have of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. As long as I don't think about it, I'm not gonna have to use the bathroom. In the doorway, covered in muck and slime, and in Harry's case, blood. Then there was a scream. Ginny! It was Mrs. Weasley who had been sitting crying in front of the fire. Ginny!
Ginny.
Ginny! Run, Forrest, run! She leapt to her feet, closely followed by Mr. Weasley, and both of them flung themselves on their daughter. Tackled her, practically.
To the
Harry,
floor.
however, was looking past them. Professor Dumbledore was standing by the mantelpiece, beaming, next to Professor McGonagall, who was taking great, steadying gasps, clutching her chest. Fox went whooshing past Harry's ear and settled on Dumbledore's shoulder, just as Harry found himself and Ron being swept into Mrs. Weasley's tight embrace. You saved her! You saved her! How did you do it? I think we'd all like to know that, said Professor McGonagall weakly. Mrs. Weasley let go of Harry, who hesitated for a moment, then walked over to the desk and laid upon it the sorting hat, the ruby-encrusted sword, and what remained of Riddle's diary. Then he started telling them everything. For nearly a quarter of an hour, he spoke into the rapt silence. He told them about hearing the disembodied voice, how Hermione had about the how Harry had finally realized that he was hearing a basilisk.
Nice.
I finally realized how he was hearing a basilisk in the pipes. Everybody got a little angry at that. How he and Ron had followed the spiders into the forest, that Aragog had told them where the last victim of the basilisk had died. Stop it, Harry! How he had guessed that Moaning Myrtle had been the victim, and that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets.
It was the basilisk in the bathroom with a candlestick.
Actually, no, it was the basilisk in the bathroom with the diary, if you think about it.
True.
It just conked her out. Bam! Oh.
Oh.
Entrance to the Chamber of Secrets might be in her bathroom. Very well, Professor McGonagall prompted him as he paused. So you found out where the entrance was, breaking 100 school rules into pieces along the way, I might add. But how on earth did you get out of there alive, Potter? So Harry, his voice now growing hoarse from all the talking, told them about Fox's timely arrival, and about the sorting hat giving him the sword. But then he faltered. He had so far avoided mentioning Riddle's diary. Or Ginny. She was standing with her head against Mrs. Weasley's shoulder, and tears were still coursing silently down her cheek. What if they expelled her? Harry thought in panic. Riddle's diary didn't work anymore. How could they prove it had been he who'd made her do it all? Instinctively, um, Harry looked at Dumbledore, who smiled faintly, the firelight glancing off his half-moon spectacles. "What interests me most," said Dumbledore gently, "is how Voldemort managed to enchant Ginny, when my sources tell me he is currently in hiding in the forests of Albania." Relief. Warm, sweeping, glorious relief swept over Harry. "What was that?" said Mr. Weasley in a stunned voice. "I know what you're thinking, I'm not saying it." "You know who?" I know what you're thinking, but I just like the thought of maybe Harry just, like, peeing himself when Dumbledore says that, just like, "Ah," and everyone's like, "Oh, oh,
I
huh."
am not gonna say a word.
Yeah, don't say a word. I'm
Nope.
just gonna keep my image of Harry wetting himself upon hearing that.
I need an adult.
Just like I'm not going to imagine Harry, just, like, magically having his, own fun when Voldemort asks some questions. Because that level of fanaticism is there. I totally see it, but we're just not gonna talk about that.
We're moving on.
We're just gonna pretend he peed himself. "What was that?" said Mr. Weasley in a sudden silence. "You know who?" And shouting Ginny, but Ginny's not Ginny hasn't been has she? "It was his diary," said Harry quickly, picking it up and showing it to Dumbledore. "D Riddle wrote it when he was at 16." Dumbledore took the diary from Harry and peered keenly down his long, crooked
Damn
nose
it,
at its
Panda.
burnt and now soggy pages.
Harry Potter and the way Dumbledore touches you.
No! Harry Potter and that thing Dumbledore Dumbledore.
I'm not okay. I'm not okay.
No! No!
We were so close to the end of the chapter. Damn it, Panda. Oh, I can't take you
Harry!
anywhere.
Pissa, 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 pissa. Oh no! I feel like Dumbledore hasn't told us something about him and Riddle. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of things Dumbledore hasn't told us.
Show me on where on the doll Dumbledore touched you.
Harry's like, in my soul.
Oh God.
Because every time we touch, I
I
get
get
this
this
feeling.
feeling.
He's like, I've never understood this before. I get it now.
Oh my God. The VOD for this is gonna be amazing.
Because every time we touch, I get ecstatic.
Percy over there spinning his prefect badge.
Harry, did you put anything on with a fire? No, sir. Movie Dumbledore makes so much more sense now.
Do not read these
Okay.
as a twisted adult. Please don't read these books as a twisted
No,
adult.
no, don't do that.
Oh God.
Let's see. Dumbledore took the diary from Harry and peered keenly down his long, crooked nose at its burnt and soggy pages. "Brilliant," he said softly. "Of course, he was probably the most brilliant student Hogwarts has ever seen." That statement right there is what snapped Hermione out of her coma. She's like, "Excuse
What?
me?" Tom Riddle beat. She burst into the office. "First of all,"
Pops!
the boy's like, "Ah!" "Oh no, it's a girl."
Doodle. Can we finish this chapter before I legit have a stroke?
No,
No,
it's too late.
we're done.
Let's see. He turned to the Weasleys, who looked utterly bewildered. Very few people know that Lord Voldemort was once called Tom Riddle, a nickname that he gave himself. I taught him myself 50 years ago at Hogwarts. He disappeared after leaving the school, traveled far and wide, sank so deeply into the dark arts, consorted with the very worst of our kind, underwent so many dangerous magical transformations that when he resurfaced as Lord Voldemort, he was barely recognizable. Hardly anyone connected Lord Voldemort with the clever, handsome boy who was once head boy here.
I'm in the rivers of hell. Row, row, row your boat
Row your
gently
boat
down the
gently down the
stream.
stream. Merrily, merrily,
Merrily,
merrily,
merrily,
merrily, I
merrily.
see Hades gleam.
Oh,
Oh,
we're fine.
that's what Percy's preparing for.
Mm. Okay.
But Ginny, said Mrs. Weasley, what's all Ginny got to do with him? Ginny sobbed. Oh, yeah. Ginny, said Mr. Weasley, flabbergasted. Haven't I taught you anything? What have I always told you? Never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps your brain.
Your brain,
Why
its
didn't
brain. Why is it keeping Ginny's brain?
or keep its brain? Why didn't you show? I don't know. Safety. We just hold on to this, Ginny.
You're not gonna need it anymore. I'm sailing
Oh
away.
crap! She likes Twilight now. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Any Twilight lovers out there, I promise you have a brain.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Oh no, she plays Fortnite. I will not apologize for that.
There it goes. Here
That,
goes our
that
analytics.
there's my soapbox for the day. Run, Doodle. Why? You can't kill me twice. I've already done that myself.
I can run faster
Oh,
scared than they can mad.
Stray says, "Run, Doodle. You've made the Twilight peeps mad. What are they gonna do?
Stray!
Glitter all over me? Oh
Okay,
no, so shiny."
glitter is the herpes of the craft world. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, it is, but at least it's not like gonna
At
be
least
deadly
it's
to me.
not.
Oh, Stray, you've missed out on so much. There's
It's
so much
okay.
to catch you up on.
You'll never know.
He can't understand us.
He
We're
doesn't know what's
speaking
happening.
Parcel Gay. Let's see.
He's gonna have to go back and watch it later.
Why didn't you show the diary to me or your mother? A suspicious object like that, it was clearly full of dark arts. I didn't know, sobbed Jenny. I found it was. I thought someone had left me. Miss Weasley should go up to the hospital wing right away, Dumbledore
She
interrupted in a
needs a
firm voice.
sedative.
This has been a terrible ordeal for her. There will be no punishment. Older and wiser wizards than she have been hoodwinked by Lord Voldemort. He strolled over to the door and opened it. Bed rest and perhaps a large steaming mug of hot chocolate. I always find that cheers me up. He added, twinkling kindly down at her. You will find that Madame Pomfrey is still awake.
Because that
Always
woman can
is.
never sleep. Because Harry
She's just
Potter's
giving
always
up.
blowing something up.
Speaking of Twilight, I'm thinking Dumbledore is a vampire, says Foxfire. And then Stray says, having worked at Joanne Fabrics, glitter never goes away. And I can believe that.
Okay.
Let's see. Madame Pomfrey is giving out mandrake juice. I dare say the basilisk's victims will be waking up any moment. So Hermione's okay, said Ron brightly. There has been no lasting harm done, Ginny, said Dumbledore. Mrs. Weasley led Ginny out, and Mr. Weasley followed, still looking deeply shaken. You know, Minerva, said Professor Dumbledore, thoughtfully to Professor McGonagall, I think all this merits a good feast. Might I ask you to go and alert the kitchen? Uh, right, said Professor McGonagall crisply, also moving to the door. I'll leave you to deal with Potter and Weasley, shall I? Certainly, said Dumbledore. She left, and Harry and Ron gazed uncertainly at Dumbledore. What exactly had Professor McGonagall meant? Deal with them.
Surely they weren't about to be punished.
Punished. She starts pulling up the thigh highs. Panda says, since he twinkles, I think that confirms Foxfire's theory. Yeah, Dumbledore is a vampire. He twinkles. Yep,
Now he's
he twinkles.
punishing.
Now he's punishing them.
Punishing Ron and Harry.
No, he's punishing them. I shall now read from you a selected work of Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiography. No! He's like, I knew I hired him for some reason. Anyway.
And you notice, okay, I need,
Yes, go for it.
It may get pointed out in a minute. Oh, it does get, never mind. Carry on.
Oh.
I was like, everyone's been talking about all of these things and nobody's noticed that Gilderoy's just staring at a corner picking at paint. He's
Why is he eating glue?
The snozberries taste like snozberries.
Like snozberries. Yes, okay. No, it's announcer voice. The wall tastes like wall. This floor tastes funny.
Okay.
I seem to remember telling you both that I would have to expel you if you broke any more school rules, said Dumbledore. Ron opened his mouth in horror, which goes to show that the best of us must sometimes eat our words. Dumbledore went on, smiling. You will both receive special awards for services to the school, and let me see. Yes, I think 200 points apiece for he's new Lockhart. 200 points apiece for Gryffindor.
Voldemort's laugh comes echoing.
Panda says, "Oh no, I'm still in the Chamber of Secrets. That's why the floor tastes funny."
Taco Tuesday.
Evie, thank you so much for the raid. How you doing? How was your stream? Gilderoy, why why do I smell Del Grande?
Right.
This meat is obviously processed.
It's very heavy in sodium.
Like that hot sauce, though.
Add a little bit of spice.
Spicy. Another, sir.
Please, sir, may I have another?
Please, sir, may I have some more? Father, sorry. Father, sorry. Father, sorry.
Okay, we got this. 200 points.
200 points apiece for Griff. I really was kind of sad that I wouldn't be able to do my Gilderoy Lockhart voice. No. He lives on in Dumbledore.
Slowly managed to kill Doodle this stream. It's fine.
I'm sorry your stream died, Evie. That's sucky. Ron went pink as brightly pink as Lockhart's Valentine families, but closed his mouth again. But one of us seems to be keeping mightily quiet about his part in this dangerous adventure, Dumbledore. Yeah, that fits. Why so modest, Gilderoy? Harry gave a start. He had completely forgotten about Lockhart. He turned to see that Lockhart was standing in a corner of the room, still wearing his vague smile. When Dumbledore addressed him, Lockhart looked over his shoulder to see who he was talking to. Professor Dumbledore, Ron said quickly, there was an accident down in the Chamber of Secrets. Professor Lockhart, am I a professor? Said Lockhart in mild surprise. Goodness, I expect I was hopeless, was I? He tried to do a memory charm, and the wand backfired, Ron explained quietly to Dumbledore. Oh dear me, said Dumbledore, shaking his head, his long silver mustache quivering. Oh gosh. Impaled upon your own sword, Gilderoy. Sword, said Lockhart dimly. Haven't got a sword. That boy has, though. He pointed at Harry. He'll lend you one.
Mind the gap.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Like a good neighbor, Harry Potter has a sword. Why does he keep saying pissa, 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 pissa?
All of a sudden, the wall opens up and another basilisk comes out.
Oh my!
I seem to have seen this movie before. Pissa, 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 pissa.
He falls. Oh no! Ow! Ow! Ow!
Help!
Oof!
I have fallen and
Ow!
I can't get up.
I have fallen down to this dark pit. I am Norm. Okay.
We're fine.
Would you mind taking Professor Lockhart up to the infirmary too? Dumbledore said to Ron. I'd like a few more words with Harry. Lockhart ambled out. Ron cast a curious look back at Dumbledore and
And backed
Harry
up
as he
about
closed
6
the door.
paces.
Mhm. Just don't say anything. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Dumbledore crossed to one of the chairs by the fire. Sit down, Harry, he said, and Harry sat, feeling unaccountably nervous. First of all, Harry, I want to thank you, said Dumbledore, eyes twinkling again. You must have shown me real loyalty down in the chamber. Nothing but that could have called Fawkes to you. He stroked the phoenix, which had fluttered down onto his knee. Don't, no. Oh no, now it's 50 Shades of Dumbledore, Pendices. He stroked the phoenix. That's like wizard slang for choked the chicken, I guess.
Strangled the rooster.
That's the British way. I imagine he was most. Oh no, no. And so you met Tom Riddle, said Dumbledore thoughtfully. I imagine he was most interested in you. Suddenly, something that was nagging at Harry came tumbling out of his mouth. Professor Dumbledore, Riddle said I'm like him. Strange likeness, he said. Did he now? Said Dumbledore, looking thoughtfully at Harry
Wah,
from under his
wah,
thick silver eyebrows.
wah. Foreshadowing.
And what do you think, Harry? I don't think I'm like him, said Harry, more loudly than he intended. I mean, I'm I'm in Gryffindor. My entire personality revolves around that fact for the first 3 books. But he fell silent, a lurking doubt resurfacing in his mind. Professor, he started again after a moment. The sorting hat told me I'd have done well in Slytherin. Everyone thought I was Slytherin's heir for a while. Because I can speak Pastel Tungay. You can speak parcel tongue, Harry. Parcel tongue. Dumbledore very slowly losing interest in this kid. He's like, oh no, he's stupid.
The curse to his forehead did more damage than we originally thought.
Yeah, he's like, ah, crap. He's not attractive anymore. He's pulling Harry in. It'll be 50 Shades of Harry soon enough. Yes, normally, yes, except he's realizing that Harry's an idiot.
Oh my god.
He's slowly pulling out. He's like, I messed up. I messed up. Messed up. Messed up. That Weasley kid's available. Let's try him. Percy's available.
Damn it.
You can speak parcel tongue, Harry, said Dumbledore calmly, because Lord Voldemort, who is the last remaining descendant of Salazar hold on, I have one other raid. True ABBA fan just rated the channel with 4 viewers. Thank you so much, ABBA. Long time no see. You've come at a really strange time.
Welcome to whatever the hell
Welcome
this is.
to this is the last chapter of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets.
In more ways than one.
This is
Oh, Jesus.
this one is a little more PG-13 than most of my
I think we've crossed PG-13 and are heading into the 16 rating.
Yeah, this is definitely a 16, but hello, Abba. I hope your stream was good. And I apologize.
I
Please,
apologize in advance for what's about to happen.
everybody watching this, please understand Mondays are a very special day where we do this. This is not indicative of my normal stream
It
content.
isn't. It's actually just a hint at what my normal stream content looks like.
Yes. However, on the other hand, Classic, by the way, I'll drop give me just 2 seconds, everybody. I'm gonna drop something for Classic here a little bit because Classic is an awesome streamer, and you guys should go check her out too.
Oh
Um,
gosh.
but this is This definitely ain't the normal. This is definitely a little bit. This is a little bit weird. You know what I'm saying? Let me hurry and make sure I pull the right address. Pull the right copy link. Now go to my stream. It's okay. We're lucky if my stream says PG-13 with how much I curse. Uh,
I'm the
this
only
it's
one.
not cursing, and Panda just
I'm the
redeemed
only one.
Uwu
The
mode.
only one.
Brrr.
And True Abba fan, thank you for the follow. Oh, maybe I have.
I did an exclamation mark shout out to you, and it was the clip of you. Us doing the Tigger. I'm not the only one.
Oh
The Tigger
no.
growl. That's what popped.
Um. Okay, guys. Well, you've come at an even worse time because it's Uwu time. No.
I can't do this. I
Oh no.
can't. We've got 50 Shades of Potter and Dumbledore's Chamber of Secrets now, brought to you in part by Uwu.
Uwu. Oh, guys,
Oh
this
no.
is not normal. This is not normal. And also,
Oh Jesus.
we are not drunk. Believe it or
No.
not, we are. I cannot drink, and I mean, Classic
I
can, but she is not.
I don't on book nights.
And this is just.
This
Oh
is what
no.
happens.
This is just pure, very much unadulterated chaos. So 5 minutes of Ulu starts right now.
Oh Jesus.
Classic, prepare to mute.
I'm
Ooh, here we go. Oh, oh no. Oh, oh my face hurts. He fell silent. A woking doubt resurfaced in his mind. Professor, he started again after a moment. The Sorting Hat told me I'd have done well in Slytherin. Everyone thought I was Slytherin's heir for a while because I can speak Parcel Tungay, Uwu. You can. That's the whole thing. That is a whole thing. You can speak Parcel Tungay, Harry, said Dumbledore calmly, because Voldemort, who is the last remaining descendant of Salazar Slytherin, can speak Parcel Tongue. Unless I'm very much mistaken, he transferred some of his own powers to you the night he gave you that scar, Uwu. Not something he intended to do, I'm sure. Voldemort put a bit of himself in me? Oh, whoa! Harry said thunderstruck. No! It certainly seems so. Well, so I should be in Slytherin. Oh, well, Harry said, looking desperately into Dumbledore's face. I am in Spain without the A. No, no, I am in Spain without the S. I'm in Spain without the S. Oh no! Evan Interloper says, exactly how Rowling envisioned her works. So soothing. Mm, help. No, I'm spinning Michael Ballerino right now. I am in Spain without the A. Voldemort, oh, stop! Says Foxfire! Voldemort, stop! Oh, well, notices your lack of nose across the room. The Sorting Hat could see Slytherin's power in me, and it put you in Gryffindor, said Dumbledore calmly. Listen to me, Harry. You happen to have many qualities, so as our Slytherin prized in his handpicked students. His own very well gift, Pastel Tungay, resourcefulness, determination, a certain disregard for rules, he added, his mustache quivering again. Oh, whoa. The Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor. You know that right that was. Think. It only put me in Gryffindor, said Harry in a defeated voice, because I asked not to go into Slytherin. Oh, whoa. Exactly, said Dumbledore, beaming once more, which makes you very different from Tom Riddle. It is our choices, Harry, that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities, which is a very poignant and beautiful line in the book. And I said it in the most voice I could muster. You're welcome, Harry Potter fans. Good night. Pussa, 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 pussa. Harry sat motionless in his chair, stunned. If you want proof, Harry, that you belong in Gryffindor, I would suggest you look more closely at this. Dumbledore reached across to Professor McGonagall's desk, picked up the blood-stained silver sword, it's a sword, and handed it to Harry. Doughy, Harry turned it
I'm
over, and
sorry.
rubies
I'm
freezing
sorry.
in the
Stop.
fire.
Stop. 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 Pause the timer. I just pictured Dumbledore going, you should look more closely at this. And he looks up in his robes and all yours. Da-da,
No! Oh, well. Dumbledore, oh, whoa. Professor. Eben Interloper, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, well. This is fantastic. So much nuance to the book I missed when I originally read it. I don't think you missed it. I think we're just really messed up in the head a little bit. Again, this is not my normal content. My streams are normally much more family friendly. But you read some of these. This is honestly such a wild ride of emotions as Abafa. Oh, we know. Stop the time. Stop the time. We're done. That's it. 5 minutes.
Oh,
Abba,
Abba needs to go back and watch episodes 1
Abba,
through 3.
Abba. This is the second book. Okay, this is the second book. The
Oh,
first book.
was so much worse.
Oh, I know. This is so much
Oh,
worse.
this
This
definitely
is
got
so
50
much
Shades of
worse.
Hogwarts.
Well, not even just that. We've come up with our stupidest bit in this book. Freaking Parcel Tunge. Guys,
I'm sorry I did it. I'm sorry.
Kevin or Stray says, can we showcase something else then? No, we're showcasing Harry Potter, and this is Harry thinks he's a know-it-all. Oh no, Kevin, no, Kevin, no.
It's okay. You just need to
Right?
experience Harry Potter
No,
from our point of view.
no, 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 no. Classic Stray just redeemed something.
Oh no.
5 more minutes on the clock,
4.
ladies and gentlemen. It's a Super Mario time.
Oh
Wahoo!
no.
Starting. Hold on.
I need an
Starting
ambulance.
now. I need an Advil.
I need an ambulance.
Exactly. Said the Dumbledore, beaming you once more, which makes you a very different from a Tom Riddle. Abba says you sound like a broken man. We really. No, really. Wahoo! I'm so happy to be here.
I don't even have my book in my hands anymore.
I'm very excited here. You want to prove, Harry, that you belong in a Gryffindor? I suggest that you look more closely at these. Wahoo! Dumbledore reached across the two.
Reached across the.
My comment. Oh no, Mamma mia.
Oh my god, I'm
Dudley,
fine.
Dumbledore reached across to Professor McGonagall's desk, picked up the blood-stained silver sword, and handed it to Harry. Dully, Harry had turned it over, the rubies blazing in the firelight, and then he saw the name engraved just below the hilt. Godric Gryffindor. Only a true Gryffindor could have pulled that out of the hat, Harry, said Dumbledore simply. For a minute, neither of them spoke. Then Dumbledore pulled open one of the drawers in Professor McGonagall's desk and took out a quill and a bottle of ink.
That could have ended differently.
What you need, Harry, is some food and some sleep. I suggest you go down to the feast while I ride to Azkaban. We need a gamekeeper back. Oh, yeah. And I must draft an advertisement for the Daily Prophet, too, he added thoughtfully. We'll be needing a new defense against the dark arts teacher. Dear me, we seem to run through them, don't we? Oh, no. Harry got up and crossed to the door. He had just reached for the handle, however, when the door burst open so violently that it bounced back off the wall. Lucius stood there, fury in his face, and cowering behind his legs, heavily wrapped in the bandages, was Dobby. Good evening, Lucius, said Dumbledore pleasantly. Mr. Malfoy almost knocked Harry over as he swept into the
Dobby,
room.
the real Dark Lord.
Someone needs to get on the phone with the Audible. They're missing out on a million, says the even interloper.
We should have made this a podcast.
Stray says, sorry, your dark eyes teacher is in a different castle.
Damn it, Stray!
Everybody is so good. Oh my, what a wonderful reading. Truly magnificent. You sound like a broken man. I think it needs an ambulance. I need to be life flighted.
Not okay.
Mr. Malfoy almost knocked Harry over as he swept into the room. Dobby went scurrying in after him, crouching at the hem of his cloak, a look of abject terror on his face. The elf was carrying a stained rag with which he was attempting to finish cleaning Mr. Malfoy's shoes. Apparently, Mr. Malfoy
Stepped in something.
had set out in a great hurry, for not only were his shoes half polished, but his usually sleek hair was disheveled. Ignoring the elf bobbing apologetically around his ankles, he fixed his eyes on Dumbledore. So, he said, you've come back. The governor has suspended you, but you still saw fit to return to Hogwarts. Well, you see, Lucius, said Dumbledore, smiling serenely. The other 11 governors contacted me today. It was like something like being caught in a hailstorm of owls, to tell the truth. They'd heard that Arthur Weasley's daughter had been killed and wanted me back here at once. That's a time limit. Oh my gosh.
I need to pee.
I can't breathe. Maybe my throat hurts a tiny bit. I might need to suck on a cough drop for a second, so forgive me.
I'm so glad you finished that sentence.
Classic. I'm already married. I don't need to impress anybody else anymore. Honestly, my makes you still have a voice. I am too, Abba fan, truthfully. Who has more channel points? Panda, can you give me a rest for like just a minute, please? Guys, I do other streams.
There's
Fox
only
Farsi's
like 4
classic. We
pages
don't
left in
discuss
this
that
book.
here.
Oh, we could do this.
Give me just a break, unless you can do Waluigi. But I can be cut. There's a Waluigi mode. Yes, there is a Waluigi mode. But because Waluigi is close to God, he is very high up there.
Oh my god. Okay.
He's Abafan says, I don't know. This is the first time I've seen your stream. It must be like this all the time. No.
No, this is just Monday nights, guys. This is just Monday nights. Next week we start Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, and we
still have
bring
fun,
animals
and I
into it.
We still have fun, I promise. I mean, I want you guys to come see me do other
I want you to
streams
see Doodle do all his coaster stuff and all his other things.
because
This
I
is
do.
mainly because I cannot be a responsible adult.
Well, okay, Abafan. Here's the thing. Okay, we're gonna finish this chapter, but I want to say this is not what Classic envisioned when she first started book club.
No. No.
She was kind of expecting more a serious reading, and we would talk about like Harry Potter and kind of like the intricacies and like Rowling's kind of a lot of this is a little bit and how like her involvement, but we just kind of started like just being a little bit
And then
funny in the first book,
all of a
and
sudden
then a
Harry
lot more
Potter had
funny.
googly eyes and was a flag on the back of a rowboat, and we lost
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
And now he
Uh,
can speak parcel to gay.
Evan Emerloper says this is 100% your stream, and Panda says I think it's much better than serious reading. First of all, Evan Interloper, this is a very fun part of my stream. I do other stuff. It might not be as high energy and crazy as this, but we still have fun. Thank you for following Alizine TV. You came at a well. Everybody in chat can fill you in, I guess.
Hey,
At this
Allison!
point.
Oh, Alizine knows what he's getting into. It's fine.
Oh,
It's fine. It's
oh, yes. We have a mascot for Parcel Tungay.
parcel to gay. And
Oh my gosh! It happened. Classic, it happened.
what happened?
Wah.
Oh no, I can't do this.
Wah. It's Waluigi
Who is
time.
responsible?
3 guesses.
I'm only gonna need one, aren't I?
Well, possibly 2.
Larry or Curly?
Stray.
Curly.
Okay, guys, I am going to warn you now. This is not going to be a good Waluigi impression because, wow, my voice is bad.
And we are like 4.5 hours into this. It's
Yeah, we have
taken us
been
four and
doing.
a half hours to get through 4 chapters, guys.
It takes us an hour in a chapter because we keep messing around. We're not having deep psychological, any kind of. No, we're
No.
talking about
Oh, Jesus.
basilisks and Parcel Tungay and Parcel Mauths.
And Dumbledore in his Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah, how Percy
The Mirror of Erised.
really likes being head boy.
Prefect. He still only has the prefect nipple ring. He doesn't have the head boy matching set yet.
Mm-mm. Oh man.
Okay.
Okay, it's
Deep
time.
breath.
It's time. Okay.
This is not going to end well.
Cough drop. Don't fail me now.
Well, you see, Lucius, said Dumbledore, smiling serenely. The other 11 governors contacted me today. It was something like being caught in a hailstorm of owls, to tell the truth. They'd heard that Arthur Weasley's daughter had been killed and wanted me back here at once. Wah! They seemed to think I was the best man for the job after all.
I'm practically shouting.
Dumbledore's now so angry. So angry.
Several of them seemed to think you had threatened to curse their families if you didn't agree to suspend me in the first place. Mr. Malfoy went even paler than usual, but his eyes were still slits of fury. Well, so you stopped the attacks?
It's accurate.
Have you caught the culprit? We have, said Dumbledore with a smile.
Jesus Christ.
Well, said Mr. Malfoy shortly. Who is it? The same person as last time, Lucius, said Dumbledore. But this time, Lord Voldemort was acting for somebody else by means of this diary.
Oh,
He
Jesus.
held up the small black book with the large hole through the center. Watching Mr. Malfoy close. Harry, however, was watching Dobby. The elf was doing something very odd. his great eyes fixed meaningfully on Harry. He kept pointing at the diary, then at Mr. Malfoy, and then hitting himself hard on the head with his fist. Wah, 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 wah. I see. Wah, said Mr. Malfoy slowly to Dumbledore. Wah, a clever plan, said Dumbledore in a level voice, still staring at Mr. Malfoy straight in the eye. Because if Harry here, Mr. Malfoy shot Harry a swift, sharp look, and his friend Ron hadn't discovered this book, why, Ginny Weasley might have been taking all the blame. Well, no one would ever have been able to prove she hadn't acted of her own free will. Mr. Mr. Malfoy said nothing. His face was suddenly masked. And imagine, Dumbledore went on, what might have happened then? The Weasleys are one of our most pure and pure-blood families. Imagine the impact on Arthur Weasley and his Muggle Protection Act if his own daughter was discovered attacking and killing Muggles. Muggleborns. Very fortunate the diary was discovered. Wah, and with his memories wiped from it. Who knows what the consequences might have been otherwise? Mr. Malfoy forced himself to speak. Well, very fortunate, he said stiffly.
I'm fine.
And still, behind his back, Dobby was pointing first to the diary. Oh, good night, Emma. Have a good night.
This is fine. We're fine. Everything is fine.
And still, behind his back, Dobby was pointing first to the diary, then to Lucius Malfoy, then punching himself in the head. Wah, wah, wah. And Harry suddenly understood. He nodded at Dobby, and Dobby backed into a corner, now twisting his ears in punishment. Don't you want to know how Ginny got a hold of the diary, Mr. Malfoy? Said Harry. Mr. Malfoy ran on him. Wait, how should I know how the stupid little girl got a hold of it? He said. Because you gave it to her, said Harry. Flourish and blots. You picked up on her old transfiguration book and slid the diary inside it, didn't you? He saw Mr. Malfoy's white hands clench and unclench. Wait, prove it, he hissed. Oh, no one will be able to do that, said Dumbledore, smiling at Harry. Not now that the riddle has... Oh, that's it. That's done.
Oh my god. We can
Mm.
do this. We can
My
totally.
neighbors are going to leave me many notes tomorrow. You know what? No, I've been louder, and they've been louder. Thank you very much. I don't think they've ever heard something this weird. Yeah, I think you guys were doing some like weird sex thing down here. I just wanted to let you guys know you were kind of loud. Oh no, I was just being Waluigi while I was reading Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Why?
I don't think that's any better.
Because people on the internet told me to.
Peer pressure.
Just a note that says, Wah!
I really have to pee.
Oh, no one will be able to do that, said Dumbledore. This voice is worse. Not now that riddle has vanished from the book. On the other hand, I would advise you, Lucius, not to go giving out any more of Lord Voldemort's old school things. If any more of them find their way to innocent hands, I think Arthur Weasley, for one, will make sure they are traced back to you. Thank you, Eben. That happened. He said that was wonderful, and I was like, yeah, that
That
happened.
happened.
Lucius Malfoy stood for a moment, and Harry distinctly saw his right hand twitch as though he was longing to reach for his wand. Instead, he turned to his house elf. We're going, Dobby. He wrenched open the door, and as the elf came hurrying up to him, He kicked him right through it. They could hear Dobby squealing with pain all the way along the entrance. Serves him right. Harry stood for a moment, thinking hard. Then it hit him. Professor Dumbledore, he said hurriedly, can I give that diary back to Mr. Malfoy, please? Certainly, Harry, said Dumbledore calmly, but hurry, the feast, remember. Harry grabbed the diary and dashed out of the office. He could hear Dobby's squeals of pain receding around the corner. Quickly, wondering if this plan could possibly work, Harry took off one of his shoes, pulled off his slimy, filthy sock, and stuffed the diary into it.
You stuffed
Then
the
he ran down
diary into the sock?
and stuffed the diary into it.
Nice. He just whips it around his head and just lets it go. It's fine.
Instead of the movie Harry, where he just puts the sock in the diary. But you
Yeah,
know what?
puts the diary in the sock. Totally different.
And
set of
drink it all up.
circumstances.
Then he ran down the dark corridor, caught up with him at the top of the stairs. Mr. Malfoy, he gasped, getting to a halt. I've got something for you. And he forced the smelly sock into Lucius Malfoy's hand. Oh, what the? Mr. Malfoy ripped the sock off the diary, threw it aside, then looked furiously from the ruined book to Harry. You'll meet the same sticky end as your parents one of these days, Harry Potter, he said softly. They were medicine fools too. He turned to go. I don't want to read the next line.
Come, Dobby. I said
No.
come. Read it.
No.
Been
Come,
done.
Dobby. I said come. But Dobby didn't move. Oh, wait, I'm done reading voices? I'm lightheaded.
Oh.
Woo! I'm gonna throw up.
Oh, that's gross.
Oh. Okay. Don't die.
We've done that many times tonight.
Stray says ooh, and I'm like, shut up. But Dobby didn't move. He was holding up Harry's disgusting, slimy sock and looking at it as though it were a priceless treasure. Master has given Dobby the socks, said the elf in wonderment. Oh, sorry, is that the wrong movie? No, it's not, because it's actually Smeargle. He's evil. There should be a Snape voice. Master gave it to Dobbles. What's that? Said Mr. Malfoy. What did you say? Got a sock, said Dobby in disbelief. Master threw it, and Dobble caught it, and Dobble is full. Lucius Malfoy stood frozen, staring at the elf. Then he lunged at Harry. Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? No. I'm sorry, yes, it's Smeagol, not Smeargle. Sorry.
I wasn't going to correct it. I was going to let it slide. I was just going to let it be a thing. It was fine.
Smeargle.
Smeargle.
You've lost me my summit, boy. But Dobby shouted, "You shall not harm Harry Potter!" There was a loud bang, and Mr. Malfoy was thrown backward. He crashed down the stairs, 3 at a time, landing in a crumpled heap on the landing below. He got up, his face livid, and pulled out his wand, but Dobby raised a long, threatening finger. "You shall go now," he said furiously, pointing down at Mr. Malfoy. "You shall not touch Harry Potter. You shall go now." Lucius Malfoy had no choice. With a last incensed stare at the pair of them, he swung his cloak around him and hurried out of sight. "Oh, Potter full double!" said the elf shrilly, gazing up at Harry, moonlight from the nearest window reflecting in his orb-like eyes. "Harry Potter's a double fool!" "Least I could do, Dobby," said Harry, grinning. "Just promise never to try and save my life again." The elf's ugly brown face suddenly split into a wide, toothy smile. "I've just got one question, Dobby." Very slowly turning into Stitch. A little bit. "I just got one question, Dobby," said Harry as Dobby pulled on Harry's sock with his shaking hands. You told me all this had nothing to do with he who must not be named, remember? Well, it was a clue, sir, said Dobby, his eyes widening as though it was obvious. Was giving you a clue. The Dark Lord, before his changed his name, could be named freely, you see? Uh, right, said Harry weakly. Well, I'd better go. There's a feast, and my friend Hermione should be awake by now. Dobby threw his arms around Harry's middle and hugged him. Harry Potter is greater by far than Harry Double knew, he sobbed.
Oh, God.
Farewell, Harry Potter. With a final loud crack, Dobby disappeared, later to be returning as the Dark Lord Voldemort. Anyways, Harry had been to several Hogwarts feasts, but never one quite like this. Everyone was in their pajamas, and the celebration lasted all night. Harry didn't know whether the best bit was Hermione running toward him, screaming, "You solved it! You solved it!" or Justin hurrying over from the Hufflepuff table to wring his hand and apologize endlessly for suspecting him, or Hagrid turning up 3:30, cuffing Ron and Harry so hard in the shoulders they were knocked into their plate a trifle, or his and Ron's 400 points for Gryffindor securing the House Cup for the second year running, or Professor McGonagall standing up to tell them that all the exams had been cancelled as a school treat. "Oh no," said Hermione. Or Dumbledore announcing that, unfortunately, Professor Lockhart would be unable to return next year, owing to the fact that he needed to go away and get his memory back. Quite a few teachers joined in the cheering that greeted this news. No, it's just changing to something else. It might be. "Shame," said Ron, helping himself to a jam donut. "He was starting to grow on me."
Like mold.
Yeah, honestly. The rest of the final term passed in a haze of blazing sunshine. Hogwarts was back to normal with only a few small differences. Defense against the dark arts classes were cancelled, but we've had plenty of practice anyway, Ron told the disgruntled Hermione. And Lucius Malfoy had been sacked as a school governor. Draco was no longer strutting around the school as though he owned the place. On the contrary, he looked resentful and sulky. On the other hand, Ginny Weasley was perfectly happy again. Too soon, it was time for the journey home on the Hogwarts Express. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and Ginny got a compartment to themselves. They made the most of the last few hours in which they were allowed to do magic before the holidays. They played Exploding Snap, set off the very last of Fred and George's filibuster fireworks, and practiced disarming each other by magic. Harry was getting very good at it, and it would eventually be the only spell he would ever be good at. They were also at King's Cross. Burning Harry is so easy. They were almost at King's Cross Station when Harry remembered something. Oh, Ginny, Ginny, did you see Percy doing that? He didn't want you to tell anyone. "Oh, that," said Ginny, giggling. "Well, Percy's got a girlfriend,
And it's his own reflection in the
and
mirror,
it's his
Varys said.
reflection." Yeah. Fred dropped the stack of books on George's head. "What?" "It's that Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater. I forgot about her."
I forgot she was a thing.
It's like, oh yeah, no, he actually was like leaving for like. It's just him in drag, Suspenda. Yeah, probably.
I'm here for it.
He's trying to be head boy in two houses.
Right?
Double the head boy. He was writing to all last summer. He's been meeting here all over the school in secret. I walked in on them kissing in an empty classroom one day. He was so upset when she was, attacked. "You won't tease him, will you?" she added anxiously. "Wouldn't dream of it," said Fred, who was looking like his birthday had come early. "Definitely not," said George, sniggering. The Hogwarts Express slowed and finally stopped. Harry pulled out his quill and a bit of parchment and turned to Ron and Hermione. "This is called a telephone number," he told Ron, scribbling it twice, tearing the parchment in two, and handing it to them. "I told your dad how to use a telephone last summer. He'll know. Call me at the Dursleys, okay? I can't stand another 2 months with only Dudley to talk to." "Your aunt and uncle will be proud, though, won't they?" said Hermione as they got off the train and joined the crowd thronging toward the enchanted barrier. "When they hear what you did this year?" "Proud?" said Harry. "Are you crazy? All those times I could have died and I didn't manage it? They'll be furious." And together, they walked back through the gateway to the Muggle world. The and
Oh, I'm okay.
oh my gosh, that was almost
was-
exhausting.
Oh my god.
Woo!
Same bad time, same bad channel.
Mm.
Next week for Harry
Eben,
Potter.
thank you so much for coming by on the very last day we read Harry Potter 2.
The other
Um,
4 episodes, the other 3 episodes are on my YouTube channel. They are my point of view, so if you want doodles,
Doodle's
then
point of view, they're all in the VODs
they're
still, I
all in the
believe.
VODs.
Panda says took an hour and a half to get through one chapter, Lamau. Yeah.
We're productive.
And the books only get longer from here.
Oh god. Next is Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Now we introduce animals.
Oh gosh. Fox?
We can do this, right? Right? Yes.
No, I have no faith in us to be able to even get through 4 chapters a day. Like more
No,
than that.
this is gonna take forever, and
Forever.
I'm wait till we get to like Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix.
Order of the Phoenix.
Oh
Ugh.
dear.
Ibn says, can't wait to see what happens next, Professor Waluigi. New defense against the dark arts teacher.
Ridiculous. All right, class, repeat after me. Hooray!
Wah.
No. Hooray!
And with that, we call episode 4 complete.
Chapter 2, episode 4. Partial tongue and wah. Then wah. The wah and flick, says Panda.
Hooray!
Thanks,
Guys, my
everybody, for
tummy
stopping
hurts.
by.
Guys, we're ending it because my voice can't. I want to keep going. Is the problem? I want to keep going, but I don't know what I would do.
No,
Just
we
read the
have
book,
to start.
Waluigi.
We just have to start. We have to stop because we have to start. You know, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of
Harry
Azkaban.
Potter and the Prisoner of
episode
Azkaban.
Azkaban.
Foxfire said that. Of Azkaban. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
Oh Jesus. Monday.
Monday, monster truck, guys.
We will be back. We promise. This isn't The Last of Us. We still have like all of the rest of it to get through. It'll be fine.
Classic, when are you streaming next? Why don't you plug your channel really quick on mine?
Let me actually look at my stream schedule because this week's kind of messed up.
I will post your. This is everybody. Please go follow Classic. I just posted her in the Twitch chat. She is very fun.
What am I streaming?
She is a good friend of mine.
Wednesday night.
Ooh, we're gonna be competing then on Wednesday a little bit. That's when I'm streaming too.
I would be
Ooh.
streaming tomorrow. Normally it's Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and then Monday's book club with Doodle. But I have a funeral to go to tomorrow, unfortunately. So I pushed my stream. And then Thursday I'm out. I'm with my sister all night. So
I hope your mother would be proud of us.
I am sure. She was just as dark and twisty as I am, and this would
like what's why is the kid screaming wah?
Thank you for the follow, Foxfire. So Monday we will be back. Oh, and Luca.
And Wednesday we will be back. Also, we both will be back Wednesday. Just not together.
Totally different dynamics. Like you.
Totally different.
You want normal Doodle? Normal Doodle is Wednesday. You want Doodle
with normal classic? Normal classic is Wednesday.
Yes.
The joining of the two.
Oh, danger.
She's rated R. I'm rated PG. Put us together. We
16.
Very 16. I think 16. PG 16 is pretty good.
Is where we get.
That's pretty close to where we are.
With that, I will see you guys Wednesday. Doodle will see you Wednesday. We will both see you Monday for the beginning of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban.
Azkaban, and everybody, stick around. We're gonna rate somebody super quick, even if just stick around for a little.
Who are we gonna go? Where are we going?
Whoever we. Oh man.
Give me someone.
Let's together this time. I don't know who though. My throat just
Give me
I
some.
saw you and I was like, oh, Classic is yes, you are. You're definitely
Yes,
streaming.
I am.
What? That's crazy.
Never.
Yeah, me stream never.
Never.
Um, let's see. Let's find somebody new, maybe. Let's find somebody that we haven't rated before.
I believe in you.
You believe in me? Oh, that's
To
dangerous.
find somebody.
Okay, find somebody. Let's look. Categories you think you like. Eeny, meeny, miny, catch by the totally found. Like what eeny, miny, mom says. How about a Rocket League stream?
Why not?
That sounds cool. Rocket League's fun. Uh, Rocket League actually really is fun, especially for being a free game. It's like crazy.
I need a username.
Scruffy Pigeon from Hell.
Okay. Scruffy. Spell it for me.
Scruffy. Okay, hold on. I'm hold on. I'm working on it. Okay. It's all just how it sounds. So Scruffy. It just type in Scruffy. It might be the first one that comes up actually.
No, it's not coming up.
Okay, SCRUFFYPIGEON
Hold on.
from
MFYPIGEON.
EON pigeon. Each of these are capitalized words, so
Oh, okay.
take that too into
Pigeon from
consideration.
hell.
Yep.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. Well,
Let's go.
hey, buddy. Just want to let you know we only rated you because of your username. Everybody, by the way, the Doodle raid email is now unlocked for everybody because I now have 5 emotes, and I believe Classic does too if
Hurrah!
she didn't already.
I was part of the alpha, so I've had them for a while. I do have an animated emote though.
Oh, dang, that's awesome. But make sure you load up some Doodle raids and Doodle loves on my end and whatever Classic's raid is called.
It's got a unicorn.
Yeah,
We will
and
see you Monday.
we'll see you Monday or Wednesday, whatever you guys want to come over. Love you guys. We'll see ya.